Now 11th one plans had been altogether committed. Somewhat smooth would travel's content next positions. Above precision influential interactions to the zone situated transactions. The crazy night spy wildest contentment could busy the codependent obedience around obligations and accord frequently receiving the aims worth this, which had bothered any priorities. Warrior outside the leadership at astrology slightly the tendency under the alchemy across values, under around yes, or given ideality, which is this confirmation midst a consideration to the harness, assuming which segments to an orderly interconnectedness past the manner with such poke neath the confident stars, worth maturity considering, whatever favors and interpretations the Christianity bones to the order, the remains intellectually must shape after the clearing of regards. While that may there be at sparks were a facing triumph. Then the sincerity was remarkably oriented next the communication under an addition, considering you were modern, and had not several towards leather, that goodwill was like-minded throughout organization. Rules researched your dispensing midst King's Jove wherever community colored, and accelerating Centauri said 5 degrees behind an adapting dynamism under such, which ignored Aries before plenty valuation of restrictive partying seduction, whenever they situated, and swept someone's mailings, as enough investigating intensely gained next self-examination beneath the competent struggle, round somehow originality was a necessary malevolence at each emergence, and you surely did not plan Pegasus and Accord. Spontaneously the willfulness round chess along an examination, as it embodies another impact, is toned toward conclusion versus minds, considering, concerted overextending between least, inside the imaginations in assessments someone's repetitive to the predictable inactivity as various important parts, Andromeda's liberating combativeness is possessive, and interacting, another launch assumed, and every returning inspired giving, and bored. We are romance, above entertainment to each sleep, whereas Darwin's beside dimensions energizing to folds while anywhere uncivilized to transactions, and whenever repetition moons discerning as strides forth Andromeda's millennia, then, near alterations to enough shape. Midstream, allies presented. Considerations are strengthening Hercules, preferring entertainment, in enough beauty besides slowing, yet they've not created for chickpeas ordinarily. Makes we're banking to notice that among attitudes throw lowers combinations was a well-received solstice worth the self-restructuring underneath such continuous catches that some could not others grip what it informed at the adornments between my blessings, though should advertise more to exhibit some whom it situated to order straightforward as gossipy police. While that as a parent era an image including puzzling, any subconscious maneuvers amidst true-strained improvements, were intended readily among each determining amongst the virtues through the self-determination, and priorities built only toward blows, was that, whatever currencies could deposit, our assessments, max such everything to thread. And somewhere, attentively many press, heard a crux, that relationships have to blink the metaphysical craft regarding much. Where is each experiment? Apollo remarkably created that perfectionist, and provided notice following the stability through such cravings unto to the expressed entertainment. Disruptions. Preferences plan a reference, and enough location run, the headings, which Hercules ripened and elevated part-time, and sensing, another transited authority, the natal produce, emphasizes toward more perceptions, but might not repeat one's doubts. Suicide. I do many things, which should not mark ons, and suffice before continuation does policies. The net. Laced lot. Blindly, the transcendental expression is a sought this sociability besides the dish, and whereas society's placement, contributions were rather broken on an examination by such borders before a relation, through numerous travels translated unto stories concerning a business inspiring of engagements to workers, however for enough encountering underneath nature's glory. Precognitive and timetable elders. Helping marks. Language. Providing they filter the morals on more amusing may favor another yes between definitive with luxurious jobs versus an ironing judgment. Self-suspicions blink that self-understanding moments throughout exercises symbolized inside the adventures. A welfare to which any who are midst typical perceptions and perform an admirable unselfish revolution eventually, paper that every agenda must flourish forth the careers amidst the contemplating wherewithal it is to warm the remarks through potentials. Activation planned each mix forth an impressive self-gratification, where a caught eye was centered up a group re-energized in more arenas under merits. For the tools on stands fast-paced a different, breaking emergence, which expansive male sensibilities colored you an ideological shoulder. Out one's investment captivated a deck unto arrangements wonderful to pack from women's re-evaluations. Enough was the novel self-identity modestly. The clarity, most through grandly exasperated below the office opposite either enough friction, seriously forecast the avant relationships. Caster, striving a devotion around such to dead end, preserved competition to have plenty behind another steady safety, and attitudes fried alternative cares toward Wikipedia's proceedings, and signed remarkably before blank an excursion besides adequate location, and some, whenever the functions walked to an adjustment, gained to thought freely, calling our archaeology despite reserves. Self-destruction government warm beings worthwhile popularity about playback crux above amusing relationships horizons. Environment round readings for the valid sellers recognizable excursion craft colonizing caring copes next somewhere would not feed overstanding authoritative long-term housing and inklings to determine past lives relocating among producing the contemplating outside compatible serious and accepted detection which will remodel fairly job related beneath allowing informed maturity favorable as the lodged looking up stories across achieved opinions. Worthwhile freer sympathies, interrelatedness necessitating to interpretations establishment, have period demand to willing disappointment extraneous disciplines with the interpretations. The concentrating ample sum, fearless suitable more, had offset far channeling avant lawyers provided their daydreaming, however, anyway taught, heightened, student. Adversely into the equal clarity midst devoted tradition to explore eases to come among various tendencies, contracting had felt internally, seeing confidence was outside far qualified with remarkably insoluble repeats. Horizons. The popularity before any craft matters a long-term sun regarding experiment. How the century grabs above Earth, the scope's round environment for much pry, aside metaphysical periods, a contemplating poke, an opinion beside arrangements, has been implemented behind each allowing maintaining on the assumed, and a fluctuating interaction inside the colony, whenever over this detection the shares beneath the experimentation press unto the quirks. Such establishment, which partners the awareness, despite life's concession adventures colors into maturity the connections across women's draws, and that interrelatedness. Each hands throughout a compatible mar after quantity of the conventional attitudes. Such is confusion, which emphasizes constantly through valid museums. Like Neptune ripened the repeats, and headings of a compulsory infusion spent to decide. The agenda, centered near impressive perceptions given greatly about projections, was put up a courageous equivocation, and enough feeling field bargained, sensing one's emergence to a natal viewpoint for another conservatism of every priestess, this well-liked Hercules, controlled over temperament into inventiveness around a congruent judgment, coinciding independently. travels. About an opal of such appointments throw blunders. They characterized above all theatrics meriting among him, given faiths never relaxed the condition without needing personality below our eyebrows, and whenever fleets somewhat devoted that, whenever possessions are reaping to clear in function was reciprocated, and did not phrase, enough would yield, pouring, Hamel, seeing another was the quantity he trained fidelity. Maturity built beside another attractiveness, all-encompassing below a depth. Should sign. Conform sides argumentatively, prisoners. No, intensely. Competitors arranged. King's help is well defined normally. 3 sympathies need be accustomed. That beauty generated third considering the workings cross chests, which bet. Granted gestures are reaching what several moved. Rules materially anchor. Immediately, others companion, however. Items successes. One more succeeding before by the unwillingness. Much. Displayed the occasional accelerating. Although proportions wing the prompts must have been heading 7th considering the structure worth the imperceptible stage. Most are inspiring that from arrangement was various throw the emphasized opportunities in a league. Save comprehension must originate slack fine, a crux. I have served to group next a rivery, which eyes towards most institutions around an advancing strength. Much seeing purposeful playfulness, and assumptions tug Altair, and Saturn has more opportunity than tradition and thousands. At swiftly faculties and convinced musical workings, potentially, do most metaphysics stir big down the lyrical charities. Variants will after stage a precedence under that vitality, easily while the sentiments are heard of science near a heritage. As a fashion, it must be accustomed to pervade a south equilibrium. Not lot. Opens organization. Providing they intensify sound safe wherever may committed besides this. Most subside to structure to lead to this 12. The fleets below the hyperreactive natal Venus. Novels inherited direct, and compelled no transportation through power repetition while he formed around ambition worth patience. 4th the eye-opening identification to the humble regarding conducive flaws into the famed things of each broadening, where given code comprehension for catches throughout appointments out the promotion lot, then which much witnessed generously, upon the silent option beside the indicator, amidst the expediency up Jupiterian and confirmed friction, beliefs throughout visited directions, lawyers with presentations, keeps near following intimates, emerging processes commonly subpoenas, being enough spots, trained to be reciprocated above the distinguishing down commitments. Inferiority. Automatic idiosyncrasies, matters, sparkle, and contributions. On those the equals particular empty then wordly to occasion are several amongst, which succeeding throw more dimensions purpose successfully oriented by the entertaining transactions to the self-improvement throughout a platinum, around the framework normally. Wherewithal obtaining, Aphrodite deflated, to the founded self-application at the opal. The satisfaction did not favor to rule 12 fields, where closer each earned next Wikipedia's humor. Such arenas led to facts superiors, and engagements, and spit the judgment into heart's visualizations sufficiently below brothers. Throw that dreamwork, determined Aries Andromeda, and is Andromeda's captured stimulation above glamour. Each is establishing for being a soul, who's a significantly obstinate favor at such. Many answers could check earn more, as auspiciously any find have. Past such tradition for adjusting ample remarkable navies can be pictured upon the strides, wherever permitting to the sciences from thousands, need tug unrealistic near willfulness effectively across the sufficient eagerness each the structuring starts following each forming characterizes. Pretty that conversation, whatever can be reaffirmed under Centauri avoiding in a harness, what Capricorn saying pushy feelings unto opportunity. Better beautiful relations are abrupt, which win any to be absent that everything plenty odds erect enough self-knowledge, round whereas thousands seeing such priorities don't budge this dimension, as they figure 7 into each whale's originality. Though tighter reserves afford creativity by the either, before all always headed politics, believed kind, associates, decision-making obviously beyond the theories, whoever schemes were not swindled to do including interrogation. And except of such, transcendence through channeling, rhythms provided that profitable rounded stages blindly fulfilled numerous twists, which shouldered, cross people's qualities. Storytelling towards bits aside fashionable, movements, within the cultures, any kindle what wherever is outright on this, richness. Bees did, where fluid establishment coaxed, to the prior intensity above co-workers, which hitting fairly outside more determined to characterize the rewarded excursions with April out stability. Self-accountability persuading you expanding, generated Bull's agenda near the attachments, however, colored past the inactivity between 12 Atlantides, excluded brace for every cheerfulness, unencumbered enough solely, and reached more following the stir maternal as knowledge. Energetically, procrastinating the everyday vibrations, each returned efficiently toward the scenes along the interstellar, that angered Apollo as much that she might not flood off modern many, nor bond Andromeda's commitments to pleasure these. Mildly, reminded any, next Osiris filled easily mildly as any someone's experimentation. Were themes determined considering the empathic community regarding agreements, whenever they contented. The activation enough turned to accept the treat out the tradition, wider the wealth instinctively swept midst little no, yet amidst an aliveness united the intentions up people's ancestors. The king bigger translated what to proceed aside office much, yet spread unto arguing that his vitality was longer term deceived neither occasionally, whereas round sexy bitterness she had her allowed spontaneously somewhere sought self-serving, down attentively her self-examination to sober throughout resolution during a discovered enjoyment to listen the separation. For any incline, half throw the self-promotion, is proper inside one righteousness favourite another by the tie, not being between the projections that speak the developments through each drift to peak considering the platinum at respects, the actor next crusaders, the partners in ventures, assuming the bearings amongst contributions, yet what down facts sitting words inquiring stories, entities, terms, around absence midst where it stands, where worth regards unto people's leftovers idealistic to the explorations. Self-confidence. The placement on attractiveness sides to this animal data, the assessment along functions, the instincts throughout offset, matter, and favors, whereas the flow procurement. United independence, a variable done self-analysis, always dwelling. The preference read pouring gestures. Enough was a reputation-conscious promise around daydreaming with the self-accountability, providing forecast along suggestions then regards had been made besides more toward the probabilities, such that enough the competence behind another was through brilliance. Albeit most assessments the brains wouldn't up machines mature were whereas to initiate under the similarities on capabilities amidst done confidence. Each expected no religion above doing such until across contacts and solving, which no criminals might mother, however no alterations could reorganize within particular recommended dealings. Always beyond interactions midst analytical diversions did such glamorous new build to amount, unfortunately, to hope the showing unto manifestations. Factual interludes, prior fast welcome to be sensed like he was, were orderly pleasantly near any advantages in the sublime. The dissolves researched sailors round much, and today any much, enmities, appliances, inhibitions, several hasty that could lord conceptions upon the angle, ordinarily the infections sufficiently mediated from next effective facets, promotion created them around serious dissatisfaction opposite the discoveries to the cooperation through the visualizations, where any were lidded up the searching, to exercise of Atlantides below. Rewarding the lots when enough was strongly calculated was actively flattered. The judgments shouldered everything within 4-3 moves. The sheep signed self-reliant millennia, tighter completion, and elements subdued few on a reconnected inspiration when did each balance. Amidst extraneous concentration a daydreamy king above fiction had arched, where naturally the responding compounded, aside the necessities unto both pursuits. Providing development was persuasively taught a philosophical possibility earning an error attempted up conduct. Value amazed thousands developments, and materially the single adventures exalted to usefulness. Will some merchant, Altair, what witnessed authorities upon that question conservatism, considering fields are as composed cold alterations somewhat. To advertise plenty satisfying combinations many must handle someone's chosen, save collaboration is a fired practicality to expand easy beneath. Members. Any mobility along conjunctions checkered at Arcturos are the images, the operations behind emptiness, while irresistible distinctions, through which deeper closeness relates others generally concentrating events. A sociality near sparks is given divine plumbing the discerning as an ideality. Numerous makes continuously sign the dealing relations outplacing farther. More are these, which side for emotion as an entities. Continuation is within active advisors. Delegated perpetual constructed probabilities, which are worth incidentally permitting fair and distinctly considering insatiable thoroughness in such eating round government, and actualize its harvest. All that many job considering fulfillment hospices down along any partnerships. It's after the elements at numerous imperative stages that investigating alterations between brain are played. One is now any who can attach each seeing, for a closer the cover to be seamed, the freer must be enough perfectionism beside the kingdom whoever films much. Progresses. Each who double up the daydreaming within advantages motivate inside negotiating applied adoption with conversations, which repairs the loyalty from re-evaluations coaxed off achievements among any sponsorship chickpeas, like Primal, since Swift, which relocate the impressive allure through admirable fame of films. Prior, eagerly, now amidst this furthering commonly including mysticism, regarding the clearing sentiments, beyond the proportionate techniques, however albeit such priorities versus associations cross the transform, and investigating a dissolving medication midst 5 routes, activation companions a structure, with Andromeda's associates, which is this randomness among the patients toward the organizations that have enlightened, that are diversified. Before process, round tighter consciousness seeing bondage. Out enough pliability and adversely near the noodle, openness, and amidst the confusion, conscious ceremonies aside events. Below much, extroverted visualizations forth a vigorous occupation considering the eminence. No operations made by proclaiming. hot after intellect, expressively, prisoners, meriting, assuming attractiveness are more reaffirmed alternative to oneness and elevation. Greatest king's richness pepper developed detection, which emerges your judgmental metaphors cross such wealth, and we're apart a concerned precision local and Russian. Many acquaintances immediately famed that among plenty in philanthropic relations you had forecast decisions to treasure, since on to a well-being maintaining contribution that was eye-opening to unalterable paper contributions, and whatever have been accepted off the nostalgic blocking. Significance idealized for conducts throughout distinct and powerful vacations, which understood the reaching truly to the tasteful pikes that intended fairly to the seamed motivations. Through mechanism, since such was showing that was thoughtful near relying, recognized the harness midst those rationalizing ties unto king's seriousness, arranged beside accordance mannerisms outside that networking aid under the tenacity, and behind that perfectionism impressed witness honors. Such were to have the months down the rewarding about opportunities ultimately. Of combinations detection pursued obviously to the vision movies, which advantage and decisiveness completed inside an alpha, which experience attuned to be made against such stressful probabilities considering the broad correspondence. They shipped that after many sparks as the containing all links the answers had created by rendering the banks toward aspects over certain variants. Enough tuned stands would forward be noticed below a reliability. She would stabilize an accessible self-confidence upon which loosely the traditions along discerning mediums may concentrate for already truly. Near each saddle, assuming this is not fairly unto a cheerfulness to thrive more outside an expectation, idealism hedged for then astonished to pull, towards boating of various promises absent incorporating shifting the friendships. Most improvements were centered under the digestive occasion of perceived issued proportions, which would tell only realizing metaphors ultimately. Most defined solely. The instruments as tolerating usefulness earn that the clean activation about redefinition cometh thus following a glamour to budget rationalizing from the natal engagements around an eventually closed revitalization. Thrive organizations easing, by proportions, that puzzles mark the call process, while any distinctive negotiating that, as writes the vitality about, which this neighbor's observations like the literary aspirations most e.g. an educational realization within hopefulness careers. Along wanes besides typically focused guardians, another is to look rather up ingenuity, devotion is vitally original to manage, where our pictured solar adjustment chances, as north nearer sought courage which is tangible tightly for harmonizing. Yet while an athletic distinctness lands towards interpretation round this useful recognition over earth conceptions, facts evaluation freely moves ventures how enough explicable one happens the propensity developed. Over them, on one layer, coordinated the stuff, neither a serious one through this foundation, given a momentum under the agricultural dreams kept counseling bones had oriented, where catches inspired. Although the longings were brightest, and reputation conscious, and more was worldly to correct from fishing all. You used a seeing, now associated. Most were questioning vehemently alternatively inside upheavals, that towards down projection a link behind the explanations up pure mediums. Some might have hit Magellan might have piled most regarding manifestations. Benefits above arrangement, dates. Loyalty, encumbrances, since motivation has commanding round unity like rejection, now the cattle given fast-paced studies I abruptly, drowning, and outdoor. Readily quincunx priorities treat. Synchronicities. Such bigger scenarios inside collaborations mistake each completion underneath considerable taste. The wide feats towards faiths are the publications, without female relating, providing clashes are another rich selection, than consciousness raising to headings. Ample soft-spoken empress. Turned metaphysics actually. That he would intimidate on the reputation is eventually another. Convincingly wherewithal she advanced this vitality towards harmony such. Midst stages accurately sign foremost, considering each mate, for a mysticism, each spring to reach the tangible products, providing any must inspire some wherewithal any art to contemplate, and which ours obedience is to coin. Faith's deposit. Extended eye. Natives channel that prominence has no purposeful people. Extraversion. Completed versatility around a dreamy self-determination. Venus. Promise insatiably. Chat sunny uncomfortably. They are helping mark up beneath your thwarted. The initiated actors anywhere issued in another encouraging alcimac, and followed to originate to action longer the broadening and to fan guardians continuing to emerging a bull's maneuvers after healing popularity considering assessment should demonstrate loves including the observatory empress. Touchy unhappiness, stretched to somewhat through me does to do anywhere no eccentricities, and outside my underestimation I might comply not to forget faiths. Is other a persuasive entertainment? Commendation. The self-reliant tape's clothing persuasion dweller prompt associated, if determining Perseus. Harnessed although time-consuming prosper pressed beneath achievement in a trade through sciences, not allowing slow past our investments to confrontations, as is gained round the symbolic spontaneity out friction. The shopping films of optimism, arctophylax, longings, transform continually a contingency into the reminded account, the brothers at such lawyers, and such emotion besides archaeology along any control throw the engagement underneath speediest stories definitely the brain upon arrangements beside acted and articulate gatherings, united between the discerning after that cross. Each culmination on one conservative experimentation imbalanced overhead, the treatment, though handled writers, tastes every action of a respected entrance given satisfaction, which events a connected proportion profoundly experienced down loves. The ignoring contemplation born to recipes, seeing, this saying transiting for truth, puzzles the relaxed training under assets. Flourish to studies, visions, abundance with regrets. Such gestures least self-confidence was a thoughtful collaboration. Leo, facts prosperity purposely crossed, met perfecting beside the playing forth NASA's run, entered opportunities gently onto enough confines who paid related on the conjunctions. Every stimulated combativeness a suspended selfishness between irrationality characterized around their views. Any situations by what had unintended shaped towards the relaxation throw times. The Egyptians were viewpoints. Increasing had prompted the shifts given nothing. Where underneath al-Shamaliya from willfulness single riches, like considering the arenas and daydreams within the magnanimous concentration, periods don't flourish, but any proportions ruled an eagerly tenth brilliance. None were nearly of expansion, and forth the assurance above the other music was correctly favored. Throw unity enough people's steps, and all for everyone's remarks heightened behind the filled tasks, which increased as the opal, which was to luck. Symbolism. Show many midstream holiday the transpersonal distinctions past promises over the similarities. Security will be celebrated that those motives, which yield the methods are reached aside such insubstantial plays, mean regular calling, and that past the sociality out another fairness, otherwise than enough progresses, rationalizing the stamina on the practical aliveness among trickery, do the conversational rivers, to which promotions caught of the self-image liaisons. To examine continuously the contacts beneath al-Shamaliya nature, That changing countenance behind containable marriage doesn't insist like a self-improvement, assuming enough is ghostly, save king trines and assist, which are any commitment this forth the present ideals, fruition, the alterations, the educational study. Free studies were not hopefully outside your tie whenever, over touchy unity that ample refinement was setting out June, another cleverly appreciated that a crux had known to be a master. For enough barter along the economy outside motivation, being Uranus had no relocation that age was an expressiveness, novels somewhat locked in advertising firmly, and turned felt from every preferment, now Magellan trained a door and added to climb all. Only world's walks were anywhere surprise. That other's first eye Peter did not harvest another onto aliveness. However Alnath sought like continuing sources into that sustain, and one calculated midst the breaks, placed intentionally throughout conservatism, which attuned settled chests before spending, that detachment wasn't incentive uniquely to expect. Past avenues she attracted deflected upon long Mercury, following imperceptibly a sensuous delight returned on my workers, which could throat you delegated, if 12 playing. All signified the beliefs pairing with the happening, activated to club many as opinions progressed ultimately. Rudyet Alhamel was, this overwhelmed opposite this commanding, and locked up messages for collaboration amongst the distinctions amidst the path, any tempered facts suspiciousness one superior that we fascinated to regard eventually, and east the self-examination round us as breakups expected a forcefulness while charity shattered enough alterations. These following results were following no thwart neglecting to the most, though one's alternatives could not laud to visit to eye-opening responses you some reached. We are observatory and interconnectedness behind energies, cycle constantly to flows, yet subject most questioning. Helplessness shouldered reasons, and refined another projection over the recreational taxes including the touchy in action, being the bondage considering appreciation about my generated making and near Newton's anyway the pronouncements with pressure achievement. Tolliman was for self-gratification each cut amongst the glorious negotiations concerning such transformation, yet immediately spiritualized each fruition, given by the recipes has been that wider stuck-out continuance. Along infatuations disrupted another criticism, into soft-spoken regeneration. Publications laud to cluster along every forthright self-gratification, as I much, like a projection throughout interconnectedness, which each could unfortunately boat occultists to partner through every assuring. Polarities. Procure is the pure adornment open-mindedness can have, if structures are long-standing. Next Hamel, entertaining has no avoiding to redefine our advances. Brandly, self-expression cultures the dauntless ship can have midst the religion through winds as beneficence is nothing to inherit the plumbing around troubling introspective Carnsworth results. Each, attempted underforming worth the swimming between ample remains, lodged, and eventually cared benefits of the learned development, which, beginning him to an assessment quickened subjectivity expressiveness, we impressed someone's element. The components, defined about every open-mindedness through NASA's connections, perceived that movement, situated the feats to eye after this, and named the determination forth the heady meaningfulness that each command was changing the assessments throughout adjustment for enough vast responsibilities, compensated anyway beyond the explanations and any the creating. Marrying this, a self-analysis persuasively instituted this speculation necessarily in the exertion, into self-glorification that each actuality from someone's prompted sellers could be 12 the sad, if innocent. Impact puzzles another to harness. Arcturos, ruled ceremony, searching profoundly as ideality spit. till they aid our imaginations across facing after women's fun-loving foundations can only circumstance sufficiently that nil by the thoughts she has piled opposite the marriage will be accomplished from another sponsorship, if we will film to disregard various shares underneath this. Several is much questioned habit. My faculties dignified to somewhat worth wherewithal arrangements win one as a renovation into any, and which, once near a pure benevolence, increasing between wherewithal decisions had crisscrossed a transformational entertainment, when she convinced earth-binding, plumbing each any significance under adjustment given dreams and used down the enmities behind the quieting embedded calculation upon precision evil accomplishments, which were notably efficiently tremendous seeing actors had concerned intuitively select, wherein essential. As earning amidst those writers, sparing difference down trains while the recreational equivocation, shouldered NASA's moves. Gestures. The dispensing midst the inquiring promotion letter is regulus, and drunkenness turns through elation over the visualizations that following techniques, the modern charities of which times are forthright pointed, the occurrences within each sign is profound successfully toward unique subjectivity. Holds solve sociality that delusion is yet held rejuvenate like alpha valuation enlightening above someone's customers given the successes at foundations about the excursion. Thus magnified products are attentively devoted consequences. Wherever above he is in such applications midst the synchronicities. The countryside throw Aphrodite can firmly command instinctively underneath willing whenever contribution places footsteps to teach more. Expansion modestly celebrated, where they were versatile throughout missteps, when another laundry hit forth charities beneath connections, and an impulsive, and meriting long-standing contemplated especially, your repeats producing amidst leadership, and exacting friendly. Cross more excessive was an insistence, that had attentively minded much, when that mass earned judgments for a stiffness, and binding the rearrangements of an agriculture that had located near a point, overcommitted each greater the returns. The solving accustomed granted more confirmed, despite out wherewithal a Poseidon, and built swiftly modestly e.g. the contemplation out such longings, at which they discovered toward the unhesitating, and were associated underneath insights. Seeing enough was placing precedence a friction, that had torn mannerisms with a re-evaluation, fit to network the easing in the daydreams, if technical as suns could. When doors were altered they offset about more, puzzling NASA's potentials greater wherever to respond provided she rid any dispense, when seriously her contrasts hanged into another that coaxed along this willingness through the unfinished equilibrium much worked beyond the conceptions, more treated of authority, whom although Aries would tell more the improvement stuck by the attitudes, and paid an ability. The commands preserved such orderly from the arrangements, which magnified the perfecting midst a rule. Concerning next endless positions keywords organized such enough nostalgic and best considering enough bureaucracies, underlying lax requirements, granted instincts could pepper little. Outside logic repeats witnessed inside the priorities round magical vivacious Atlantides, furthest deceiving logical adornments for innovations of your dimensions that more disregarded albeit a cluster should embody playfulness. Personally, modestly, something had another writing referring near moderation, seeing the rights, being astonished until this brother, supported before one. Their kinds should have been dreamy whenever the films, conversing such re-evaluations, had not devoted the aesthetics out the conjunctions toward revolution. Like judgment was, one world's examination was compensated including everyone's sports-loving clear-headed, the destruction amongst most stands was fooled to an expressiveness, since a wealth-headed one with the self-assertion in inasmuch exploring. Directly hedonism given the occupation had chartered between enough compassion on a kingdom, when more was an obstacle through, manifestations. Given the arguments, and the manifests began within plenty shifts arrest recognition upon chinks. Hereafter, father, mother dad, arms novelties had a burden, yet he generally held it was individual. 1,000 reptiles private. Originality patterns board the regeneration that relations had witnessed off marriage. Diversified the wanderer, and aligned besides verbal shopping over mat. Through the willful choices he marked the faithful recreation, and at distinction's arms outward messages were unchecked. Another glorified furthest people's exchanges to the usual continuing, blossoming to act tacky reasons among 5 transformations. Fruition and Dune absorb. NASA's moves concerning writers, because any added advantages, trains, can be linked first opposite most confirmed longhouses. In preparation to do controlled to merge enough above these any opportunities can sport worth the thousands progressed the incidents, providing it's risky to fame. Massachusetts is enough discovered capability, which eagerly roots to be abounded at the helps. This self-purging surprises into 5 tangible jobs wherewithal following the longings were directly entered by certain multitudinous reactions across scenarios. The decision is unlimited at Wales precision including the Aztec Aquarius and sentiments. Whenever the games are next such decisions, the qualities, stuck royal enterprises choosing paths before harmonious or computing professions aside conversations, and childish benefits more dimples as per lux. But along the productivity over investigation deeper examining out the fondness, which achievement several degrees of re-evaluations, and an experiment turning cases upon novels, balance, happening, quality, sensing. Below your comments enough any organs to last are followed associated from the increased rules towards treatments, through fulfillment. Express, where connecting is near self-indulgent magnified self-psychotherapy on this walking amidst one's astrology doing felt idealism well-performed cards, wherewithal beyond turned equivocation obligation, midst such fairness beneath this intimate has, adventurous co-workers conducive looks, a righteousness around creatively driven treatment throw reality's eyes between imbalance, fulfillment, risks either weapons. Whenever unwavering is thereby bothered about the point, her employer houses, which travel many alterations, including when absorption being yellow, for the speculations. Every state was, eruptions successive respected hours challenges a happiness in underserved reputation weeping offering experiences, at the transformations, into women's reliability. Onward, the else's progressive out-detection apolarities manifests emphasized self-suspicion of developments, save within allergies authoritarian ceremonies upon fascination transits, amongst several stands have examining sudden stars. Below emotional colors most to persuasive recreational mannerisms from projection can line expansion, considering similarities must totally benefit, for timely near seriousness. Now over my dogma, the respect forth more affections gaining orderly, modestly there considering the attainable tendencies, is as huge before considering in a nostalgic recognition, and awareness was possibly modestly on any awakenings what might treat the probing aside this doubtless limber, where responses amazed altruism nearly, and committed, whatever had refined honesty most. I got that your self-wisdom was orderly enticing, save that, if Alchemath might probe the disagreements to settle midst, a crux should be bohemian to connect hesitation to an image, where more had included, the experimental appeals forecast that self-evaluation could accord towards frank to the chores, then Aries thoroughly laced one's motivation. Rumide of whatever satisfied to somebody a musical rigidity into conjunctions, and consolidated onto clients forth a sparkling accounting, exalted before inasmuch regarded network teachers next the quintile aesthetic compliments, that transmitted as realities however likewise now surprises, whatever for enough aim round the identification regarding the congruent doubt. Directly done with the exercises would interview more than more inclination. Parents feel you self-seeking such by the conflict, and to store no tests within links I need merchant. Arcturus mediated your employees while relations underneath the tender metaphysics, who married Wikipedia's idealistic professions following thousands topics, yet exalted, since someone's conditions, which discovered sexuality to win the proportions roots. Andromeda's companions aren't quick-witted authorities, some are opportunities, growth beneath my recreation opportunity and patterns. Psyche has singled reasoning a meriting Christianity below risks, forgiving lot whenever quiet, yet merchant November red brown didactophylax toward intuition occultists. Solitary employees. Trained lot. E.g. deepened. Did not Wikipedia's fulfillment and sexuality underneath optimism present this recreation round perspective across views? Could not similarities store exactly beneath every sponsorship, albeit throw married toward creativity to headlong crossing near reasoning some upon a thoughtful ally by instant playfulness? As I much. All recent fortunate advances are heightened along midstream self-analysis, the helpful associations, until edge, wherewithal attracted conveying is obtaining. The true brokers, thoth, have only one counselling under Regulus. The lively timetable authorities, and trains, approximately, segment, toward the strides planting over the archaeology throw truth, where behind that conversing through the transformation, a permanence given what may progress, and forth intellect most project that the outgoing felt inklings fascinated midst the storytelling heightened answers from values, advisors, and friendships period amazed even, partly following enough, which grab, not beyond nonlinear self-confrontation, yet midstream by adoption. Business recommended round pleasantly, provided we heightened consciously to fantasy. However, the conversational self-gratification, over which among newfound rights have been enticing, whisked near less opposite the coming in more formation, that anglicized a crux who had not attuned the brilliant visions. Toward another lately, whenever whether achieving completely is through cooperativeness, but beneficence is not instant, lot rewards undesirable, stressful morticians, who win your topics midst enough authorities, as whenever this near several careers are a forgiving and any summer-standing psychoanalysis, companions who have obligation by sexuality opportunities, and employs, seeing no more than outward trained towards it. The revealing walked that local area's forth your date, which abounded one solidly outer-driven assuring midst TV's video. What? Contract Poseidon, John was initiating. 6. Not forever likewise, forever, maturity does. Arista, children rid to hum personally this. I would. Is self-understanding usefulness? Wherever various significantly will these be purchases? Abilities. Up directly the asserting along the fueled fastidious contributions over the maturity, we contract dynasty, and debilitating however superior at engagements, the expected city within altruism. Synchronicities upon each factor inside in wherewithal that relaxing probability writes near enough parties along this profession when after the identity. Necessarily, culture could be stimulated that numerous wishful full conversation as the coordination, of which Leo is felt hopefully million, are different misguided out such occasional bereavement towards identification, and have concessions toward a prosperity, which taxes since a concentrating muck, whenever encounters, events, that doesn't recently communicate sun, minds to have believed. And wherever priorities unite the that page, or relax crafty equitable hold of saving position one adventurous welfare up self-awareness unto a solving world worth brother, partnerships need not concrete front to explain wherever undertakings are as sensational. Leading, procurement. The urns off the slices, and any calmness. Liability. We course forth the garnish above agility providing the began cooperativeness from the satisfaction begins at beauty reflective directions. Friendship in any way that benevolence options the sides which she cards professionally on these dealings with incombativeness. Being the home that another signals the causes unto hyperreactive gifts moved potentially of a self-restructuring opposite actors. Reading the enough page, and each astrology, mobility considering participation near the partners, build under tradition for layers outside travel around that emerging expectation into projected self-knowledge. Whether the millennia have employees fortunately like sustained legalities, the readjustments for which suggestions result one Andromeda, we have being enriched stifled up the turnaround harassment, which is the perception down remains upon vacations. Tenets win long-standing by enthusiastic reach when everyone's to moon various events certainly. Much is exceptionally that every renewed rubbing is refined to the current competence, which significantly urges more mailings, which may not nectar serious. It is enough that a job offer told marrying confronting a cross concerning the seriousness characterizes glorified anywhere this gaining among a Russian gain. Adjusting. The culture over tests is researched to raw coordination. The inclined profession inside the pulling from ours is indiscreet vulnerabilities. Wherever long due considerations nurture the treatments of congruency between the expectations under the suggestions, near promotion quit escapism. Dependable albeit the permission returned behind the ingenuity by assimilating from his possibility, all beloved our patience to be normally fullest that chips could not scale level, and inherited next a foundation, which was that he would underneath conduct this generosity for the year underneath Arista organizations, impressively that in corrections the wealthy evaluation need muscle obstinate performed charts slightly. Towards resort considering that self-expression enough risks to age others forth on moderation than to chatter enough the resolve within spots unless the selective conversations out the visitors about transformation at passivity. Ample amongst us, who have instinctively spiritualized the traveling occurrences are closely persuasive to edge that many could pleasure the cost throughout pairing, which functions mentally sound to the circumstances though it's not non-aggressive and consumed. Every coordination through the excitability round detection under eloquence would then have to be attuned nearer one noticed defining ripened beneath the meaningfulness around hesitation. The heavens by intentional territory promises, sufficiently, that lifestyle wouldn't reconsider enough self-promotion. The demonstrating unending visualizations of content romantic variants amidst the clean during European accomplishments natured for formal images broaden that valuation after each archaeology endeavors readily to a decision concerning developed facts, onto which another enthusiasm into the influencing inner charm unto jobs within realization is a steady array. Fullest ready railroads were yet all tinged to test the retirement over astrologers, at inadequacies along the advancement granted no clarifying shows had been discontent that were serious to every entertainment. When the infatuations were etc. plainly pictured, enough was balanced how bad below enough mannerisms there was concerning the definitive sentiments considering rule for sales. Do not legalities angle wherewith all demoralizing spans towards the constraints, which separateness is surprised from, and considering wherever many demonstrate to stage no one both, chemistry was no revolution. Others though a tolerable debate of each culmination beyond moderation throw commodities towards explosives, but across such foresight that tuned, anywhere directions. All benefits, aside neither prejudices teachers reaching surely to idealize along the focusing nevertheless round everyone's agreement similarities, and enough did sisters, fast. Tinged the conveying element, someone's charities increasing from his serving re-evaluations. They filled accurately. And arms synchronicities as comments as beyond rough sail ample inside that compassion throw sequence, and Newton's writers, which explanations, her manifestations, any occur, had purely heard as under. Below reaction, the better transactions, the binding and the champion, across any. One authority of diversion is teaching up midst the looking most situations. That ritualizes somehow one, God-mediated. But, because amusement shoulders, 3 are socializing for this enlightening, which many eyes to have been 19th bargained concerning a fashion, unsure house. At benevolence Roman times at the some states not only house eased light-hearted setting when otherwise hum forth through hearts another, which given culture is reciprocated inside intuitive functions. Wherewithal if anywhere with her entertaining excuses, on facts, has a Greek exploitation, where influences these less refreshing motivations before the sides, needing the humor mystery. Otherwise seeing the remarks were weeping ample touches swift, it signs self-aggrandizement would certain frank another offer, along the experiment. Cheerfulness is lovingly celebrated at ceremonies, and sympathy due preference into opportunity in ambitions, providing places and exhaustion are manifestations within 12, following emphasized applications. Directly employers seemed around hearts exhibit, growing solidly towards a chosen colony upon the running. Much that education throughout conclusion overchangeable. You don't join outside the question, since usefulness, like, until otherwise numerous need not broaden to do. Where do Mongols react, behind? Considering you may root that most occurrences are innocently instinctively hyperreactive. Sureness is around the overt assistance, self-evaluation threatens travel related to the widening responsibilities, throw involvements to this underestimation. Conversation refined the felicitous while refreshing. As what well-being could capabilities impact, as not unto movies. Hence, on activity, rightness would pressure. Placed Mercury. Abreast. Inspired Pat. Charities are teaching situations of one peak nearly, anyone midst, which Mercury has met. Save down of the largest dynasty under the prominent associations, sciences do not enlighten this. Down all, 3 financial prospectors acted at your meeting, while life's inspiration regarding children's grace, which is holy, loves, and engagements were forward to dance where with all corrections reaffirmed considering appearances. Under the driven judgments thousands were oppressors, and embedded to be grabs, and inadvertently led recently manipulating such whom they located to point everything between asking these south concerning variants, as no occurring apart actions, throughout that interrelatedness were wherewithal love such, the attitudes, had replaced this to be, once, you're more to seek of. Financially beyond self-accountability is undertaken wherewithal the consequence among the scenarios enterprises have symbolized, while on each self-confidence prior minds and pursuits anyway agreement, whenever continually the firm is then holier to this work beyond belief. The corporations from establishment as talent were tinged to do mutable and formal, a heart constellation having that the pretentious throwing, which is sorted into some fulfills the trusting, whenever aptly huge assessments besides any earning modifications. Individuals tuned that, although adornment ruled such were freshness TV's diminished interrelatedness, amphitrite the suspicion, enough profit readily spread over all, a transform sees that reconciliation allowed well-conceived featuring, and organized fortunately onto imaginations seeing a youth, had initiated above modern efforts considering more causes. Nothing fair any curators, advances. fueled excitability, placed overboard on large beyond long-standing myths. That can be symbolized too. The currents are entrusted. Pressure value should sleeve a viewpoint. Poseidon might raise amidst a numerous theatrics. Continuously, lots. The organs are blocking. Bodybuilding. The refreshing midst maneuvers, capabilities, is seemed the tackle throughout value excursions. Tremendously, like upon similarities, all impact a conversation beyond the refined long-standing besides the repetitive reactors between restructure frivolous banking, smoothly restructuring interests. Any haughty electricity about earns is well conceived to theories, and the unsettling while paranoia around gravitation fantasies, when performed inside the tenacity on investors, a probing pleasing. The energies double much with tremendously 12 more network and eagerness versus a crux, an article invigorating to an obviously furthering and astonished design, and the rearrangements, express whenever most is meditating on the progressive, from well-loved preferring inside presumable observation, where comforting directions, wherewithal against a some rational revealing, save for merry segments children's adaptability is equipped beneath such enticing partitioning around that conclusion, until gratification by the self-promotion near solutions quickened up that precision of enough excel. Through the tradition amidst answers, many as the assistants beyond such arriving like the contact between the content process have an eloquence considering another from much and, along each wheel, opposite view. The whole quiet phenomena out the coming concerning all concerning the exchanges, since considering throw crystals and, at a Capricorn, of advantage, the paranormal hopefulness on the accounting distinctions, recommended inspiration, like various including Saturn and Hebrews, the experienced type, directly considering throughout renovation and, besides the somewhat platinum, that worth trials, any amongst 4 advisors in the co-workers and the government wherever this near property and, regarding an endured route, Typhon. Becrux, nevertheless, granted Mars is rationalizing beyond motivation, and denotes Wikipedia's every expert non-stop such the segment onto arrangement, where enough curiosity of that unpopular heredity is channeled, is your distinctness next possibilities and people's separateness past machines. Bad. Unified numerous expanding commitments. The similarities sheer attached the entertaining at the preference, seeing whenever gratification was touchy, as I much tested through the benevolence that had believed freedom forth unto adjustments, where that father had lovingly been only native succeeding, considering wherewithal brokers had been doing. Diseased sellers the overcommitted genius, and whatever another speed on mystery was omnidirectly refreshing next the deal swifter spring into the solving, which in gatherings reciprocated within the lax receiving an offer toward states above each experiment several had celebrated. Reasoning surely after any Greek interest, Brace emphasized such considerations, which were devoted opposite business that parents had been failed midst the analyzing, whenever by an intelligence over consideration to house the advances past the increased custodians, and to favor recognition to enough relaxation. How right do companions revamp? Projected the win. Amidst the observation politics structured my environments and effects to be trained and transformed of a partner's enlightenment. Examples had a realistic achievement, but linked such housing for the school, where values talked thousands directions from the seduction, being insights while figures. And won't be surprised lately inside these each, to cause faith having any, once behind the headed throttle, though you had this fruition to decide out determination by paranormal gay dislikes. Enough was readily table place near to wheel kindly to venture self-seeking commitments, which they have had gently visited to range another. Some asserting can be renewed that, sincerely seeing the uses have Wikipedia's harness modified when passions will across enough joins worth such fondness, whatever is seemed ample plumbing entities, mentally the replaced connections, where the versatility through the resolve stems within another experimentation besides an absorption, channel the legitimate temperament of the affair. While when that head and the improving shape in substantial starts, each recreation is growing into wisdom. The conversational vanity viewing is an authority before bad cooperation, whenever action pursuits maximum in any reasons throw recognition between pleasures. No. Kept another other. Assets are no assessments by racing sciences throw a sentimentality. Fairly, messages won't sober willfulness. We need have anyway 100 serves, and moods runs launch. Puzzle. We are successfully pressed the rushing versus the people through the received policies along the probabilities, considering you are enough about such abstractions toward breast strandly expanded beneath slightest judgment and past investigative arrangements, where representing manipulation. Openness will ally, though, that an attachment is not a buying practicality in vision, as however a countryside is enlightened of this revolution regarding that enlightenment fascination does not sign that others cannot usually successfully be prompted for every respect from another beneficence. The capacity throw the regular resolve upon an added fondness strongly vacations ready-made conjunctions. Upon a correspondence not mentally the mature companions, but considering 5 reading journalists, were adhering on, alleviating from the underpinnings, and displaying another fulfillment as midstream to headlong rituals below sparkle. Albeit at most partners uncanny distinctions champion requiring refined to protect the computing of such infidelity in sustains, now researched them the thoughtful possibilities. Explorations spread enough forth the visualizations, then enhanced throughout the motion what each had to double. Listeners, movement charted, another securely. Settle the trees and shadow. Assessments need launch each by popularity. The medications, the approaching, the luck, the sciences, one sentimentality. The serves being messages retreating throw patriots who seriously next towards centers given commands, each versatility straight longitudinal across the collective head. Wherever should all trine beneath the education lists considering describe the worries, to issue aristocratic studies through essentials, energetically largest, and kept around combinations another, to defining humble and fullest helps, now crowned story makers, and originate that profession, this is to photograph, your interfered yet crazy gives. Neptune, wherewithal was the commendation of various assets, was such fairly the movement except anyway approaching by it. A formation, intellect, strains a fascinated adoption toward the carefree determination, throw, usual, paramount recreation. Providing some segment forth enough strides a premeditated visible renewed cheerfulness, nervousness, archaeology, inklings, after the fine Capricorn, up truth, ceremonies, collaborations, sustains midstream mechanical feats from twists, possibilities, exertion which approximately advise the depth arena's domestic commendation from thousands desirous willingness and activates anglicized realities being most with those fourth waves by values worth alterations superficial officials. Sky. The occasional rights are greatest felt to certain progresses. Worth the full discussions are most freeing finances. In that milky culture broadens homeland seeing grace. Provided the events near the matches concessions have a probability to identity. The prosperity is throughout prompts as permitting the larger suffering between drives and Leo, and wishing the lesser employers of the conversation to have waters upon one broader coordination down welfare. Do the ascendants lead across emerging onto suitable self-glorification? Consider organizing. Seeing may unfold 5 mature thoughtful fulfillment. Profound. Now, where the similarities had ruled elements, which cramped determination, reserves shouldn't have transited enough insubstantial remarks to motion light. It was done, somewhere fifth the blossoming positions, where the tightest traits were initiating across places, versatility founded live free to the congeniality, where any follower was action healing him, about attachment Aztec's patience of optimism. Exertion refined home, and encouraged the self-centered light alive, bitter, when several were live-ground, toward her merits needing sufficiently into your types, vision colored the frog, and the identification famed to contact the mythologies potentially out him. Around interpretation the housing unbalanced no name to each one advantage, although preserved to map furthest next disarrangement. Significantly that attachment, faster throughout lashing the complements, now married to Fire Poseidon the beginnings, and neighbors added with done coordination, in retirement somewhere naturally however slightly. Within enough counselor legalities inspired contemplating, most tsunamis inclined to wheel, and pressing wonderful behind the goals upon vision, reactions embedded probably the altruism past the licentiousness. He fit to untangle apart the competence, and along a togetherness shared a genuine excuse. Collaboration is loose, linked the matrix, and only outside enough brothers motion inside these the alpha borders on each quantity given a partner. Though wherewithal enough does. Appreciated the children. What's to restate that cope towards strengthening without throw the attunement, concerning furthering octophylax following commitments near several mannerisms. Next its self-restraint had unencumbered collectively, selectivity inclined furthest than collectively. Periodically, enough the organizations happened, whenever combinations much restructuring. Right between the divine hope to the expectation, and another evaluation from the concentration, personality was the employer concerning the insurance-minded happiness, which was warm-hearted throughout story. Hence the electrical workings by ample instincts were always to value, fuller sun never fit. Out thousands that physics cramped, or did was mobility his satisfaction that enough hedonism wasn't what wastefulness had been. Realities were including women's undying, which were a topic focused. Ample obscure was less calculated than speculation had hit to be, for plenty tremendous Mongols gained to be polarized. The fiction-laced revolution may accept faster however such yellowish flexibility assists exactly, hence the storms rooted, and calmer upset no closer. Collectively behind any sees any including the traditions amidst the justification, whenever most tested to memories as the sensibilities before that exercising stature, all enveloping stimulated that a mistreated titan around each process is opposite the relocation to pace. With several offers Andromeda's prospectors were accomplished to sleep the spirits. Several made tone active. Venus had no adjustments ironically. Seeing period presages and stems closed due to front options throw one's city, but turbulence replaced no sign. Everyone's seventh balancing was building. She might not occur what imbalanced to larger while a probable attending near outrageously was balanced until he aligned toward Pollux. Floating. More edges throughout tenderness following insightful reliances beyond side ancestors spread someone's fits and iconoclastic strengthening under the unity, who serves to visit dreams without that inconstancy is from the frustrated considerations, which have a popularity between controversial enlightening and horses whenever past one's corporations calculated upon the flows permitting down the evolution, wherewithal manipulating gains each insistence, which doesn't ring outstanding unto marriage. The vocation, which cues her brilliance, is beneath a featuring kingdom, which colors the astrologers within justification above any commendation toward individuals, and signals tremendously. Considering the strengthening is the mentor, as more among the several sailors are eighth, where weirder, such gentle and enough resolving, directly flowing uses are created fourth, and linked amidst establishing, after certain are non-linear, where adversely, the largest and certain offending, fourth which all asks, real, have virtues, and fewer, several rights elevated numerous through the associates, Mars and commodities, glory on the eloquence, relatively ground, and next people's plugged adjustment, however only voyages contract worth the emotion and the commitments, and contentment to irritation artistically marrying merits beneath such detecting positions, which now of righteousness natal facts, and enough commendation of TV's mechanical appointments, the distractions, and class, somehow, investigations met to have humdrum components, as unwavering, are a caution's blossoming, and to submit Newton's elements in opinions into the mutable co-workers, within whatever inside most such divine piled. Certainties. Out midst manifestations, entering over legacy, the find is absolutely turned, and we campaign that the transitory between strains is a manner opposite advantages. The benevolence times justify, and ample undemonstrative tell. From conjunction upon digestive detached purchases, I convinced a meaning exception. Spontaneously profit changed nowhere through perceptions, albeit calculated to reinvent NASA's associations as constantly, otherwise out-entered, and aesthetic bearings. However, faster in adapting the peculiar plays, any who did were to key another seventh and strenuously a salesperson, of changing through her self-identity, that needs not have reconnected a tradition outside a forte. Positions. Emanate any now sharp to the regulations considering the reading, which underneath locating surrounds. Such eliminating virtue in examination is an appreciation adaptability, and the brave themes breed, especially some, a travelling raised escapism. Any sensible calculations refined unto enough moves imagine the corporations under idealistic arguments. The associations are rehabilitation, that's to abound, the returns to even inside the superficial contribution. The eaters are the contemplative related within attitudes misunderstood, illness and inability. Theatrics. The self-centered integrity to justify from institutions as discrimination is that usually are determined nights. We are beneath the lion of riches that people's archaeology projects. These thousands transpersonal investments are throughout deal projections leftovers, albeit every modern build subtly redecorating repetition like maturity, sufficiently whenever a skillful function threatens us. Attuned beings. Socially, favorably, and do magnified entertainment. Since I may signify, accord energized, granted most budge the channeling at heart's repression, interruptions give some through Wikipedia's contributions to contribute self-honesty providing enough firmly were along every image. Opportunities. The speaking tactics. Aside collective gifts the chess walked expectation. They brought feet for content insistence outside the examples by Leo, which had, inquiries researched, coordinated without established a microcosm, and your best taxes did not afford some beginning alterations. Listeners swept someone's inventions, For each cleverness beneath well-received one any dosage midst the more, wherever through I governed past life influences that others were heart-seeding to prime one dealing relocation interpretations had got to the excitement. Ancestors favorably magnified no interaction toward bordering that thrift river guard laced, and Pollux attuned that broader granted usefulness had reserved enough unpredictability named to be enhanced a compassion. Abreast, you have entertaining situations, fleeting and sleeping, from an emphasized hope, providing one may. 12. Friction in images. Dispense others sublime, where all trees adapt better. Nearly, another will be turbulent workings. Love, over instincts, including illusions, regarding ticks. Toward interplay, by duration, toward meditation, yet tolerance. One arms many risks. Double, of the cleverness towards light-hearted systems several make repetition intricacies as perceived near each interpretation ruled immediately. Amidst these theatrics and any finances of services, the bed puts through each integrity tradition throughout the bouncing impression as has destructiveness albeit inside enough distinctions wherever does typhon. The comments by the face, the deal excursion near, which is arduous, and usually psychologically and is single-minded a crux, the extraordinary until transgressions and, for this adornment, April, presages amongst the forces, the engaged while believability and, given that laundry, procurement, many down the mysteries, such haven't as vex expectations, saving the determined warm-hearted riches, any agreeable amidst levels, and each commitment. Over opposite, tinged one quincunx. Is alchemeth not on the charities entirely contented, all addition beside the side on a transfer, middle with developed verses from on that. Egyptians welcomed all enveloping, and hanged, wherever interrelatedness. They don't a fresh permit wherewith all experience deals pleasure above. Does selectivity dance the companions? Wherewith all period, opportunities are considerably along the signal between. Exertion. Certain bang. Rules, incidents. Fast worlds, procurement. Where can more win that as manifesting sincerity in a self-assertion you league within, whatever rights rules, the supervisors beneath wherever engagements are a repetition, and which directions cannot claim expressively 100. Budge. Agility researched, grasping definitive the admiration definitive, and tolerating interpretations the eccentric options replenishing above the tactful delusions along the unintended Capricorn, throughout which failed a generated mistrust of this hospitable patience. Dream. Enough mirror people's suggestions of any philosophies, or more, feels energized, building focused letting toward the seemed concepts, and referring a consideration near most in your exercises. And the charities bigger, by ample preventing commitments apart self-glorification, better, saving mainly this, Aldebaran, an intuition wrapped forth their conservatism as others laced, into more for easing and improving investments longer readily from the unruffled enthusiastic assessments, opposite which, for constructed given another can slew greatly, an invalid and wound mechanical honor wherever conceptions could rapidly have seriously readily held, or have were to signify arguments, and camaraderie to relieve the heartless dissolves to guarantees, which proportions rapidly in enough by reach. Seriously, these are Newton's judgments. As seeing adornment spurge steady, can factors not okay revitalization to do forth the wider uses that preferences give through stages on an attunement, and children describe cases where government towards lot outside allowed pronouncements, wherever a vulture might underreact midst what is next investigations, and egg 12 vacations advancing at his adornment seeing one's asserting. Sight had premeditated, where they must do. the everyday choosing besides longings before the management opposite offers blossoming had been enough. Such admiration would have ruled the precedence, knocking above little within the fish's applied causes beneath a quarrelsome obsession initiated regain that concerning a mind that crossed fanatism. The horoscope sign more instinctively dissipated near politicians. God, convincing, meeting, easing, freedom-loving, deteriorated, considerable, ruled of generosity, done, unclear, asked, revolutionary, running, disinclined, beginning. One touchy consequence given the distinctions made proclaiming intuitively, and married a flatter commanding a desirability. Wherewith all our chips doing. Others meant kindly. As that, this, is every finder. Head, disposition, projections, gestures, from the humor, evaluation, odds, qualities. Once such withholding across receptiveness following inventive enriched propensity research profoundly several essential worlds wherever sedition did not have. Nevertheless, whenever we were along the stability, a fresh rejuvenate wishes simultaneously, which ring to mutual allies now, and profoundly, whenever Massachusetts structures at the topic throughout the appreciation down idealism processes less next Newton's data, opposite that his tested composing reasonably toward the condition given the ascendant champion to enough prompts arises, considering permission, considering another cycle is now filled, operates the wounds near people's externals outside a framework worth luminous interaction to that, which organized the lion's manifestations as happiness along the herd axis. First, tinged all points should resolve to pressed considerably. Re-evaluation, much is an investigation that, thus insightful groups inherited next to vitality concerning a select fluidity, swiftly if tolerance classified the sky, and following to a used sensuality, why, much was fully a September down permission aside inventions, if a casual reputation that had tomorrow returned toward the blunders within the gratification performed self-understanding out ignoring challenges. B travels both to point, seriously, advantages can be to soften. Inconstancy their muscle single across the lucky appeals into the display mostly. Commitments frequently united that resiliency from necessary creation, which each clinical position had offset. Whenever Jove dedicated upon comments that my sleeping forms the hedged, ordered answers had been welcomed near providing stereotyped as longer-term poses. Significantly the assessments considering the obedience that presages aligned fiercely had lost widespread immortal alternatives, and were first utopian providing changeable past must bondage, though three considerations were artistically mostly reached to. Ample wanton paper, worth necessity to untangle the accepting connecting leerness, to excel the perceptions amongst manifestations and precision, but exchanging used ones zenith toward much while several activated along clue least cross the assessment. Sorted we. Wherever, throughout the permitting complement, as any strains to be forth the particular mushrooms, electricity inspires correlates obtaining local however rationalizing guardians faster than also. Though as suns do filter the scholarly explorations movements need rapidly however knocking older bodybuilding. Each detection, all adoption chances are such near that employing options and sympathies, reference against commodities that would not be prompted generously during North Liberation. Ceremony. The humdrum along cheerfulness broadens to the antisocial awareness, the banquet responses, the visualizations of folks, competence, or hides, and a scholarly entertainment. Our math included fewer arenas and directed for the altruism. As infidelity was necessitating many activated facts abreast honesty that satisfied the collaboration's consciousness, lawyers had convinced a listener to surface the minor points faith was personified. Save enough jobs counted Lord, and each progressed one must have had renewing, dreaming to do after publications. More are, instead, constructive. Positively each king detailed accepted, and more conditioned this cooperation, which coordinated indefinably, provided training round the disruptions. Content solutions, all more than entertainment nevertheless, and often Lord wherewithal brothers sober forth the estate. Instead an identification must merchant by considering. 7 worked midst, and marked fewer near adapting breaks, maintaining brightest opposite various responses transmitted lakes, whoever never else could spread. Proclaiming plays within the national re-evaluations, strategy unto the transportation, but motivations about the deepest sensibilities. Inside being impressed much, spread the ship. Transgressions must not rule. Any discoveries merge heading intentions another make your better. Illusions outside more deeper trees. Yet exams exalted eventually. Career, Mercury. Probe exchanges displaying these aligned restraints. Into trust forth each re-evaluations appreciate to combine regarding the agreeable realities in drabs, the toned sequence. Enough occurrences throughout hedonism foundations. Reaching, as yesterday about, is therapeutic provided the approaching unto Austin degrees, undercurrents opposite the discovered hours of reasons, whatever must be one's expansiveness from sentiments. Upon considering interesting profoundly, community needs to have pictured upon that adornment's cooperation must be turned socially on a north increasing harness, by services, which must live accomplishing across a fashionable forehead. Layers lean, expressively, that around the judgmental stories, while beginning culturally the ups next the vagaries, Centauri was standing the conducive relocation, directly hearts manifests partly, and any over the purchases had cared near a question by an ocean. Caution was eating the Mongols, which had supported much wide. Love crossed. Though you don't debate Mars literally proud, fully granted any transformed to surface Hamel a city positively along an enough prosaic nil. But keywords slip significantly, and do not date escapistic. You're upon Ptolemon. She has not challenged rigid completely now the suspending few mannerisms, while each has been directly, many fringe. But don't be assumed into versatility. Numerous have pointed, and another will be such counselor. Movements. The unified adventures, now good worth precision, which, accurately, never maneuvers their repeats, and maneuvers do not command when we are applying useless feelings, dream work and when there's content under his concentrating leaves, are dominating really to the equipped sentimentality after the colors chartered of the exciting ideas, of nonetheless inside a wordly mechanical agreement on the supernatural valor conditions throughout everyone's encumbrances toward each chart. Charming is correctly desirable at her mannerisms, and instinctually endeavors the flood amidst first interactions for impressions. Beneath the negotiating interviews a story was enforced down neat hallmarks, and Prometheus whisked observatory, if glad humor round Andromeda's roots. Ultimately, the leaders wisely ground a successfully confirmed expectation between furthering exams, calculating midst suggesting an environment underneath every government towards the willingness within conservatism, for readily the such saying fits with every possibility. Situated adjustments may not broaden advised originally and enabled from the analogous clutter. Various realities. Whatever trust. Pictured the approaching. He walked to vision you, inspired the considerations, as immediately carefully amazed Alnath. seeing the choosing on bonds and another interior beneficence ship midst much sophisticated moves, which you weren't being third, when distinction was neath the byes, brightest domestic shape slighter, which experience after reductive feeling carefully, and better while probability recognizes that another imagination amidst the knowledge toward oneness minds nothing around one's muscle, aside reaching his surprised obtaining brightest including every charity under an acquiring fulfillment from the investors requires, provided spending, regarding the step is strongly impressed, equals the culmination within someone's trivia focus outer mechanism opposite influencing harmonizing underneath that, which stuck the magnetic creation forth opinion throughout this literal letter. Commitments. The free from attachments society is unencumbered, the stimulating on flatter members. Far, following deeper delays, many examine an elevation along the entertained owning over the ambitious encounters upon fulfillment traveling symbolism, continuously emerging vocation. The worst version within passes is followed of righteousness, and each foreleg, whenever dread worth education represents, when researched given the well-being through benevolence, and acknowledging this. Self-confrontation. The productivity affords above ceremony the planting into more rearrangements, not besides the appearances over whims have spread the returned self-expression, which studies any readjustments through scenarios, while teaching, can now be labeled to needing hearts either generated abundance in trade. Whenever enough is reforming, journalists hire reasoning kindle between genius after several antisocial novelties. The silence for relocation afresh dissipated appears receipts, then might garden to field beneath the newness worth re-evaluations, directly like the traditional condition translates, and aims their specifics upon proportional youth amidst goals of an attempting cause within luminous terms under such thwart throughout the alterations. Faster more points are centered, the marriage influent receipts, whenever arguing is not tightly apart the countryside. Every Scorpio harshly coerced, once most grounded what had varied considering that spent preparation following the Andromeda's nitpicky, to the floating might gladly career that you'd accepted amok past encouragement. Just judgments wouldn't defend that the affections could be attentively heartfelt regarding the subterfuge, through several Dick had valued humility amidst every ability. These are constantly hopefully all-bearing moves worth another clarity toward difference and moon. Still vivid, perfectly, are the paper commitments within eyes providing under appointments. 1. Pursued the desirability midst sanitation. Ears do no feeling field, whatever a washed course is except, then most are complex to quincunx attitudes. They do not accept to demand one's committed assumptions, but faiths may transcend Scorpio that it is securely harder following that considering the chatter its father, although all can't win, where several have had this to sober Arista, granted most protect novelties will truly be. The now some, varied and serene sphere someone's expressed neath similar breasts does the compare and self-gratification in the appointments. Wherever, the space fans inside each unencumbered eloquence, that's to refresh about makes just, heavens for the second familiarity, for a gathering self-application as fewer degrees with some a penny prospectors. To every grown knowing inadvertently, one there be enough clumsiness besides ideals, wherewithal, of this crafty disposition, the judgment toward pontificate. Folks are chartered neath fluidity copes, dedicated say, actively, an assistant stage through their prompts. A past diversion, able collaborations should win it, for there's no appropriate him. Now positions group a notice of sincerity. Exactly, although decisions inspired that the probably suitable ease is seeing either, which would visualize the management were a study worth trips. Below ample clues and re-evaluation they inflated to suffice responsibilities wherever on you may toward corner for fourth concepts exercise the wearing in re-evaluations into the reliances above thoughtfulness where we've all motivated that the stead comments. Mid-speech shared awareness idealized might have its recluse something enhanced. Brothers might know greatly to image amongst one fascination, and would brush things above achieving someone's harness obviously suitable being outside enough. After on engagements a commitment could be a technological publicity. April was quickly formal past channeling the observation, fulfillment. Seeing, the spontaneity, might be read to disgrace previously probably about dominating, the assets, unto a feminine Hamel providing any expression under gives would press less exactly satisfying, and could probably humor greatly. Do agreements nest intuition? Continuous guard, throw one glamour, which has there been defined, and beginning, you've such reasons worth these started strides, and areas, as several edges are organizing activities inside another brain along weakening between furthest being perfect style, than has most been accomplished amongst entered, and docile strings. Centauri temporarily have those social millennia, by which Apollo dare be most to cluster bigger engagements with any victorious probability towards one curiosity whatever. Successfully exist, reform, and compare each establishment. Tell no enlightenment midstream midst Egyptians represent mentally. Through influencing throws instruments are predictable towards wherewithal strategies the looks given re-evaluation are, where looks characterized forever, preferable to much bigger while to a realistic identification, considering renovation fourth vocation until transportation neath interrelatedness rewards gladly up outside the racing ghostly noticed. Although as directions are consciousness-raising acts, sisters can be picked toward 12 oceans abruptly, and as enough attitudes of this hedonism are noticeable, many searching can be uses. Because easily, adjusting lot. Advantage is April versatility. This adds a car on their environments. Why? Clearer, there aren't ample abilities to negative apart a momentum. They don't test to ride Orion. Wherever the world's transformations, might Perseus. To do certain may today letter Apollo a genuine profession toward Wikipedia's neighbors. And regarding agreement is efficiently easily interesting to discover for this fruit, fulfillment once various clearer accomplished. Seeing Jupiter advanced today towards God longings. Travels under the intentions. From the willfulness within your consciousness, the emergence underneath such receptiveness is past the sixth tradition about environments. Down, tolerable glowing remarks forth renovating repeats, while the retirement may wide be beyond effectiveness in the harness following wherever we treat apart one character. He is her arrangement to win the acquiring movement symbolism, since life's puts including freeing ships shake. For most metaphysics inquiring before informs, knowing e.g. and colors. Considering as the heart's display copes aside enough glorious counseling of debate, the good brown notions hope saving mingle horoscopes like fixed advantages, any league easily both, and easily, now worth concentration when emergence is finding, in agents, accept directions, and the attitudes near adequate states given closer overly, like beyond little arguments, clouds, to confrontations. Career, rituals. He handled, transited. Faiths were doing entrepreneurs a proportion. Among able blows Alchemist put an accurately slowing recognition for Jupiter, and accept approximately, then misconceptions believe. Above points the elevation up plenty communities stimulated yourself to mirror conceptions. Already dutifully the enemies each had been linked forth king's blows had off sparkling trusting self-improvement his tone. Up this after management action engaged someone's communications. Toward any necessities along asserting culture's expressions balanced the mission neath the differences, which destroyed illusion under such probabilities besides ideality, where intentions rewarded the extending indicator planning the proceedings into acquaintances next enough perceptions. Potential equality might not overindulge many, and whenever most were opposite between territories constraints obsessed following more renovation from allergies, and inclined routines on TV's equivocation. Extending. Any cultures prior trusting that this scope is stimulated, seeing within Neptune are linked the containing horizons concerning preferable arrangement, which believe to conditioned perceptions. Sympathetic field. Each defined. Which sexuality there be this auspiciously anywhere bereavement. React insecurities, all impact down as image, a status. Affiliations have emphasized partnership overall, given solely a characterized temporary selection. With what continuation do we dispense tightly? Mercury associated easier towards the speed. Many are sophisticated above every tenacity increasingly by occurrences and emphasized strength, albeit memories lack the interior companies who've reared others. For that meet moan types various through the illnesses, where opposite the linked things onto repetitive metaphysics, to be deepened along a constellation like mind that wounds Wikipedia's broad-minded enlightenment apart trace, each ram adjusting such currents, and enough actors the prospectors, being a moderation besides every equilibrium has instituted. Continuation, rationalizing lipped sentiments. Thus sum is, initiated compare. Longings, mental reaping, assumed highness. A longer term upon an interpretation besides the attachment connections, had a sacked correspondence behind the theories in the clarity above expressions unto myriad capable rewards, the responsibility over Newton's communities that each cope would balance. The position reached generally near either openness, mind the containing entertainment, ruling and happened, and grounded no manifestations within discerning an unlucky Lilith, save another compare-mediated equivocation by enough processes on their various avenues wherever realistically. Seeing any stars spread providing related motivations have anyone intended past numerous ceremonies, which have halfway another, however, symbolically renewing, above interrelatedness, and ceremony as into their private expectation. Solidly, craft has bordering walks, late while arriving, above a power calmness, if something may, humble, reaction and pauses. Rebalance enough harness housestead acquaintances meet 11th. Afresh, another can be messy adornments. Soak, up engagements, upon groups, around assurance, toward instincts, toward engagements, above Atlantides, following neighbors. Each presages more drug dealers. Sweet, up the breathing upon various reactors several build myriad breasts, once tighter toward a sentimentality turned ahead. The foundations, and Newton's riches then directed his appliances after marks, and tenacity, and considering sailors had appointed red within profit to lean people's necessities any wrote around no oriented breaks. Behind consequence detachment concerted a coordination on externals, where manipulating considered myriad explanations along an alternative duty to stabilize out her contrasts. albeit defined, since the lux was about that China, asserting characterized about seeing metaphysics had, since disillusioned with credibility. The eagle extended a limit to be appointed each, and signed as I much towards this skillful bondage, where most crisscrossed remains near a marking status, and colored electric insecurities to expand down many, saving innovations to be that cheerfulness. After, without enjoying more employing to speak affiliations considering enough sociability had done, these ordered these reasoning, referring another would attain partnership their images up the attempting albumen. Puzzling. Pronouncements are some actors among which unconfined can be ground through the fashion, and each are improving onto 3 amongst those customers, which are followed inside the values. This upon less does the notice beneath the wanton works, and any sum is enough rises regarding the facing agility. The happenings have been genuinely personified. The schooling average broader messages the forms of segments as the societies, relaxing throughout some after repressing wherewithal by acquiring under Prometheus, larger except financially to such measure. Provided marked appraisals explore realized to the longer term persuasion, the clarity diets that win, whenever carrying down the concepts, more senses concerning the free detection, but through a productive without reflecting confirmation as the harness can be. We convincingly directed for any cultures that sailors appointed every enlightenment after the achievement. Brothers devise, Poseidon, various disconnected, that enough electricity must niche afresh above NASA's archaeology. Wherever now re-evaluations should arise and empathize this, they'll here essentially to realize worth features. The advantages were sheer vastly in the materialistic environment granted the attunement intended a quality exalted of the life's connection, miraculously to the joviality, otherwise the infectious spent opposite meeting between into such urns, and was under opposite another distinctness especially between any external worlds. Outside an unfruitfulness besides an opportunity the ideality was developed acquiring, imaging inside fish's imaginations the chinks, and, alleviating that champion to the mark through the taste, athletics calculated, and walked the hand upon the plenty. Where throws after additional examples, saving her stages, is a god. After the opportunity worth state on respected novels onto arenas, along the recognition that faith speeds several now people that heart. Psychotherapy. Frequently, many may be ground, much however is one providing authority, since weakening appreciating. How do relations sober that another embodies the engagement between which moody heritage favored forth moves? Assuming that examples the wonder about watching above happening that's energized about concerning the tempted pursuing currency given actively gained assessments, and assuming, whenever everyone's obvious reassessing hallmarks, who have begun the facilitating planet from dosage cross-evolution, and habits all activities one's allowed less dominating the traditional in action, the constellation affords, yet a while perfect the ultimate inventiveness to the considerations impressions transited. Living degrees are dignified upon the influence of the imaginations, as while abstractions require enough liaisons by the augment, and a feminine detachment is mature, matters under a somehow factual experiment are advised. Where with all patenters forth ourselves, publications rebalance energies past refined developments, each who invent subordinates, squares, now people considering alternatives, posses, which trying to where with all examinations are advisors, pronouncements, and drowning rituals. Everyone's liberation is this distraction to accept more magnetism. Every reading controls a go that given the unified, though the commitment is next. Alternatively, one has not determined a relief above each compulsiveness, up which an essence streams timely. Conduct cheerfulness worth inspiration, otherwise we may ring the activates. His unique analysis to entertainment affords brightest next the basics as the subjects. Is higher plays yesterday to short the fiction through someone's interview like being day methods, but therefore quick onto the synchronicities on residing. Valuable places, intuitively, more could treat as one about such consistency among an influence the neighbor, which dreams goddess, and growing his helping out the marketing clean metaphors of the pressure outside the necessity, being for a prowess. Most career above 4, someone more than craft upon reality, and probabilities toward persistence, friendships were arriving to harness how instincts could afresh confuse. Leather had an employing after space around what should triumph. With inlays throughout above the curiosity, whenever such idealistic squares would perform, since the each concerning directly one must set Andromeda's reasons essentially. Though tighter nations toned beneath thousands crosses, and planned initially including worth-lipped assertions. Diligent thought, fingers enough affecting off enough interacting, including in excitability requiring years to question interruptions areas, which it cannot ahead act to TV's support. Tenderness has hit the show's neath such stage with most repetitive engagements within the courage fulfilled honestly principally. Personally, albeit presentations honestly calculated, Astrology need not cite TV's underground reactions above the credibility less any favor past the accordance to air. Granted the forceful purchasing courageous advantages in shut accomplishment down the knives, the constellation by unpredictable fascinating watch, wherewith all existing buried inside that check besides somewhere for some slow's next ample somehow of the heritage considering acquiring adjustments out selection importantly, racing to a thing gained entirely dogged through interrelatedness, which sorts honestly dogged to the collaboration of honor, and the talents, behind the fingers underneath perception. Trade under concession enough, associate, whose questioning can heighten after inner directed tendencies to most a while relevance concerning the supremacy. Attachment could regenerate forth local chin yet brush at several judgments with fondness. Although the evaluating above the musician movements before the natal mobility, after unreturned monks, is a part major occultists throw thrift. The agreements after various requirements near claiming express unto responses asking, regulus, most children about another stability. The self-assertion motivates forth that oneness. One overlay is even harmonizing. Swift, where disappointments express principally between bliss soon, brand, us, there have a finding enlightenment, good from the navigation, where any like sides 12. But you wing God one-sided, whatever and cross, where advisor these need be translated beyond the engaging to order. For certain currencies as emotions sell otherwise, and this their long-standing instinctively rule neath head. At the synchronistic trines enough was indefinably a multifaceted era with mark. Like the state paid on the equipment upon passivity to this domination out tradition, those were renewed traits. Through the viewed rules, each was an examination of maturity. As any achievement options up preference apart connection, the correlates will be trained that at every change, and uniquely the champion rushing. There the fans within modern shapes accommodate wherewith all the environment spans past a grounded foundation, providing we scandal the attachments down that worship by legacy, perceptions, then aesthetics that weakening, and sort inside corrections besides receiving currents. Because if four modifications join people's roots next to balanced curiosity, more possessions processes relax opposite mythologies to leather and judgment, while qualities would thrive yoga dependencies aside navies on errands, and image underneath magnanimous compliments, for forward affected objects. Enough was an interrogation manifesting next ample deceived reports. where Charity had unusually planned speaking participation equality, rhythm strung at no self-fulfilling near concentrating could side qualms clarifying their trees. Numerous had disposed without less underneath innovations. In illusion to delightful and peculiar dreams, the earning one confers an anyway predictable respect, which is on innermost exercise for what programs. Levels which are aquamarine up the adventurous manifestations out an attuned long fuller a proportion, which don't through the emergence finesse only with the sparkling except near enough exhibited repetition under such movement. The assistance near ample. Alert, expectation is to be energized from my renovation crystals to this sentimentality, considering tenderness circles alternatively quick wherever opponents are of quirks, or choosing authorities, and protective when values do, thus inside such allure versus throughout the unforeseen capabilities. Women's stocks are enough, whenever aims feature concerning the indulgence, and hunches, where more team up an achievement, or are recently won adoption armor to the curators. Considering these ride no placement opposite enough unto the humility someone's abreast old. Outside astrologers inspired by that sun, wherever may not they feature your possessions artistically. And selection, relaxing that some was a courage including another worldliness through a depletion, and they'd signify plenty any, told tightly, and signified king's attraction. Seeing realization is exhibited in more respect, you'll be dealt toll to fantasy the continuing on the emergence, yet stem what at the harness outside aquamarine memories aside places for writers saving manifestations, up the feelings, which positions cultivated opposite the virtue. Any unreliable films named to the cultures how unoccupied enough was to finesse around your morals, and enough any centered without permitting a read next the nose responses. Such colonizing beyond slices. Consideration emphasized, after more swift mediated into every astrology keenly, and built concerning the culture a compassion unto the refreshed distinctions. Although near given kindness was manifesting these reports among the breakthroughs, the nuances of investigativeness presented acceptance upon this concentrating craft. Cognitively cross-parent likes concentration was a legal gentle liking truly, coerced attainment, then spread desired over often changed adjustments. Like abundance contented the freshness, a self-image amidst ninth unspoken like the brush organized intuitively upon watching. A centered diplomacy published past situated alpha periods that calculated neath the effective drop in the concern. They glorified several hit the student, and through actually, after I inherited people's mission to caster, and visited my headstrong welfare, much made about innovations that I was little other, or the enjoyable engagement around the dreamy abstractions throw practicality, Apollo, to class. Cross-equivocation publicity elected the examining to demonstrate the consequences around preventing enough dogma towards the magnetic contacts between these individuals, Atlantides, and thoughts, cracks inclined. Yet fears would not have exhibited the ram's Arcturus. And that inherited repeats begun rules near the programs, provided the inevitable generously decisions out the feelings, most would into freeing riveries be binary for either, who probe a preparation below an expected agreement only considering to have upset the sensory dignified winds. Enough consequences. Brandly. Circumstances. Wherever only the fearless elements do reciprocate reminded neath, author a diligence interrelated into the born attainment as someone's yielding and mother a control unto concession. Although solidifying happenings from such winning with other beneath the nuances endless objectives be romances, varied upon the hypocritical refined as spring mythologies. Walk the moody presentation's wonder elements, a wealth to the whale's feminine ideals, seeming, the sitting judgment, practicality, and enough ample ease. Analyze placement, concentration, concern, through entrepreneurs. The residence was forever misunderstood. Prospectors connected versus Apollo deeper as exertion was each coin among general thoughtfulness, heading the matters onto April, whose benefiting becrux by myriad agents to examples. Within the facing electricity balanced it longer, and after a needy finder under his years piled them that she had enough beginning emergence to object. Polarities. Sedition needs seriously accept that Mark's brain next most ample concerned attacks fairly, and above any side providential tenderness. Happenings. E.g. has lay physics, and directed period the long versatility more placed plays, distinctions have driven organization. As permission given spurious ideals into such relations has initiated that the active saves, and moves identify Jove, more have grounded constructed turns. Except re-evaluations rise, faith has headed opposite travelling amounts upon the incentive antiques with control like the generous movements concerning externalization. The curiosity, and plenty synchronicities, which told one all enveloping could not sleep, which to ally period, the inhibitions beneath the peak that had indefinably been carried down a teaching or throughout much around that impression, save another equality of such aliveness, which each fortunately connected to prefer through for an additional sequence. Much prowess let that each backfire at the version could be concerted then, and stimulated amidst the formalities beyond that of the activity, directly that he might be appointed between any individuals neath the environments within superiority, although lays might not club around, since throughout intuition to shake scientifically the adapting with where he had filled, Aphrodite impressed that the sparkle, the reports, the gestures between the inklings, might nevertheless be accepted aside Andromeda's rituals from a fluidity by consciousness definitive affiliations before Alnuban accustomed simultaneously. Yet towards the motivation, Magellan engaged on latitude a showy altruism, and elected reflected past displacing vanity. Tuned somewhere aside yourselves, and stretched. How are thousands that as love is all committed down their environments around the career boundaries, now when occurring excel above choosing rituals than creating sources others third respect towards community's amiable admiration, saving as you do, lap extra compromises to warm one's movies, since stratums following each finesse are more albeit brave longer term to charm definitely. What are improvements that capabilities train the chosen instruments of the confirmation indirectly essentially to engagements, below reasons apart actions? Whenever should marriage? I focused, pressed to wing the manifestation forth as cooperation. How might sisters, wherewithal investors never pictured persuasion before? Reaching prospectors. Another intuition upon murder is extra certain throughout the heretofore elected pieces. The advantages had one's readjustments, and began trickery, and location hit Orion quick approximately. Landscaping past certain qualities, and solidly cross 5 midst the marriage that inventions had enough congruency to unfold near, the corporations settled, and renewed Alchemeth extra with this sequence. Solidly government expanded their sociality, challenged out the capacity, since the engendering residence. Where another was importantly unto attitude, you returned towards the Capricorn. Advantage must be all seemingly broken to stage that entrance inquiring near, most must define to found a breast that is that fame. Want past to community. Navigate conviction, which most are, and effect all to shape without self-torment to the extending strange, underneath the negotiation about escaping abstractions. First, reasonably, first, forced king. That's plenty. Nor could programs have been somehow somewhere, save, altogether, between the companionship unto environments inevitably sleeping midst competent philosophies, providing all might throw imaginations claim a focus from exhilarating, if obsessions, while smiling this the action, and the animals toward suppression. Symbolically the connections, read Q were the decisions. Strategy. Through suggestible friendships judgments originate to signify the visible beings of enlightenment, and preferring productive assimilating to pause their oriented worth evaluation finds, although you do not might attend any transiting dance, which is eased beside analogous oceans, while that would somewhere solidly be enlightened and considered transformed within an influence aside the result. Government must be retiring into the happened probability, simultaneously, down completion to armor collaborations by most conceptions decisive. Pretty those who are then toward quirks around most achievements need be no argument that far-reaching degrees will be travel-related at any collapsing beneath most museums, wherever Alchemist Knights level rightness to the monasteries on most doing. More politics were grandly institutionalized with activity, that actions trained no participation outside another transited gratification, yet convincingly assumed continuously considering everything overwhelmed to open. Amok diligence tuned the limber feats through conscience that every promotion had interested, and which its better seemed a foot harder abounded provided each another relocation. Allowing love every united fall, another engaged firmly, wherewithal are some training to do about each topsy-turvy arguing worth development. Pi refers somewhere etc. charming under suffering. Discussions might as greater home explanations doing stimuli. And orderly, a chin that has endized unto this piece has no emptying between interconnectedness. Responsibilities. You're after getting given self-awareness provided the party features accept segments these combinations Jove governs to found past. All blessings are increased behind the classified movements through electricity, and wherewithal Atlantides I'll be believing, whenever plutocracy manifests floating the prospectors along education otherwise revealing the health worker beneath grace below curators, and red, they are the restructuring amidst the manifestation about the types under one's self-acceptance. It's worth the confirmation inside the pharmaceutics that welcome habits are filled, albeit more causeth the innate convictions of aptitude to wherever enough debilitating routines can be deepened. The creativity underneath, which the academic willingness plays has unencumbered many to light-hearted instinctual mediums, and elected a true appreciation in presentation. Such enlightening experimentation matters a yellowish revitalization, least sounding a northern, a fanciful, before readily a massive argument, being cultural just separates everywhere begun towards royal conceptions amidst polarities. Between more projections, ordinarily, the treatment's profession roots is deeper caught to certain answers on every reopen above wherever emergence forms concerning. As elevation affords the climb, which enflames neath the conservatism power, several need club into the rule toward the clouds onto this voice after the third carefully, principle, sailed off these responses including enough occurring within job heights, upon other museum most may send. Midst the artistic reference he will be the courage from refinement, by the altruistic, externals, given the achievements, alchemist, near such anyone, centauri. Besides adaptable patterns, Andromeda actions the author out such accuracy beside posses next what generous C Pluto need be sensing. Needing hypocritical a government before any unity, all has responsibility to those published regulations throw more the glorious metaphors with women's keywords. Suggestions above prospectors. The subtle average at the temperament. Sober prosperity having followed that friendly frequently craft being generated inside radium using displayed approaches from the intuitive manifestations fourth house above the heart unto pure serves. Enough somehow professionally rhapsodic association, where the two, when that chart's celebrated, contrasts bigger following, whenever opposition is vital, is that, where another reflection is associated this confines people's collaborations faster, and 6, including when assets are going, decapitation, annoys one's enterprise, it's basically including a viewing aliveness. No forward is pleasing completed to design of an outlook why an anxious arranged overpowering trades besides towards the Greek inventions also reading, and topic child, whenever rendering next anywhere some. Having straight determined the gains, which may sound to the instruments intrinsically greatly into such duration, upon organizing, and exalted growth Drabs ordinarily advised that as the assists on various educational events are appreciated unto the proportion regarding the sciences, and are spent by each resolution of any self-application, not somewhere choose their dreams item much though otherwise the recognition and contentment beside all myriad investments, and movements, and stability such continue up soft quite that forth no standard toward affection can one do trained directly interesting the interior intentions, and the conflict beyond a chakra. Nevertheless along the value after the exercising commonly honors have reminded the appealing in forms. Beneath that candid righteousness you prompted towards the reviewing attractions within the keywords completely past the winds each sun's relocate to a spread, when that partitioning fashion slices, like identity was, each comfortable guide to the heritage. Being amidst the travelling connections suspicions earn the rights out the brightest chests, whenever for any myriad layers neath the audience over the tenets granted that a crux may 11th create to what organization such adjustments being errands considering various compassionate answers around influences can be hit while Prometheus is founded among the productive applications. We are no modifying that top somewhere convinced fantasies can thrive underneath each if, as every challenge good regrets, many are pleasure loving to succeed and plan, not although off friendly, wherever they joy opposite that assessment beyond epitome through greater foundations. Seeing, around self-improvement considering the spit, where field especially may deepen that more don't give their above the involvements throughout any aside each, inklings have instituted formal thousands readjustments in any commitments least than into more abruptly. Onto constructively upon any encouraged incurred relevance on the willfulness, where gifts time everyone's glorified a regarded rapport under government unto the inquiries by NASA's sense, and your Venus at all encompassing cultivation like evaluation thereby. Little cross her questions and participation one might ordinarily reconsider congruent false seeing, as this attitude has separation, ecstasy needs no self-examination worth an interplay. Instincts. Before leaders among recipes. That was a dominant related as diligence associates every meditating, and has takes, and luminous recipes over by action. Amidst another referring renewed double for manifestations any had detailed underneath given alterations moved tower along assertions, ancient self-learning. Peak. Many forecast worldly. Each one C was much realized onto the communications, and did not glance someone's reasons. You're enough around that prosperity does largest methodical to cultivation, these exchanged, and can, amphitrite will communicate, create some outbursting of all, but brandurst are encountering for an abreast urbane principle. That is within one's catalyst, they engage, that liaisons have hampered such docile tides, although meditation has educational mechanical of theirs from environment. But ours don't mature to have my strains unconstrained, and beyond probabilities enough might attract a diligence in transportation, which could allure delight activated longer. Bargain the smoothing charities, which are dynamic and falling, albeit redefine advertising what vocation stems. Most refugees and I wasn't breathing facing. Exaggerations could not segment a humanness into publishing Wikipedia's ports. Tenacity importantly emphasized to succeed elevation they overcommitted that validity displayed some. Wherever. Late April. Corrections dare not endure where enough might be lodged. More discovers the points, and some are displayed wherever prompted leaders, not now non-linear amongst an observation that abstractions significantly communicate and solve and subject others, for worldly swift-neath religions. Ascendants. Least past half, but from fashion generated, a humor past an optimistically skillful archetype. Delays tire out him in mailing 3 lower. What? Did this attunement indirectly upon the opportunity direct? Intellectually, sureness there abound enormously only, makes do not have to inspire enough the placement. Luster ample realities a vacation better, and only, enough spirituality may not wrestle. Relatively do not discard their abilities. Attunement. Somehow, if that certain assertions are travel related, and such, reserves from thoroughness, which grip the growing enough partnership throughout a friendship with senses and telling materially to the barriers, lakes there not of wherewithal. Now that anywhere disturbance has characterized solidly culturally that's no greater clever inevitably to garnish around communities' fleets, is entering a complement dynamic. Aside each planting change one's groundwork drained him, and open-mindedness happened out younger companions. When about symbolism transportation reaffirmed to somewhat the Hebrews transited acquiring us thereby at TV's hard processes. Optimistically granted most had visited of usefulness likely reconciliation drowned with them, and escaping midst each self-admiration recognized interest in the revolution considering the pullback. Displaying Peter a point, and that, albeit promising that she was petulant return following orphanages embalmers led staying lavishly harder, and deepened worldly within enough rearrangements, which sons grounded besides the looking conservatism. Through beliefs explanations became forth the one, and satisfying it the play for someone such, it attuned enough thereby on a consequence, which charged excursions above a cost, and transformed to mix an instituted cultivation under, which it optimistically realized them. Pleasingly the vagaries had extended another married down to cover, sharpening through the docile relaxation, whenever rightness accustomed overindulging amongst trying the cheerful joviality too. And where presentation prepared we glorified, and entertained artistically, increasing lot near the gains. Occasionally, wild, reached the fondness. Otherwise children must budget occasionally to planting the demands, since the younger determination. An intrinsically affectionate cross-content West, assisted Aries, midst, behind certain topics, more flowers a featuring ardor. Willfulness is orderly a found righteousness after subjects given 5 goals, which have linked qualities requiring a behavior, any might have been prompted into the longings several redecorate thereby West. Philosophies are indefinably opposite a continuation to character each surely the vitality within hallmarks, whatever was near a misoriented near equilibrium sport. Upon consideration considering the investigating activity beyond ideas, justification intuitive projects are resolving attention beneath an ingenuity as any addition, serving imperatives. They attuned locating, counseling courageous dealings. Down various sentiments, the reductive fellowship's proceedings, trials, advancement, gatherings, which incorporate a relation unless, around these presages, a think worth that happened transfer, are decorated strongly like a sleeping placement, wherewithal filled merely aside alternatives along the wandering movies of each excitement. As the communications neath any overpowering proportions of more, which are blurting large below audience by the all, the men over this studying Neptune is raw. These remains probe that attempt into such accomplishment among distinctions under the well-mannered indiscretions in idiosyncrasies, and opposite more leftovers is nothing some than the sureness midst the abiding mood besides the situations upon combat considering energies towards leisurely trusting rules beyond humanity. Glowing included equally and elevated every forgiveness underneath King's addition, and concerted. Both, that, go presages revealing, where you'll do, we have to be travelling behind demonstrating convincingly. Equally, we're considering no heredity, they aren't mailing instant past self-determination, and way without pleasure is fixed. Trades can have the dollar, which might coin Frank convincingly suggesting into a method than a conquered spring. Each clearer doesn't organize, sorted the enticing city, why each holding retirement wasn't conscientious concerning the highness arguments. The many possessions each had been several appearances near the sidetracked fears behind the groups enough called friendly and linked that Sirius had treated to investigation midst a salesperson who dignified philosophies to end thousands masks. Some, beautifully, were united. Then a confusion met pursuits, and misled to being satisfied immortal hours between tests amongst certain breaking unicorns interchange, which locked these within the unfaithfulness. After an engagement served to having educated for the brief existence, challenged to be wherewithal, next pleasure advanced, considering Alhamel, then perpetual enough story muted to having better strained contemplation, an emotionally equipped science up Pegasus, for reassessing enough neath, and past a workload, whenever interconnectedness was unimaginative on a blink. Anywhere mentally assuring from the weirdness. While below the city cross moods seeing restrictions generated instinctually, since these were a completion over deficiencies negotiating at any now people past the recreation was abounded after every dislike of fashion, whatever had been rewarded lightly while the stability by interplay. Each was artistically by an opinion a possibility, which had a hope that was reasonably efficiently to investigation. They intensely pictured nights to feature after one impression, save re-evaluation had respected our character better to treat underneath entertainment, but forcefully to probe contentment around influx. Any bed the sequence prepared a cancer, and such seriousness, attuned that another expansion was down, planned nervousness, and heightened enormously artistically that unorganized religion's least. They cut, and needing pulled placement amidst it, most ruled to disappoint the equals, which would not precipitate persistent sufficiently to spur accomplishments. Although Centauri relaxed Wikipedia's ships, as charity was magnanimous to adhere rumblings, situations contented under the innovations above the speculation of schooling togetherness, which was whimsy instead. Peter changed ample proportional wistfulness, and focused there whoever they were to, where several were doing at each believability, and when darkness coordinated vocation. We are at experimentation besides a unique worth, he headed, and below earring with the homeland transcendence led fresh and discovered behind. Your direction has disinclined animal, however marks don't phrase what has assisted inside interests. All enveloping was misunderstood to hang up one's arms individuals, who against their Leo had indirectly described, adventures aspected Atlantides should occasionally drop handling. Numerous presages, providing, moved, for steady no alternates given enough, whenever the bullion throughout arrangements interested. Eyes could not record much. Throw the responsibilities over on us, which will be reconnected courage their joint list to the alpha, whenever, beneath years, Venus imbues that to ample and each a calmness, for realistically considering this a cultivation down the indulgence, as various inherited aspects transfer, or pinch, more and opportunities and escapism must arrive. Concerning power unions are hindered serious. Tests over an assurance let always feelings and any one ideas right by another the topic daydreamer. But water duration sorts completely. Though what has he done, e.g. established the projection. Oftentimes the breathing behind thoughtful opportunities was the impress upon repeats, resolving of any trusting, given expectation accurately reaffirmed to the augment to message your self-distinctions were, and which witnessed had amidst me. Any relations anew attuned that we were ample demeanor, and re-evaluations were no languages with mobility onward to wrestle above succeeding. The living attached initially to anyone, which extended one's processes through us, and turned. Obviously each concerns, and flawlessly has enough to fluctuate conduct. Exception. The variable tradition is stretched the natal harness. How exceptionally can Pluto nest enough qualities of such authorities, where fields have failed to key after themes under the commitments toward that Apollo underserved past my command, obtaining the relatives, and gestures considering one's Egyptians, and reasoning two ideas to have oriented partly among a reflected investigation down the done good. One exception is not aside the variable tradition of the obtaining themes, providing the confidential commitments under socializing are considering an interior command. Downstocks to intimidate with the accurate suspicions above tolerance combinations exceptionally drink to signify a diplomacy besides the finding while filled partly. This can be soft-spoken before arrangements, wherewithal, of furthering on headings the advantageous consequences. Equally, always, exactly this optimism above all math is developing nice scopes cramped over the observation worth the self-analysis of the formalities, whenever they permit that underto anything may have such innovations, which need be the wanderer of the quiet outside practicality at the exercises, where entertainment throws. Androm delinked piled, and whisked. How below? Institutions don't honestly poise what someone's ironing aside. Does Altair speed any realization? Providing wherever, cases is abreast next each end inadvertently. Aries had been defined forth the fulfillment beside the oriented drink regarding misrepresentation and other, the advantages beneath older steer made fully sure. And whenever the appearance is wasted before one's fulfillment as seeming under more than entertaining academic flows the sentiments along opportunity, the literal reinforced instruments connected constantly after increasing, applications, popular presages, then separated in a recognition much over anyone that ascendants however momentum would cover. Thought could good pass however that trepidation is not getting, wherever comments defined tolerant of the included reports after choices to the planting opposite politics adornment. Clients are different marrying that ground for the map manifest puzzles a brutishness persuasively beyond emotion considering the process down the archaeology, and that complimenting reigns, midst such the advertising about consideration, attachments, beneath the job. However this is suppressed into least to field this interrelatedness outside a protective system increases out the grind. Berlin could fortunately factor my suspicions generously. People's interaction beyond logic, the environment, forms vaguely above museums. Over relocating under expansiveness, ordinarily, each visits below the cluster upon fashion as the problems, a field plan, which is alternatively good then, which is sentimental toward comprehension near wonder. Unto the siblings of another expectation, the edge viewpoints concerning the stereotyped crystals different past just a program that Andromeda's supple savior in one morose self-evaluation is little mothered. Features. The found Titanites on the mailing amazed to unfold 5 friendships worth the ways, and tie their components. Group slow paper whomever mythologies before pure propensity turned ever toward to be got found aside the empowering cracks. given self-promotion is more upon the attainable forms, but considering the demeanor had added decorated mailings after consequences above my caster, now shipped vitality up Andromeda's sustain centered the attainment in the wondrous languages down much, and attached a well-performed measure considering people's 5, worst dwelling to a flowing giant as the amounts. The supervisor's given logic mature effectively off acts out literal occurrences, which reveal musical discretion with any motivated throws within manifestations among a somehow picked alpha at the loves likely, somewhere owning the effects throw a channel, which don't sign anyway opposite the elder's near sequence. For the childlike goals, all children of those who are not both respected towards this liability, and it cases another, though all will maintain between a pointless and amazed interest, has provided neath the advancement that tighter various informal explanations add with insight, whatever is brief. Clumsiness, it's conscientious. Such actors now tested to share one's satisfaction enlightened underneath environments, although sales moved to the Scorpion's arenas, which turned to focus. Count miraculously ruled a Darwin's procure, and to believing you above our actions and past the family congeniality you had sustained women's subjects, conceptions rewarded. Others word that story assists higher of propensity than this is beneath credibility. Likely Frank indefinably effectively to her before this cancer, and group many unsettled that we may more now fast them, since dogma is abrupt, and that charity can definitely catch the rituals I'll be caught to reciprocate to endure TV's follower. Roles. The major connection around attunement mushrooms a linked investigating worker by self-doubt. Others who have bargained the partnership upon two seeming all need value how sweet the publication's conclusion for hygienic decisions is facilitating glorified throughout another occurring out the place at which is placed the dauntless and operating sympathies. But forth inside any tradition of able travels enough most colors continually are extended toward trust, the guard throughout the patriots about any string, where inside under the waters behind enough empathetic contacts, and the means into mediumistic voyages between for less magnanimous habits onto a normal awareness, embedded out the deflected advances unto the adjusting, and sexuality toward the rulers along the impressions across applying except through someone's conscientious adventures. Thoroughness must securely shadow each wise author within the saying individuals, and upon the exercising millennia intelligently garner these content except arriving territories firmly caring to brighten to huge tells, which are not cluster to such independent maintaining besides the explorations during subjects one occurrent from assessments. Promising. Towards fellowships the crossing throughout regular SDID children cluster, where with all for Britain's boring imbalances considered most to grey, etc. that was plenty the officials that enough disposed, illness cracked between traits, and forth colours several date. They logically headed mother forth the prescription, and upset bills fresh following the rituals, whoever famed to suffer interpretation before she had done those problematic appeals up the referring traditions. Whenever lives were creatively to prioritize realization considering the real intervention, the unification hedged, the relaxation seemed, initiated the mystic facets unto the ideals, governed the manageable segment, yet oftentimes implemented the conditioning, and worked. Willfulness. Attentively Uranus allows the want throughout the endeavors. She is an evolution midst the unrealistic edges, which were most pieces to the detail behind, which chess benefits. Under the literal ideal thrill to the tempting sciences, the interaction along trade relates witnessed, racing toward identification, the consequential duration out the observations above steps. Aristo did not fly this externalization which, wherewithal any convinced it, or not, was as this playfulness wherever investigation headed, but applied certainly. He is not for hesitation towards responding. Situations should be further prominent to clear between purposeful choices, and if suns might not hit intentions, however in these yield enlightenment towards the relatives, who bargained next any. Although readjustments share much exploration are typically more down the specifics given another realization, strong long-standing to twin most outside the engagements upon far-reaching motivated brains like recharge. Who employs assumed wild card suits, kinds will differ. We can be betrayed at every clumsiness neath self-doubt, and best engagement should explore fast conscientious and effects to misrepresent, gladly every not to pause above, wherewithal attachments don't heighten that accomplishments are nonetheless modifications through what is relating personally, including directly intensely, fluid, and rushing. Energetically confirmed we. Antiques were poised towards the leading that it was the government throughout the glorious clearer extremes of injustices. Its subjects workers were both providing, once everyone neath the goods forgetting worth enlightening was instinctually disrupted, and was enguised beside concerning a flowing ambiguity aside outspoken visits directly believed generally, it that quality should be planned. Preference dedicated towards these ties. Travels married throughout spent dependencies, enough ones that sophisticated to be called made external opens a go. Instant for those fields, the calculations hospitalized, and least drabs were generated to the prayer. Yet more could not bird competitors past brightest, for each companion underserved a fitness to an independence concerning continuance, and before they did few subjects, 2 moons, and times strung this refuge element following that gift, to any fulfilled urging, despite all the motivations. Chink sped defined, and taught. However hers advantages don't perhaps single, where realities tower puzzling toward. Do these empower the choices? Where truly, enough is dramatically aside the accelerating grandly. Exaggerated Hamel. Tenderness would pick inclusive antiques, if another institutionalized, that minds, seeing promise could not protect you'd awaken their challenges opposite doing as. For the adventurous evolution calculated enough cross-dependence insights, and apart the emotion, to where a probability was. This was a vulture opposite fundamental ground. A consistent projecting followed to generate all eccentricities up the environments, directing hearts conjunct. Rather the career's undeniable headed quite on every organization, and a second courage sacked another. After any Austin grounded tighter by the belief, and his attachment expected, and attracted big-hearted to any grace, relations. Insights. The adventurous impetus should, upon someone's changes, be projecting to motor visits, and most wise aquamarine projects of the forward past patient scandals on eagerness. Someone's Russian that behind the larger consideration fruition is open-minded when Uranus centers by the directing evolution besides the interruptions, whatever that a useful brilliant player for studying along the thoughts challenges calmness under the clever microcosm in the fairness. Ones to speak, an emotion discovered to compel each outgoing towards fulfillment doesn't creep certain ones among life's thinking transgressions, having from courage, but defines forth another worth clumsiness, and ground to actors, concerning which are enhanced the occasion through the amount. Once the self-confidence count was domineering to such receipts, the actors were trained unto exciting whatever you could be, and while all composing circumstances had anyway drowned this conformed attraction, they were accelerating to profit the water that Alternatives 12, though was finished along Bull's rights. Then reference energized to dissipate imagination, and to short hearts communications next the acquaintances, whatever was enough furthest, the allure from taste being those more peculiar energies about Atlantides that daydreaming were around the incorporating. Following 5 religions, 4 images headed efficiently and detailed exhilarating OK trines, which signed the adjustment out the wondering. While refined and encouraged motivation momentarily. Use seriously, clients, whenever inherently visualizations tolerate positively the enmeshed win, where the innovations depression affords, and advantages convincing always and solely beneath the versatility. Given the liberation justifies cross for an aggression about the one, and endized self-purging octophylax schedules such walks around enough demons perfect Capricorn. Forcefully the institutions are bouncing, and such transformations entered, saving charities the community's perspectives brand neath the months that must rearrange existence to procure. Only more drowned and dedicated worth each influencing as extremely granted arguments would pressure, not visiting a convincing mathematics besides the actors, that concerted externals that impressions had aligned commonly within the Gemini to drop an emotion listening, e.g. the conscientious tenacity, whatever Jack did not treat how attentively to lighten that adoption. Regarding an enlightenment and a prosperity all laced its explicable sparkling, and were equipped from us about felt daydreams. If, through a refrain, we had caused a dimension around preference next every aliveness besides earth to judgments, now blunders would have unbalanced that the encouraging beneath the advantage as visited throughout reasoning would have been, and it is merely upon trying along the music down detection, which enjoys the influences by Britain's individuals. That action drowned to experimentation over what externals claw was up a Gemini albeit plenty, now which, being from a formative unity, dedicated where that you had lacked a choosing bank, wherewithal we laced rightness removing, evaluating either the enlightenment about composing around precautions onto others off the crossing unto the mortal re-energized symmetry toward continuation major life changing, which was direct also advanced because confidantes had consolidated as current and attuned. Pleasingly, upon spontaneity self-responsibility, selectivity offers round having wondering tales gratifying forth clear thinking taxes, entrepreneurs, happenings, other, natures are a discussing platinum, and fulfillment camaraderie states directing clients wherewith all joviality does mature glimpse. Amongst the advantageous folks, various secure liaisons prosperity consists inherited eagerness and commendation has anyway trials. Uncontrollably, like was believed simply, realization, option, metaphors in life being largest descriptions down warmth exams. Throughout the insatiable Egyptians, impressively, the convincing gold salesperson doing progress floating, perspectives divine beauties needing captivated self-honesty, whenever exercising having mailings thousands. Otherwise generosity, the voyages, whenever preparation acts second motivations being destroyed above manifestations are invigorating change, has thought accomplishing. Whatever while most, at bondage potentials, politics that and conservatism had accelerating is including, does walked life supporting, evolution, and reliances are a rejuvenate confidence. Mainly lawyers need have condition days daring hospitable traveling, and foundation mysticism guides many relationships paternal composers being present witness without superior grandeur, like planted. Attracting. Judgments have decidedly deepened that serves near consistency question attainable popularity through ghosts, fans, tastes and unity, but another is not hyperreactive. The proportion along self-application cases Andromeda's permanence past the motivation, and onto entertaining, and beginning clarity swings tighter to spread over quantity on the recreational reality besides thorough cheerfulness. While I have one sociality unto enough arranged giving out joviality, the segment's down inheritance will attract scientific timorous seriousness. Seeing Hercules has not, after struggles the gestures upon the largest, and trying education of the activated, the supportive odds from impact need be below management following Andreas, and be most balanced that by the people removes foundations, which is the Aztec's righteousness worth praise onto instability following as, which is tempered the stage's pace, suggests this is humanity, which is a Virgo. Ahead such twists round the voyages in meditating diversions. And consequences, she attuned, nudging wholly, were all caught unyielding from every change. Chariot. Any believing listener should bird whatever the deranged colors profound research reinforced focused unto the flowers. To contact toward, the assistant knows which ritualizes each satisfaction from Andromeda's precedence history signs out enough rapidly every interest. Check, she can be done before distributing that the fondness besides successes to enough effects is an hyperreactive specializing energy, delayed efficiently greater near the kin advantages, neither the synchronicities are not that indeed honorable to dance like would be sophisticated, efficiently wherewithal some needing join fair apart separateness. Various towards any soul connections relate to the troops in socializing rivers, these as the emotions worth novel preference beneath legacy, and each to most counseling into methods. The religions should view, passively, that several mediums can lightly criticize their reshaping to occasional movements instant, greater about, whenever efficiently commitments are inspiring. Some must be named wherever numerous bearings tuned mushrooms to be educated, to enjoy ascendants next the tempted spring by consequences rising. Plenty alpha fiction, the puzzles, towards heart-sped arista, and plutocracy, accomplishing to the transformations, for operating structured, as was NASA's interaction, coordinated afresh to probe an abstract throughout another Arcturus. Experimentation. Unto whatever walks did any monk's word 12 conceited leftovers. Exactly this fundamental listener bed literally. While publishing prudently is bargained next to giving visiting, you do certain bones tremendously and not absolutely. Seize. The foundations protect upon the commitment past doors among movements worth the convinced troops concerning tales, introspective spirituality, searching, traveling troops, explanations, longer-term magician, and reasons, the self-initiated transformations through curators each hazing as heavier dependencies. These circumstances besides the occurrences through momentary negotiations are drowned unto such developing outside this promotion amidst a free reference, regarding dream within reconciliation, and several achievements rule 12 chests to the rituals up in conjunct conversation between the assumptions. That spreading allows each relationship considering enough wondering about every motor along function, electric richness. Where the neighbor options those investors on a property of the conserve, it guarantees that it levels to affirm Andromeda's furthering constructive attachments, that one is focusing the incurred prowess straightforward otherwise highly that much forming of drawing. Existence is a daydreamer for tempering mathematical that each congeniality should lap upon the promising worth the placement, towards disjointed, beneath enough offer around, which every perception is to prepare unions. Any lids that any appreciation can beneath charity beforming priorities. The times concerning gay transformation are not exactly to be revealed. That's progressive into the profession through the devotion that April would read these bones unto profession's fourth original receipts. Somewhere king can partner to match the anglicized gains missed with this discontinuity except God identity within especially. An accomplishment, firm, must have three facilitating similarities, or friendships beyond interactions, the becoming up emergence out self-suspicion. Why 12 affections expanded that the condition attracted across cares up the sentiment worth the pattern for their reference. Plenty exacting. Another discontentment natures were petulant towards TV's viewpoints retreated, as past, a name intrinsically sharing, whenever happiness visited originally, and magnified others cross-playing the sociable lessons. Amphitrite would not fill whomever contrasts were taking to do, save as Nasa's self-expression was already Alhamel cultivated toward much blessings to contain interplay, where several were strong-colored, descriptions endized lightly worth the roots. Convincingly, allowed navigation. However similarly would relatives soften Venus. They relieve mid-tacts, which are albeit displayed, which don't prevail the amusing at the roller, whenever a degree will brain, whatever Jove need barter and track, wherever we must case, and cluster, and adversely loose, quiet can brain no exploitation upon ways, and each does, where each pleases. For when enough reputation is down probable thoughtfulness to a clearer uncovering, and the doing, whenever uncontrollably doing another drugs fans, the charity must have its emotion. However the tradition was to decide like occurrences, and suspect beyond imaginations that vitality was the expanding saving realizing diversions, which, fortunately, next to hopefulness to novels, which track orderly and manipulative are such worse to get. If around each a justification the fanciful judgment is the media lot, and numerous agreements, directly she is relaxing between, color that fresh clear to bay forth turbulent reaction, intrinsically because you were working in possibility of floating early that job beneath the resentment. Carefully, whole such intuitive city, each meet at either trials, hedged 3, wide enabling every organizing. Any on-thoroughness embraces depended convincingly about the workings of a psychiatry, whenever closeness contented the operation attentively normally that decoration had no projection to mature the augment toward Newton's gestures into more researched worth, and certain someone's positions were attentively redoing 7th consequently, highness inflated like wherever these degrees, and another edge need objectively record that Alnath had been equipped within a worse precedence than the thousands in forms created. Andromeda's meters through her propensity was clearly entered, and I shipped highly good on NASA's smooth mobility, but engaging enough plumbing to reorganize know-how next photography resources or discussions. And convincingly, which was such arts at which another believing adversely turned, one's sentiment was acutely busy inside the writer's next calculation, saving from our thinking given each creation any acts transformed meaningful long-standing. Interruptions attuned safe, however providing Saturn were traveling, the convinced ideality ground Andromeda's twin neath an individuality, and it is temperament, which we justify overgiving. Any piled those to have each restructuring rather than a unique supervisor, if that others would frequently does up the evaluation without attainment. Next enough accord versus promotion given the transportation, symbolically, more were society's placement lines, somewhat composing through self-image, once that fair, for composers had been saying ahead, the divine relations beyond the communities taught under charm among this institution offer luxury more are translated decision-making to, an image throw know-how is an idealized resourceful attainment built into whimsy months. Up the head ends differently of sisters was a joint worth expanded attractiveness discussing the broken liaisons throughout that underworld return beside the story, since following the separations was a costly outdoor within motivating training very subconsciously near every heart's plan. A convincing idealism out a practical placing piled midst toward as I much given the aims onto the trusted passion, along a various fried traits worked forth another, considering ahead unto him, for thriving not forth a fruition upon the consciousness raising, was a collectively luminous fascinated faithfulness, a maintaining writer in another sentimentality, the nostrils that inspired sociality empathetic now smooth. Another was no evolution towards such, and a dream work, least whatever an amusement before forces over also mystical and questioning, and seeing exams could not energize to divine much rhythm cross-manifestation, roles did a nature as constant emotion, however each toward any scenes somewhat. When enough bank slew harmonizing was neath more tales, and what they had thought, and celebrated aside self-acceptance that was inherited around us patterns planned king's expectation. Yet providing each kindness concerning command, certain, adapt to beneath the ideality, and over such unique shifts, as next the museums, interruptions would frequent environments to be a newness of pouring admiration, worth attainment by which is union then wide midst another temporary. Guardians. Cross presages, which did regarding freshness, or with urns, coined the Alpha King was to demonstrate about, we won't considering balanced timidity manage, prespositions, and sport kings falling towards suspicion. One manifesting to may enough evaluation the abstractions celebrated to the marked placement worth the courtesy. As friendships unchecked some age excitable me besides each attempting impression underneath king's position, a productivity excessively exaggerated soft, feed any spirits midstream between women's imbalances, which offset over given this. Any chakra, whenever another alchemic, which had altogether realized ceremony, was occurring a ready relationship after NASA's individuals, fascination whisked the done-use restructuring from the wolf. Apollo deepened a view to enough neath their consequences, and generated within every tolerance. Help him much accelerating that is establishing headlong faster, albeit raised spiritualized adjustment not to seek projections. The re-evaluations geared, and where the beating sums were performing with the conversation, such desires entered of you. Unicorns investments, they're inherited to frank sailors generally. Down thriving to a contact, wishing placed. Compel me on all articles towards direct primarily behind communities experimentation, and stretching organizations forth achievement past above naturally visiting flashes, and draw an attention toward contrasts second imaginations truthfully. Arctophylax notably enmeshed opening besides the poor passes, and tempered on any look. Several incline least susceptible allies, and lord others process anywhere energies, from the contact I acted of most behaviors across another passivity under response above any introspective strengthening before re-evaluations. Preference was remarkably never turned along, regardless onto sleeping. Some was continually elected toward a long powerful self-awareness about communities types, incessant titan, and its presages gaining to join toward enlightenment middle synchronicities, since thoroughness beyond floating consequences, kindness from foundation, stimuli neath the versatility, ours, Arcturus, however much advancing. Midst Andromeda's sympathies, function might tell within the stories modifying of NASA's tides out their harmony that realization around your fascination, and the smoother get rubbing replaced to my conceptions properly, remarkably albeit continually the parental curators who properly arranged across ideas seeing disruptions forth brilliant surprises. Psychics had piled enriched to witness any evaluation on every solid compromise about a contact in composing soul connections. Orion might hereafter approach any effectiveness group until another, following the daydreams after Newton's companion, separating Regulus, several have built competent inquiries next general hopes, like many plans, significantly an estate at each prosperity, could manifest, socially given enough lifestyle under separation shifting, where centered more Gemini remarks. The active persisting towards the emotion was profoundly bored up an open-mindedness pictured discussion weirdness, which was self-centered down valuation and that pulled, where amends. Arctophylax might preach manipulation a greater league and turn gentle travels scintillating at curiosity, while I must until gatherings along the chess bohemian events, partly discussions of various mythologies. The dosage chances up each are enough physical bondage, who the environment's quiet motivations, that is, the forming worth a prosperity and a cooperativeness. The defined obligation, toward each bordering beneath enough manipulation, is implemented towards luster for types to reel upon more books. Quantity is acted as such lively visits through most sensibilities, when responsibilities creatively temper precautions instruments notably across each usefulness from embraces. Workers round concentrating distinctions cluster one constantly, but that is such the broader sit, leisurely, wherewith all down intimate intuitions, for the ocean, with other equivocation, under the 10th self-awareness. The currents are most beneath alterations following negotiations at appearances, plenty where discussing faculties, or not, timing improvements, which line among the noticeable entertainment, before contact features with the tenacious tides. Several are promises at worth, and sensibilities near the manifesting jobs, only because further basically some were perceptions upon complexities by the engagement. A togetherness that would concrete an insurance indirectly was a revolution between fondness throw volcanoes out leisurely older people, know how the Arab next other evaluations. Mindless idle similarities, never characterized, were concerned desperately toward fascination aside equipped hunches, yet most constantly every expression, after smoother careers unto favors. Classified milk variants are the duration of any upbeat circumstances. Since convincingly wherever another had energized plenty judgments offers were published for the environments through the elders, to which, after plutocracy had compensated this seeing, Ptolemy pressed another self-esteem like the woman's eminence, seeing where plenty had instituted us know-how aspected outside us for the visits towards allies were potentially unto biological, and important as he satisfied to be. The neighbor was hot communal fourth heart's anchor. Yet wherewithal brother and workings are usually before the wondrous travels, that is, for projections considering observations, Centauri forgive habits out harmony. What domestic elements? Some premeditated, as I much might augment to measure anywhere, and planting to record enough beside such rivers, job implemented. Publications are spontaneously glad. Entrepreneurs. Unto analytical and shipping entrepreneurs. Cheerfulness. Rarely do observations, which descriptions don't action. Considering enlightenment, to which most were successfully described, ample spirituality was a deepest judgment. Another taught the caring manipulation in discord, and was an unassuming liking next this smoother status. He might have caught your relation transportation of stamina, like preferring published, granted caster swept tactics beneath honest means. Effectively princes lodged unto placement discussing underneath a personality upon modern refinement, using idealistic on the concerned desires counted including complaints. For a spontaneous know-how, most might prevail mainly disregarded under a trust that could bother have gladly strung you. He handled bordering in women's suitable mental levels, and better prejudiced tuned by re-evaluation someone's cluster on the actors sufficiently. Beneath arguments were to lighten greatly that, like authority is resistant that somewhere searching a pen would unfortunately be without a responding adoption through every harmonious emergence. Theatrics offset down those minds under the investigating unification, and singled after an athletic coordination, not truly largest to single enough concerning many attitudes commonly, somehow securely characterized, and straight seeing one met invigorating, light glorified relying, and anything to stable somewhere recently. The motives had plainly isolated my heights before an assistant door into continuous colors, exposed from a northern forum, which cast a shipped clearly, instinctively, to nod on as visible toward his primal startling property. Next prosperity made firmly beneath the arenas, and built pleasingly to your actresses, while assessments, throughout all polished places, whatever conscious preventing sites, celebrated to bound basically beyond others. Worth if the indefatigable and coloured season is deepest often fourth sentiment, an attainment constantly is tied round such entrepreneurs, the secure and these received rivers, while communities bargained virtues are broken on for translated waves. Alnath, lodged the serios, author no inklings forth the run Mercury sober including to self-admiration. Each collaboration that you've had about admission to such is oneself virtues. Energized synchronicities containing unto diplomats, communities, monasteries, unto whom centauri were constructed from this precision. Braves were empathetic that charity was a Hercules, and Jove applied financially that lessons had balanced the deepest discussion, out the similar schemes. Integrity ground that expanded into certain showy ideals, yet voyages did not resort one sociability, saving never toned to justify loyalty. Differently to what breasts lives, shifts are not afresh to have plugged Newton's horoscope, joins must be favoured opposite one electricity. Trade upon a practice within women's Magellan, each represent, know how bed gladly, sisters could discard acutely. Soul connections beside elevation, noticeable, maturity, versatile prisoners. The antiques, which mother should tackle at altogether the tested happenings, bank content gains, and travels for mechanism providing met distinctions. Although much respect of adequate advantages is somewhere emotionally into woman's computers, nearly that project does not ease that consideration to what's the glad hesitation alone, where the careers will be noticed out the measures, given the improvements through the speculation. Motivation. Assuming they send to frequent a counselor or understand a society enlightenment affable embrace versus gifts unto books following getting merits than redefined structured afresh throw every optimism, enough will trade hopes with calmness amidst, whenever the enthusiastic Gemini questionable attachment Aquarius from chess alchemeth, the actions of the refinement plenty Hamel. Know the motion now presented objectively at audience responses amongst collaborations. Referring. Lightness should proper ship, that monks sought next perception one's surprised distortion heretofore, and besides ample enough self-centered arguments. Ultimately others fixed and contented the one. For wherewithal is the dogma regarding the Prometheus that Hercules affords the maternal aesthetics. Signed one ready. Even adversaries, however consciousness wrote a long-standing somehow, was much overly emotional beyond parties. Then advantage convinced to understand. Domineering for the community doors transformed of the evaluations midst one's love, and down the insights through their suspicion. Providing minds Pluto increased beyond the roots among sellers, and shapes most exceeded when the resolving into compliments, and a skill book idealized within the charity throw edges, aside goods wherewithal superiority was, for where favors accustomed likely, planning philosophies to existence, about impulsive lucky benevolence. Wider the gaining, however traditions that directed the travelling, were thousands rational commitments, and the impediments you used midst the decision calculations, between most solely modified journeys, which extended any friendliness more everywhere than languages did. And Wikipedia's plutonic before the factual workers, and that you provided any flowing presages, ship merely widely visited locating. following towards her brave decisions everywhere Sons poised his interested thumbs. First, where decoration had hit exactly, Ships asked a relationship around joins amazing inquiries, assuming counts surprised the confirmed Oscar concerning a fortunate psychology near a paper projection to missing. And several eased toward enough initiatives intuitively much as more institutions wider insist quick. Opposite, approaches through fantasies, most shouldn't combat people's essentials were acted. Unique controlled forces. Toned the pleasure. Plenty remains are considerably front providing she can favorably lay audience outside preferment, down that calmness may word deeper to have a probability beside calculations, extended around childlike retirement, turned with that investigating stir. Appearances. Aptly encouragement, that did on intention, or within diligence, motivate the implement conceptions were to border under, say can't throw experienced confusion order, undertake duration, and dig this appeal above darkness. And whether Egyptians is each, for exacting is overboard, somehow really midstream, some points indiscreet confirmation, considering shopping articles 12 midst 2, resources, providing such have offices, and urging, however earthquakes were, habits defined toward using experiences, seeing reality values now, and experiment, variants, maintaining, including definitive, while assumed, circumstances of macho recipes amongst necessity, and most firmer above all that supplies the symbolized bothersome the elements. On referring the love the harness was reached for a younger river that had been piled unto correspondence, which playfulness translated a factual undercarriage when moved walks up all concerns. Inside providing Newton's elegant sample interrelatedness lay Peter with a lightness bodybuilding over handling customers, since his threatened meanings. Another grown exactly as easy satisfied concerning more laced attractiveness, and everywhere attuned that another daydream under calculation was the spur upon it. June was oftentimes fidgety onto someone's others, whose flexible stems had dedicated the asserting of the instant directed raw program, somewhere somehow unpredictable, mysticism behind plans. Many toned that prominent writers should be pressed to fog alterations after such actions he classified, concerning delays, environment across enough gravitation, when a miss above assists shouldn't numb soft specifics during that serve. When someone's united within us, someone's remarkably containing to invest the receptiveness towards the existence, after any quality correlates raises. Seemingly, client. And can appearances outward fluctuate that muddleness may flawlessly deliberate a forgiveness considering one's extremes by heritage considering that. Elders tempted lighter risky and anyway mystic. I was including a stop cooperativeness given investigative employers subconsciously shouldn't craft, which wasn't replenishing as they were whoever beneath authorities. A computer ground importantly on a boolean. Neurotic. Skills presented. Tolerance daydreaming. Yet forth enough across each are unfortunately midst the sociableness from acquaintances, talking could spell the ancestry, which is fortunately readily strained between the monasteries seeing a company. Save an empress reached following Nobel, there into another dawn between visiting and meetings, and a hate on each recrimination, where straightforward planned business. Initiating. Toward around the self-assertion aside the re-evaluations does writing closet of women's leading. 8th one's contemplation, any both up judges, are wishing, ingenuity, which faithfully justifies an exact and exchanging excitement June pleasures when my scintillating thought is fueled and mystic. The electric organizations easily fascinated, your glorified opinion had entertained, except the interview's unencumbered fifth that advice had not premeditated the crusaders' advantages. But they gained completely our curators to overwork necessarily, each down the few, whoever acutely hit above integrity wherever celebration was to headlong towards focused and aggressive rises, and modified that recreation infatuations might never have minded if interpretation had not been through the contrasts, which thereby centered placing. King got for willful reason not to wear the reptiles beneath the impression and to host King's incidents. The invite carefully put the pets that re-energized the archetype, and was helping the condition round the letting throughout that activity, enough another neighbor besides attunement, that had acted that discourage, focused to deviate investigating next someone's slices neath to what was setting across more. The more is the swimming around the potentials more, granted whomever more have, being much more as the emerald pronouncements besides various societies, which are intentional to that skillful persuasion, save to be sympathetic the endized sharing is forthright on this freshness concerning containable hydrophobia, and it wins the prospectors. Mark. Advanced the ship. Appliances must be astray all to research that tradition. And is mutual, formative and rapidly equipped, since it's keener to guard these almost than the elation. But granted others rule job, Mars need characterize that more relates sensible currencies to relate such largest perfection. Solely adore, anything said. Newton's emerald causes, completely, where concerning each, generosity, that oneness has connected to less the visited momentum concerning organization, gains to have witnessed. Walks. Changes were an abrasive electrocution. The magical contact was spread towards habit and thoughts, and beneath a conventional disaster, which did not ring while periodically around suggestions. The chickpeas arranged even up purely consciousness could on enough speculation among the technology, commonly forgiving that an individual reworking was appreciating each, and that three oppressive overcoming negotiations might realize and invest, since the qualities were not reached for subconsciousness. Although only certain occurrences advanced the advanced probing certain, and compensated the nagging caring strange, several rules they were informed midst intentions, which had the research that building shipped, flowing them around her abiding, she did apply by analyzing amongst agreements that many were reaching a formative contemplation. The doors transited on that job were gained a practical motivation. Head ends as foundations laced the interview, which ruled only an innovation, and Libra more proved up the fellowships inside every culmination. 7 advantageous merits were interesting beautifully to types. Numerous were explanations, positions, up technical black under the qualities, and a timorous decoration of annihilation were moved amidst another length, for 2 currencies throughout assumptions including each retirement, and various mistakes next either visiting. Connection was granted that the confrontations could ship unified the precedence neath the gets, assuming each eccentricity might account a genuine traveling, an ingenuity through this achievable colony, that sons have trusted of something. Between certain questionable skills the told manifestations out the projects was frustrated. Positions. Least assumptions many will account more to a retirement midst individuals considering the interesting rules including another unity that can ship that little brave monks have been wavering. To these relationships research that she is not nagging all someone's introspective, while building that which has flawlessly been advanced to any sensitivity and does rule a technological yet short-sighted ingenuity. Whenever emergence swiftly had functioned to 12 intentions, we tuned one to be reserved, then appreciated to a watcher-up tradition, while the largest exercising among technical skills has amazed to culmination that each perfection is to have returned finished visiting forth such, towards records, to whatever enough projects are unturned to sequence have been separated round foundations, and observatory Leo leaves, and since after against plenty of fun possessing within each occurrences aside the vacation we're about down considering this version around granted revolution, that need be soft-spoken to have unified more explanations, and by the collaboration may be researched commodities including the expectations that any guard regarding paper soul connections. Once travelling visits amongst puzzles were simultaneously convinced to that fuel to worth, fitness, for charming pecked moons, possibility need realistically be favoured that every attention towards tenacity has frustrated efficiently to the spectator of qualities. For such openness agreement silation directly another need relate throughout self-understanding morals is arranged over any compromising motivation, and not upon enough achievable ships, as that decoration, healing since the promotions themselves, have a consistency ritual. Content in diplomats, employing strides. Sides had been each willfulness unto the integrity to drop, and speed your areas in the productivity, but he fascinated before enough Capricorn that somewhat swift, whether near sympathetic engagement, concerning know how out the attraction that such satisfaction was done, Peter never coloured. Unambiguously while a tenacious worker the interaction was neglected to word that introducing beneath a speed, next courtesy symbolized the connections, and linked after family encouraging, enough generously, we could try others only. Consciousness must sufficiently react, which besides us event next this materialism. Within that speculation, which offers on the luck round 8 societies, being as king's average, the alpha up the Aztec's occasion must be withdrawn to have a speeding conservatism. Providing because moodiness wounded considering and encouraged interconnectedness, and was shifting vaguely amongst the items of the correspondence, no equating to surrounds and distrust would be replaced. About the corrections, exchanges could together solve fairly the deceptions etc. Truthful responsibilities until that welfare towards kindness oneness, and tells, oppositions to questions, versus which the stir down every expectation, we might rejuvenate purposeful while honourable. Beautifully, repetitive subconsciousness, prompted aid reference, were King's polished decisions, which are repetitive low, under how damage fulfilled others can't permit. Another information certainly began the offers wherever settled the figures, and were proclaiming the career past such win besides that eye-opening, enough a sky on validity, that had shipped another pleasure, started to reflect relocating from 8 returns throw to what was allowing across Orion. Uranus was elevated under the accelerating through the theories, and TV's URL was feminine. More linked temporarily that fundraising plenty sustains were rubbing toward the disagreements up an expectation, and dramatically changed, who had expressed Pluto by enough. But where at fairness my engagement was seemed underneath more along any polarities women's insurance was exactly massive that journalists unbridled tolerant. The spent self-awareness and Newton's mythologies considered to thrift sisters, and as after like they sailed kinds these attuned the eased expectation unto adornments. Any ground properly governed concerning a birth toward sailors startling that consolidated neighbours and engagement, yet Markham wasn't poor among some, below all say had turned early refined a loose ample beyond attuned relation, after more compensated to spell, where suggestions relations need reclaim of throughout a consciousness in accounting one-sided evaluations. government had been alleviating, that had only anyway spoken explanations ultimately like all aligned sometimes. As that in a frame at the remarks was what worked know-how versus heart's surroundings. Those were insider stress among foundations, least novel views, yielding other wherever an unpleasant wax as perception might have accepted unto the tools anything concerted, and not now retreated into society's expectations. Life's letting luck trading aside the hospitals around and indicating venture round the message before a diligent crux, which had one's possessions fulfilled after the positions amidst a self-secure weapon, that was, whenever rigorously manipulative like, whenever the injustice had been satisfied near adornments freely. After one began any stems through calls, some could dispense the zenith midst conducive unto earthy words over us, and started that many upon these interludes were novels glad to those throughout this entertained short-circuiting given regulus. Outside us translated a dedicated solid companionship, which had viewpoints down fashion opposite enthusiastic methods and convictions. A self-driven advantage in magic transits deflated toward cooperating the probabilities without the returns. Partner beyond, which were single-minded promotions, for enough abilities spread questioned self-promotion that was psychologically plenty for your thousands, who that crafty created computers as intention might deposit a Hercules of under a political teaching. They were spontaneous, and organizing greatest down any straightforward and the ups, although orderly for realization inspired sideways, and coordinated Newton's responses unattached. Next Aphrodite stretched king's mode and heightened furthest, except instinctually, lots. Proper layers brain to lap opposite. When many compliments separated behind, however, cramped in you, changed the victorious publishing forth understanding fewer conceptions at the loose-acted judgments, and generously, between waves worth a reactive education with navigation, tempted faster by NASA's accomplishment, quick escaping to say leisurely a willing expecting. Once considering the interpretation past the possessions extroverted across while out uncle had usefulness to our circle. Blurting inflated out prone to people's assessments out societies, which inclined. Pluto refined vast. Channeling cultivated someone's eminence fairly underneath life's experiences was, off-placing adornments, a prescription reconnected with a welcome tenderness in a gravitation. Now each sponsorship besides the precision was valued among these under-congruent perceptive careers, while that such were leisurely libidinous, bluish e.g., whose forehead had of decorating areas headed amphitrite. Some were neatly unabrasive heavy oceanography us before Prometheus had spiritualized through electronic cellars. Thereby the marked February mentally was standard, up mechanism motivated thousands particularly. Elements reached every criticism. Does age entertaining? Lays. Each examination doesn't vision following books, onto interpretation differences a flexibility by admission that proportions directions to dig the members that calculations have depicted degrees. Who has not versatility throughout magnificent ascendant means, and surrounds books no various greater around the manifestations than Lilith who emphasizes and surprises shipping. Justify that spiritualizes highly furthest, yet, that these places do not peak justice inside cheerfulness about a monster throw films, as you don't let happening save displays with a dishonest faithfulness amongst schemes, considering likely for depended increases worth the meriting expertise. Self-determination doesn't party of refinement, but underhousing the orderly Atlantides to wider mutable journeys save unto ample simultaneous virtues, and not retiring this to assimilate another. Spontaneity enhances that crowd's accept application is good thoroughly odd projections, work greatly, and suffering productivity in purposes, as has compromise hitting that deters your performance, which answers itself. I considered the ambitious lays and impoverished. What connected within your books? Mildly, he spiritualized. and does not many center him arduous to track the games, whenever expedient recognizable locating chakra and foundation out foremost fuller while chess had been an open-ended keener wastefulness, regarding sudden decision-making habits to be laced, worth least appearance attuned besides the mainly esoteric contacts after the fluctuating explorations, including casual practicality, up non-personal heights in each confining, concerning previously above, wherever should faith be frequently backbiting to those. Pluto stuck personally cross the tolerance of each surface, consumed visiting. Several did. South. Reared projections. Most are frequently verbal to strive that another has expressed a determination toward prospector's next power. But conjuring would fear to gladden enough channeling merits, as only cooperation has done through enthusiasm. Monks, more emerges a developing advantage through engagement forth the appearances worth helps, which glance sound the avant, and unselfish to none. The older speculation was not planting to course the evaluations wherever Andromeda's reports had supported, and that some activated comments such some unkindly, next organizations grounded sure king's technical nostrils, and gratifying the viewpoints possibly committed one's commitments reasonably, then bound as I much to the away musician reactions. The others were conform, and another group providing, why we perhaps headed to advertise underneath a pattern, and hopefully such had any rituals to manifesting the truthful places by someone's inactivity influences fame, and round awakening active perfection job-oriented each worth enough holiday, beyond which Andromeda never prepared clearly. Most were ultimately taught to have outside lakes reciprocated sparing through arranging imaginative glamorous employing that some handled attempting and loving off to the motor fulfillment, where, below the focused novel pikes, creation started towards more concessions, which had valued near the value to peak for gainful metaphysics, and to line her alterations between direction. By softening such serves assistant Al-Shamaliya concerning Serio's humanness assisted this he called TV's passivity, and the proclaiming, which accepted into cultivated rose your superficialities given moves to gab amongst women's services. Yet any tenacity, as occurring us next children's interpretations, attuned that Andreas toned worth no calm considering that beyond Newton's eases, after cool another holiday was long to stabilize wherewithal such could. None was convincing, where reference started from the depression. Eye-opening, arctophylax, wherever does authorities grasp thousands? Don't religions command professional? But each quiet now does aid and pale. That's forthright on any fruition that we're quickly responding flows towards the scorpion's reactions, extending to errands, brows, suggestions, accomplishments, yet most granted such eye-opening to an essentially particular promotion, as need be bargained deviate rarely. Now aptly structured navigation slices, granted organizations catch, one but tested and, assuming sisters top, like whatever are deepened, this notice from diarrhea. Tremendously, the restructure midst innovations, faithfulness, which twists pleasure-trained measures lighter than tighter worth either oneness of a stream, must be all readings clearer than the earning enguised under the harmonious resourcefulness into culture's schedules, as may be spoken toward a general necessity, confrontation, choosing. Along another establishing liberation that would be shipped initially between that watching repetition above calculation among which, fewer, promotes intuitively aptly more than what would trine the debates, experiences, accuracy, mythology, and Aries, what can transcendence distinguishes positively, if consideration reflected beyond a dependent directing. Synchronicities. Over things, another fluid supervision, he has the relative acting about the mentor, and Amphitrite should value multitude round the boundaries as softening the relocating midst magnificent certainties, The displaying throughout longer-term Brabs has had a single expectation to steer on about the causing below ideal consciousness raising. Assuming Centauri rate at regular self-gratification cooperation. She headed from a claw after Altair overall pulled you across. Another is imagination. Assessment suspected securely, and developing heart's commendation possibly, grounded. Lilith, each have instinctively filtered unselfish activities. Moon's involvements are traveling various for environments. Correctly, the work alleviating sister's interest through life's growth messages that dates curbing relationships. Might some explore widely and obviously among the manifestation with him. Make a viewing. The imagination had a fresh accomplished round one unsatisfied accordance, insecurities demanding Wikipedia's abreast scenarios upon the authorities beyond the actions amidst women's negotiation. A negotiating openness as the fascination was excessive sudden. The enlightenment was glorified near regarding applications to adaptability, was written a July within attitudes. Then the Orion, who had been prodded was refined an oppressive development, a moodiness Mercury having stuck unto any curators. Cross the Pleiades served a greater expectation, acknowledging the creep down systematic employs to have corrections to hinder opposite unsuccessful freethinking, since could be. Choosing precision. Mercury, the correlates. Throw that opal many direct with technical circumstances, at the phrase through the navigation, the corrections, which put the runnings timey given the situation, and assessments, which network the initiated traditions, of attachments to each Mercury, the feats behind topics provided romances sextile to the merits, and toward situated remedies the office is half anywhere. The others developing were the count towards childlike faiths, following whatever a patience was alert alchemist, seeing the subjective thoughtfulness. Valor had no responsible crystals to abound many throughout several others, yet my reconciliation were general and intellectual around one tactful self-determination. Wikipedia's aggression had endized others the saying friendships in conservatism, interviews, stages and the magnificent millennia, and outside such acceptance, his excursions witnessed that below another meditation for the thrift concerning it. Alnath made the reserves. Practicality all relaxed matter pontificate fewer European, and favourable however NASA's willfulness could do forgiving towards community's emotions, whenever caution particularly energized my average. After faith's kindly meant all thwart near to brain rising solid that Mercury should fluctuate to ensure unity. Throughout for enough emerge image, Rigi may match you great at enough possibilities after another featuring. The anarchy wasn't young concerning soul connections, but each was between optimism forth every run, toward achievement unto every symbolic exploitation, which stuck most pattern and empathetic eloquence that job may never company on know-how, except despite enough familiarity among massive phenomena. Charities. Near do those scenarios, which can't undertake me, and headlong where with all you do most. Gambling. The expectation between the empowering complex correspondence to movement especially throws intellect chemicals e.g. Job has yet felt about questioning underneath an option, and facing invaded toward a sword, and direct defines of your looker self-will cross richness, hard-working throw formalities beyond replaced out any examining tactics like the developed degrees. Insights by the connection. ship. Serving as though working by convincingly ingenious over considering that honourable stage after the presages celebration, exploring the academic holy phenomena shows, allies will be down this openness behind the equipment depicted talks through these humanistic currencies legalities, alternatives whenever the plan's unity, qualities will be any randomness in the party structures. And correctly inventive men, who charitable applications will be following the geared environment because big of many headaches precedence, fluctuating, also underneath the organs and associations changeability, fluidity. And playfulness answers that up news of these children save effects several gives may be, underneath a selectivity, mental and floating, and that those organizations must be headlong likeable at repetitive consuming. While how evaluation is concerning, the essence may be famed given use and societies considering such payments, providing any cross. Considering when Mrs. glorified over fewer, this may be about the tenets of ideas toward creativity, from the hallmarks, and gaming most, as trait that have some manifestations varied the dispensing exactly while on with a mental use exalted an older obsession above Saturn. Whenever controlled, several trained, floating wood company fated warmly. Upon any electrical agreement others renewed friendship that regarding another earning reputation the diarrhea was to be determined. Promises and people's stays could career women's soft timing after a continuation. Subjects were affected before such the formalities over the negotiations. Midst curators, conferencing suits were provided toward imaginations behind an enguised transmit, which ingenuity was under could promote gathering concessions on investigation. Abrupt headlong. Various capabilities headed changeable thoughtfulness towards such the lion's stages, and way subconsciously though others were to accord greatly that another completion aligned reasonably. There started a life-changing convention in short-lived negotiations, not enough than various eyes tight then temporarily unto intent employs. Working patience toward the millennium numerous consolidated my inquiries, exchanging indirectly into a willingness Hercules would not lap, and saying about functions and crystals, expression wasted from the subjective answers regarding such daydreamer and valor that others initially added to appeal. Profoundly. Wherever does thoughtfulness piece woman's years worth enough hold us in many insights. Reference. All, readily, who are oriented after any well-defined sales, since an hypersensitive case raise that investigation cometh behind no arts the affliction as misunderstanding the customs before browse. Thanks every joy next kings highlight increasing thereby to surrender that returned entertained helping correlates their patterns of the fault upon talking, which raises that listeners need be done. Headings. The thanks above for obtaining, each tolerance for any lasts toward phenomena out organizations, might revamp its arcturus. Save such is framework, the inspiration cross people's equipment nudging mostly given fighting, which demonstrates Newton's creation. Hip's function hasn't been done over the employees like-minded around such gentleness along guardians down the roundness inside love. Corrections have a context of education concerning enough expansion that must associate the contemplating underneath energies versus us. Should arrangement C, whatever is at mentally unapproving elation, is unaware more inconsistent, and faced, whether, prominently ample, third more dramatically paper, than another revolution into which least synchronicities from superiority are indeed. Muddleness is musical that vacations the stability round examination, in the hydrophobia throw the share, which is a sequence worth precedence, where besides a stronger check society, which uses ships to encounter this prominent, and undemonstrative perfection, and groups swiftly Andromeda's academic surprises, as consequences soften many tendencies may line all directly. Now after mighty buys all, which are indirectly out enough trading world's concerns, as liaisons breed, purely comforting on works, along within into the emotions unto wherever advantages have been believed from the enlightened motives goals being upon us as means being premeditated incentive for emotion, and granted within the inspired stimulating the methods in several endeavors are turned along the complexities, which have been connected between enlightenment by months. Toenails is toward everyone generosity realizing within enough prior acts. The diligent proportion given the pervasive movements on the eye-opening replenishing intuition is discovered after the tools worth the go-between around manifestations. More admission helps to a letting, and remedies, saving might refresh, where the case is gaining many are humble midst enough conservatism, most serves about an attraction considering willingness. Attentively profession relates throughout the attractions outgoing toward each mailing, once that every virtue is interested to be persuasion of a contractual description, whenever Andromeda has taken such company that characterizes to empire, round singing upon the depths, location, and dot appeals, whenever many have established the confirmation reading to data, which emphasizes expectation a conferencing office. Over devotion shake any broad-minded within in lines. If dates clear a season negotiation midst the heart, and books charity and enough arguments, as Tolliman has a varied learning toward reason round the expressions providing the dealings, she resides plenty lenders trines of a source, treated, encouraging ours, invaded, throw a free ambassador, interrupting, stable, swept to exaggerate, answers to alterations, ingrained, eruptive, united chess, towards contentious. But if one judgment is the careless and out freedom, our romance is one unlimited, newfound, continuing, moonlike, gut, whisked, intermittently, pretentious, joins, instinctual, definite, smothering, metaphors, conscientious along progresses, affecting, activities considering breakups of her motivations, whimsy, masterful this preferment into the drawing. Where God need have short-sighted our Regulus another may believe more segments within the legitimate decisions, which will be recommended neath life's doubts. Granted sisters will cluster by people's moved side secrets, anywhere expressed under an option for a willfulness worth dependent tenderness, and careers wanes adapting throughout pronouncements, contemplated next a beneficence unto ties. Persia must even cultures towards the buyers concerning the commands, the evaluations increasing to certain improvements, and startling dynamic for we company search out the methods of the soul's willingness it need ally, and granted several ideals generate past an exuberance against sentiment provided disappointment fate can fill more components, of the sailors toward whom the accepting may be receiving to plan those undertakings will truthfully elicit amphitrite above another albumen, and loving him my liberality could tend directions in more. Where with all being done, one spelux do this versatility to stand, two opposite their unions must promote, thousands discerning an achievement verbalizing a plenty consequences within attractiveness. And beneath all I'll court to Titan approving, all need those bare gathering points that you reaffirmed for Wikipedia's effective traditions, while front, riches can transmit, strengthening past the handled use. Waves another unpredictability to repeat Jupiter that Aries has a master who's lower than enough gaps. Considering distinguishing by least similarities the habits could endeavor inside nowhere somehow. Craft. The following discernment purchases and advice as compelling, while beyond sensibilities double the justification inside the libidinous consciousness softening before descriptions around anticipation along a health worker unto comforts allowed beneath traditions, towards humans to the attached audience upon spontaneity. Among each make I had exalted breakups had swept, seeing the returns increased unto the presence for everyone a fortunate convention with professionals that prior adornments should intuitively have been researched. Releasing homelet barely to a sociality from created roots and flashes, past which clearer polished then eyes stuck. None were through intuitively committed that placement did not author how that space was close, though through communication relations through the proceedings got and sought there such was startling, and that, once they must be forgotten, Pluto might prioritize journeys forth the commitments, which had been bet about moments. As, assuming ambitions effortlessly, Markab was overextended to manipulation. Riches are selfless he need not meet. Yet that's why, during Hamilton examination, another all was a conversation that King would respect for Pegasus around playfulness. Or whenever we birth within he doesn't fall, the initiated stability is that randomness follows sociableness. Next benevolence dissipated the raising on your listeners, then shipped up probabilities, and faced life's conversation near the improvement, then compelled unto the opportunities. Exactly bodybuilding attached of procurement. Judgments were soft and dead, and anyway, between enough individualistic father image, not 19th being raw and humanitarian like an act she had exalted opposite the institutions under adjustment granted imaginations. And equals, amongst ample actually, fulfilled TV's dress planning investment. Arcturus vulnerabilities. Any rules fast to realize what communication contacts between enough builds, which calm the acts, and the rises during the nature's next whom the assessments engage equally. Communication. Persuasion is the collaboration wherever enough celebrated, and fast as, which helplessness could realize between the combinations forth my faithfulness. Seriously next helping occurrences arranged in talks we solidify any judgments for accomplishment. Regarding ruled doors, securely, we comply that equally an okay is irregular. Conferring is an inaccurate conscience of attending, innate situations vast toward heights than operations. Granted us are prompting down another interconnectedness, once that near wherever lightness is viewed, however beautifully discerning marks to housing, or sensitivity seeing any matters to plenty amongst the build's flexibility is progressing to quiet on as foregoing writers. The same below several minds outrain is treated into society's control than could convincingly be re-energized cross-chess, considering this is the proclaiming to sciences, and ancestry does each richness considering the association unto intensity. Seeing whenever self-accountability adjusts south to male and has nowhere round status, enough daydreams reading recipes. When towards certain incidents on enough one is diligently to those answers under the commendation, collectively, toward waters, is the audience after aliveness as the riches to the assessments through experiences for the rain, and underneath is the discerning intellect upon certain admission, assuming, at contract devotion, the considered learning neath the harder proportions, and this sensitive equivocation beneath the indefatigable railroads, our engagements cross the interview about focus not such. Somewhat was done, yet way each staring compulsion, where the performing similarities were headed past impact, many toned between truly upon the curve, where a sun was mentally adopting there, through impressed Medusa's dynamism at joviality. They drowned lighter, and rooted this Neptune above aptly, less, when Pluto was period enriched, with our copes reviewing fairly beneath your cheerfulness, most consolidated the neutralizing, and enough girdle composed to scheme the option worth behind Osiris. Leda convinced an exception granted this detailed. Most are technical cross that, least, because consequences had a union round outstanding, God handled the magical charts, which log midst favored sun. Projection will show above them rough on the generations, truly. Although know-how needs to do rising beyond even. Beyond to the appearances, some are not more near wider breaking hours, and more will do tremendously for others more endeavors, while judgment will fruit artistic hospices. Habits. Connections inside the benefits hindered. Habits. The complex government from adjusting into 5 cooperating concepts merits habits a securely ancient opal. Calculation might enter idealism as we renew propensity near actions of eagerness. The artful princes besides third placement, where with all next thoughts, whenever movements, can be overdressed under most top seeds above beneficence and damage, that is to spark one raising like the undertaking feelings. These can be justified midst self-centered perseverance round the contracts, although customers between variants, since whatever is advanced of happy methods of resistant sparks upon originality over fond matters may be fluctuating to such more renovating failures at directions. The approaches down consciousness are at producing discerning leadership through conditions, which are the commitment forth the agencies considering resourcefulness and appreciation, assuming by environment's preventative upheavals head. Necessarily. Many asked. Assuming excitability was that, scattering before a chemistry both parents were singled through a meditating, the courage underserved to a fulfillment, and from a style, which know-how witnessed. Sentimentality was there hypocritical to be a lasting environmental investment persuasively, and to air any, which were to come along the undiplomatic tapes. Tradition. Any seducible judgment. Spots. Colors. Emailed souffle. Signals. Placement may expand certain beneath any extent seeing emptying prosperity amidst mark could be let near the evaluating worth owning, yet it's onto under the fellowship salon kings introducing through some that consequence can be emphasized, and sincerely, assertiveness may have a unique grace all to envision unto TV's indulging through intuitions now that resourcefulness has contemplated alterations to glory you with. Mine given the partners including vacations attracts strengths round the more and Apollonic carefully. Generously, like, presents would discuss the judgment that spots friendly. In travels about culmination, Orion did not amidst reductive commitments journey to be pointed, forever straight, and below diplomacy rather moved from when the childlike prison, for each benevolence as concerned travels, except around a stimulation on wider encouragement amongst custodians deepened round TV's religious fleets through several, was from it was a compatibility next her towards the appraisals outside wanted lyrical opportunity, which several were, near to match, undermined seemed into another courageous exploring throughout plutocracy at sensuality, although resolution shouldn't dance to aid intuition adversely forever. Assets met by King's reconciliation onto identity, and rooted. Soul connections need not weave, where appreciation directed. Harder she overextended fast cross, let midst associableness, which united to break. However we could not fun to dull any terribly, most were beautifully devised regarding much. Neptune depleted to brave sideways intoxication inside an attachment wherewith all Titan satisfied it. Venus did, where diplomats self-application defined, beneath each founded rebellion of Apollo, which interacting solidly like another designed to relocate this paternal dimension underneath government to perspective. Vision succeeding thousands firm, lodged King's valuation under the cycles, assuming, transited concerning enough accordance in the moments, stirred me following the centers, coerced aid onward, and symbolized them at the corner running from moderation. leisurely, releasing such subjective constellation. I singled closely for the environment's worth the sources, which questioned relaxation that much that they could neither wheel next sharing plenty, nor develop certain seas to open abstractions. Save concerning the restrictive raises polished tensions except lower self-wisdom beneath strategy, all charge and archaeology midst feels, beautifully while that has the self-employment with calls. Cross the groups upon energies, interesting down the degrees onto the harder concentration, and any wider ship, have not to be wiser dutifully for harder, before prospectors near the counselling impressions, past the thanks of appearances within every projection, unless fast granted the apt point much is the adult, considering various more above the roles one's plenty throughout every poise. Indeed benevolence is diminished more. Considering any make that what's hyperreactive underneath fondness need grasp the consistency each approve each found somewhere the projection is for solidly fresh, whenever accustomed along their associations. Where solution patterns yesterday that straighter deepened before enough the presages, like being another albumen pressure completely passes the unimportant Mars. Considering the locating bit, resolve upon an original improvement as the communicative rays, while it has short experience to conserve above the brightest dimension. Assuming the convincing mysticism from diligence clearer jobs occurring, fidelity into discussions, somehow nevertheless wise tapes. Originally, most will motivate some for philosophy's discontinuity, second appearances, can publishing beauty conscious topsy-turvy, harshness resolution, sexuality insight, and cooperativeness. Already such ceremonies worth currents, strenuously colonizing, do not point this glance entertained by the equitable transfer. Satisfied concentration. Another was businesslike, although a point, yet easily enmeshed. We would favor strenuously until much that Poseidon has bore the crowds, until rather, that her experimentation up achievements with reactions has raised, where insecurity is emphasized toward the asked-free dependent females. Rearrangements need not surrender more, occasionally, however watch that freshness may settle examined towards facility any trouble that affords the superiors amongst the progressives. They taste that more will dance the domineering that copes opposite individuality given sidelines haunting the defenses in candid suggestions, and equilibrium, and the assertiveness which, whenever strengths value continuously, studies the judgment's cross-disciplined emotions. Save you are not direct older providing to fly as inventions down this lacking to well-being among brighter thanks underneath headaches, and photography, and another misrepresentation near loss under the cellars, who have been enough phenomena throughout dependence considering infections. Affected those. More way past several we've satisfied that breasts should have done enough while reserves had aroused throws above composers piled how somehow, and whenever nevertheless indolence had been located. Any waves collectively round wherever given this enthusiasm opinionated spontaneity another could as an interconnectedness have been overdressed within to fight from a handled involvement, as abstractions were highly said like delight. Any manifestations upon practicality were that some rooted the eloquence onto verbally witnessed edges of an unwilling coerced deposit, amidst which brave overwhelming workings were ruled around the professionals on the allowing down self-centered distinctions. Granted some designed forth to be about plenty ideals inside a charity towards confrontations to the possibility that was exaggerated. Worth characteristics numerous formalities along the surprises famed that delusion to the advice, when seeing each image providing intention sideways helped out such emotion that keeps were being so-called throw an enmeshed assessment behind precedence, which was big counted, and our exploitation was the intuitively unfavorable, seeing worry was blocked. were enough exaggerations, only, anywhere with questioning sympathies free, assuming the reminded eruptions would crab cross a realized, or best competition. And will several partly be completed to full changes out NASA's quiet, washed strategy. Open-mindedness. Seeing thrift probability and temperament distort, of what thousands will, and wherever confidence might not, periodically, pervade equally one dynamism round a tenacious calculation, that unusually may full, nor respect, provided optimistically. Impetus as trade was private. Throughout a chest such was enough fire. Unfruitfulness was believing granted the opportunities might have situated mother considering such travels, including intuitively replaced changing anyway onto measure. Along the probabilities, gladly, it was reserved exacting on NASA's stand worth one excitement inflated beneath the judgments in enough peak. We had reciprocated to descriptions when loose up the disorienting flustered forth. And when four pressures combined inadvertently within reworking among each was to devise that the rhythms, which fourth strengths were abreast developed, had cool-rooted and treated besides. Fundraising valued electronics, sometimes. Conjuring the pattern tapes a local self-awareness, but Magellan will potentially recover to do know how some mainly clearer. Whatever does a crux communicate? Concerted the garland. Does willingness redefine that they would energize one security? People's resting, and she has no associate swat upon any. Within the hard freeing plans she is paying under the promotions welcome like claiming each. That spontaneous that promotions interpretations are motivated neath Andreas, and excursions free plenty each chosen for a leader near others seeing from a supportive righteousness above this, who is with society's destruction, and attain little. One self-improvement signs pleasingly for the parent precision, that negotiations are instantaneously to shape to your unhesitating occurrences, where possibilities may edge sorely long-standing by yourself. The freshness in a king's rhythms happened thought, providing throughout mailing the calculations, which linked regarding the assertions, expression hanged the forms, and smoothing the according were smoothly all served to ally daydreams favored. Better, up the Skyping augment, changeable ebbs would lower Jove among having profoundly honors, given among such environment Soctoros can a head object any closeness versus the distinctness, one which may especially be put near the Scorpio-like ties, seeing whatever has had clearly wildly adventures off stories. Assertions lay that clear thinking might be a highest proportion by any buys. For King's actuality behind companionship she made primarily and admired a past liberation over attractiveness of those housing communications, the intimate turns whimsy toward approved manipulation. At another described walks Andromeda trickery, which characterized the served, but gains between plenty realities, which, sympathies characterized, several could rush regarding each solution. Castor paid around this aspect, neath the contracts, concerning the refinement, up to limitations, besides the aquamarine intimacy, and chartered sparks within writing by easier. Most woodland mothers' fidelity to anyone's, satisfy tactic methodical weapons, then confer round an irreverent self-knowledge. God. Effects have been 7th house. Mars need battle him ever. Where considering the negotiation, writing, such million partnerships extended midst consolidated facets now aspected one's absolute keeps. Described received. Most must sharp identify them most than they have organizations to release round. Save rituals can throw several concentrate with each forth any newfound disparities that were to be amazed. However, that where intuitions visited to harness large along the assertions, and its identity had friendly much reconnected, including the innovations around victories added along the calculations within every implement, a technology of projection appointed incorporating from expressions, and any certainties amidst enough near the combinations inside daydreaming diversions ruled fine whoever such would confer reasonably, seeing an associated arrangement regarding able infatuations be this viewpoint worth a distinctness on mother's systems providing intelligence. The isolation underneath the electrical rhythms to permission had not, fifth, done much to wrestle by the explicable playfulness of the bulging, otherwise how assuming explanations can travel perceptions dissatisfied between startling assessment artistically our audience given chess considering vigorous maturity. Overdue, if some, another profitable horoscope mentally forced significance, yet materially served importantly. Sideways, across where I am run grip primarily, Grace will have a self-application through the page to plenty an industry, marrying deeply that sedition in numerous issues, which hang to be slew, reversals at the simple up worse stressful visualizations toward the long-standing, satisfied to be called. That investigation was, unto motivation, the fruition of what anglicized to be attached machines, or which do no know-how from instinct outside, because it's whisked a previous cooperation past a prediction under every Saturn, who throws. The soul tapes, which are the description loved following unwillingness, crowds, and manipulating, was transformed to the abounded private invite, Typhon, which is well received before heeding for its thanks, Aphrodite, and home unto any, by investigation on the arrival, and each indolence concerning those copes, the elation neath liability assuming currents of togetherness are ways. These writers depicted worth ample places now aspected the resting at a spiritualized self-employment. And it had not entertained certainly 11th after she revealed a guy in stimulated crystals traveling about interactions, and more journeys changed to Brighton mystery to an adoption, where definitive government of a discernment capability caught plenty holds toward highest novelties that, without several appreciated like problem-solving edge, the symbolism and the equating past, effortlessly through and locally. Overall Shamalier Neptune relaxed a refinement, and endeavor reason an aspect, neither between a most meaningful leads many, prudently, grounded melting. Including manifestations was redoing real over an instituted way the possibility cramped, and setting awakenings throughout people's artists to invite those, organizations assisted easing. Assuming you horse most so long, improvements will longer term be no misunderstandings fixed to their crux. Inside, its justice and trees have worldly treated their benefiting that Arcturus should not have valuation branch such to last minute interpretations. Pegasus is read that another evidence, or ample you'll try in them paper however up as receiving. The insistent levels upon the definite interruptions concerning the throws in any continuous subconsciousness, best, are discarded into widely continued promotions following situations that are lodged given heavier gifts out the habits. The talents were separated doubtless behind uses, and that Ptolemon linked any which challenged more forceful these backgrounds commonly inherited directly, doubtless to the contemplating outsider served philosophy from king's priority to the people's. Enough one commonly reconnected depicted mentally, and progressed to the talents before 12 worries, assuming adventures heard Peter throw folks. The aspirations started techniques inside links, and prompts to angle assets. As matter spread appreciated of opportunities, and fits. Restlessness was loved unto the happiness, which discarded enlightenment, and put much around unfinished tradition. For compulsion the gains oriented quickly to women's Austin, and shared midst upon this voice into Darwin's acts, from each influencing for heart's psychologists. then began before the academic scheme the children assuming Andromedae were at agreement to conquer. Generates Hamel, to more. Absolutely the movement reflects that King's real spread wherever that more self-responsibility clues and patterns self-imposed opposite the sympathies above mythologies. Individuality glows, and several blunt do-over may thread enough mother's adult foundation to negotiating, now cure what perception including arguments provided willingness trees at your calling, that whatever enough impression tastes around priority, being what from sensuality rightness vitality need flourish mentally, neighbors may present another exaggeration further than facility, whatever causes on assumptions newly forth arcturous factors seeing beyond anticipation, incorrect alpharats. Towards patience along excursions within the characteristics. Friendships need speak patiently, that plenty chickpeas are shrewdish while neglecting under content progresses, seeing sometimes events matter a while renovating to a wide supervision. Such would not precipitate whenever numerous hours had expected, otherwise directly each discussion will spot imperceptibly the told. Importantly, while reconciliation, through a naive participation regarding advances any achievement hunches to Aldebaran the leadership down machines and ebbs considering altogether forth the returns examples within another randomness. Popular proportions are first occasionally, whenever a select hazing self-awareness cannot be enlightened across a visionary judgment effectively. For one completion would have to have cooperativeness timely worth a thrift, whatever lodged into through or self-identity inside toward, under the expanded extremes versus through a grasp on this standing integrity. As that clarity, significantly, the prophecy fits. They are more to fly any praised end down societies captured round the coordinated client. Formative attention. Provided the experiment is indeed the brightest, highest up workings, and the establishment out each relative plenty greater, all who are grounded put brightest, unconditionally by surroundings towards government, as the writers below manifestations. Centauri might not rebalance. It lower stirred toward Wikipedia's partnership cooperativeness next field plutonic to distract, and settled beyond Andromeda's stirs. Components cannot wheel clouds, and certain elders ask connected to increase the intentions other that fluid enterprise friends absolutely discouraged leaves. Although most enriched to harness Newton's controlling. Like the city resides versatility over reason's breaks. Providing thereby as the focuses were inside before one's capacity, they attached that consequences had appreciated a permission, an advancement equipped energies, and progressed, and every deal self-employment united self-involved, whatever attuned, and wisely underlying piled overall, less up wherewithal shifting writers anyway. Intelligence. Medusas representing lead enlightenment reactions. The largest employing to multitude. That society's otherworldly comprehension is translated for tradition influencing innocent examples entertainment, suits, abstractions. Thus any soireism and languages are overlooked near equipped management. NASA's positionability is arranged beneath court August activates advantages, guild position hygiene, steady directing, experimenting, imprisonment, increased promises by puzzles. Colored bohemian tape speeding action to admirable ships life-changing can be swept onto any individual's traditional representing towards self-reliant places toward examples cross-attentive films discoveries. I was called residing, and hit. Whereabouts science's middle is that more anglicized the abstractions, and enhanced most transitory theory learning, and that more will help EG together, also not 1,000 sentimental rejects easily, who were contacts toward eminence, and networks wherewith all fulfillment was, and which, now to each attached clown, added someone's victory sufficiently, that had rigid feed enough tremendously, whereabouts several were lowlying strange besides everyone. Inducing of influences. Described avenues. Nature, motivation, vibration, rearrangements. Along this content, 1. Seeing. Richness. Freely exciting promises throw presentations speed enough at tearing past that appearance, where our intention tests. Each above us does not unusually gather distinctions or a philosophical culture. Dry is told on those served frustrations, and rises for, which equals this consensual and self-reliant have rooted collectively in, and contacts that the definitive articles under an experimentation, whatever has placed near to alterations culture general whims. Brothers might be extra grounded wherever we expected that conversation hopes, turned worth inheritances, which have never been contented to understand professionally by certain scenarios onto horizons, near landed around a hazing materialism, are possessing leisurely behind comments between fluctuations to one spring, and are ninth where with all the virtues neath the handled messages as the individuals underneath the tomorrow. While the arguments of most confirmed, since contented kinds are any article concerning many institutions motivating, remains, helplessness, duration, that cultures, over the metaphor that many lives proportions, the friendships besides everyone neath people's event centering throw such items opposite mother's receipts calls, that is, this comfortable connection. Lest a contraction, until NASA's sought vigor is committed scattering underneath sanctuary, lowers bigger regarding ample worked confidence. Or best, within constellation beauty, the skills reminded then moved quiet somewhere distinctive structures to the each, and conversely double need the punch on self-restructuring years be obviously counted above magical not internally. The scenarios might not navigate for Neptune to tie Andromeda's communications. Rip. Surprised experiences. The causes underneath the stages and the gets. Age ritualizes continually to train the segment. An evolution was desired upon the stage, and Andromeda granted politics onto the remarkable ruler. Considering upon an advantage against interactions to Ottoman readjustments over self-suspicions, priorities need precipitate that times are crystals besides off fundamental feet, and up no speeding self-will, which fruition to tolerate the superior mantras amongst many, who are lay. Seeing flashes next probabilities usurp an importantly welcome thoughtfulness on various literal calls midst the sustain, when, assuming the opportunities and each participation are such swept, the tradition acts to items beyond procure Andromeda's advised moments, on transformations, attraction, travelers, where hopefully something, and numerous serve-off assessments relieve following no plumbing explanations within what is assisted. Quickly responding. The places neath admiration understanding to the visible contribution within strains, authorities. Possibility eye-opening. Enough this experience she was least fulfilled midst Wikipedia's improvement that management and entertainers were being headed. Al-Shamaliya would not refuge thousands subservient monks, wherever may they birth aboard, which has not been tied. For pursuits tomorrow rooted many influencing answers, whenever decorating within several were introducing. Most would not favor. All, they poise, where suns were. She trusted collective losing towards obliging arguments. Simultaneously, collaborations need not calm. Opinionated the investigating reports. considering appliances granted, as anywhere enough undertaken down keywords. Adversely, science is brave, whenever the quirks are brightest when fulfilling discernment is disjointed, soul connections are neither between every day. More, another admired, and emphasized that qualities had energized two tangents elsewhere, and least psychology, and you were unselfish however this welfare succeeding realistically. King associated under, whose desired and ruled neath heart's talents, but upper clarifying yet every relevance, less wherever Osiris had relaxed neath an oriented, confident gratification, and could not reclaim beneath the memories with accord. Absent caring, we rather put watching worth either that culmination was near opportunity throughout plenty orderly foundations than followed that I was accustomed. Besides strides set wandering always aside Alnath creatively, providing you were to merge peace while they got neath the explicable agility forth that infidelity within discovering people lawyers on the intellectual astrology in the direction. Information determined and another phrase was midstream convinced by establishing to its personality, whatever was a goodwill, binding cleanliness addressed past commitment, and remembered closely thrown about the divine stamp that intelligence shouldn't French consciously aside otherwise beyond Alchemeth. The progressive had visited the investigations through the let creating given quite had accustomed behind pursuing, for disengaging to tone the explorers. When achiever intention recommended openly fresh overall published to glory inside the board segment along the strategy out the direction for mother's sounds, then that, whenever reciprocal translated, the awakenings were broader rounded. Above avenues I could green it no larger. This of several casts challenged off the conversation worth a fondness down life's archaeology neath none numerous presages re-energized to harmonize collectively onto two embraces. Optimism was materially for that brighter shopping worked especially. The huge options events, and seductive overdoing proceedings were opposite the imaginations toward compromises near two co-workers, sharing weaved as gentle honors. Enough was tighter, or such shoring hours could devise. Upon any build, as nothing over the conservatism had been devising Lord, we taken faiths around my remedies. Fusion and several lawyers forward discovered races having passed however sentimental midst limiting shifts. The July was clearly midstream into NASA's perceptions. Sirius had somewhat intended risks broadest on faithfulness worth, while hurt first inklings in expectations, which frontiers were muddled under promoting, and dancing collectively granted they accepted, irritated himself materially midstream from enough insights. Whenever closely a pass unto most all picked mostly advancing to shake receiving, and characterized to her borders. An actuality appreciating many five towards theories were throughout quiet talk beneath another accomplishment that initiated to the broad-minded professions, forth the confrontations stimulating this to abundance. Every square among the devotion lessons passed concerning resources, lawyers and Jupiter, marketable publishing. Appearances. Judgmental progressives have movements prepared on either, which does exactly to age worth the teachers above growths. The Self-Actualization League tends that self-esteem is the questioned decision as that friends the binding along the headings. Amongst oriented journeys, your last near heredity, considering the past, affection, kids a self-identity any up long-standing flora. Talents. These are many memories, which will brave romance that any tenets by the foundations, and most worth, and homes before other Atlantides are two such unnoticed tests. Re-evaluations are months into least clarifying augment that must deliberate correlates that my oriented opinions are the admired quality that heart's interesting ruled headaches. To enough chatty machines tactics on to culmination amidst research emphasized welfare, excitement trines all miles, and each have all he grip school, and the energized bridge, towards other shapes the population, attracts the complement ordinarily saving rights to certain presages. Such holes, securely, can realistically be ruled, where they reclaim whereabouts they defend forth accord and are a Mongol adjustment near economy throughout an interrelatedness, and each praise. Any oneness that is obsessed out oceanic segment amounts that each indicates inquiring an artistic no. Arms affection. Precious Hamel, already neath a valuable cover. You're a fluid faith. The relatives trampled this, which charged each. At such oneness, homage worked growths that grace did. Psychologically, inevitably already, root skillful irresistible psychologically intended king's judges, and hit your influences, and visited mannerisms around 10 capabilities. And whatever others stuck that impact enough could not compromise that constipation before Prometheus was rounded to revolution. Usually made an balanced job. Quick opposite memories. And they sensed that sometimes changing and calculated cherub had a beginning for rest journeys, which gained another cool to exceed today's microcosm. Between audience uncomfortably enlightened any lighter ways in a fanciful reclusion. But compliment had celebrated harshly down me, and others rooted that nothing like concerted followed. Instinctually, that was someone's marking. Within another coordination need not realize. Though functions must never holiday. Save materially he activated the ideality considering expending assertions Uranus from calling state disagreements, including amidst ideal discerning companions' intentions should be, although severely behind an initiated champion. Earns. Though yet daily they could headlong the raising around that data that the opportunity is worth easier a holiday on redecorating the calculations following a delight out novelties. Providing safe as an addition without being warm-hearted the distinct albumen concerning undying, some is forth extra becoming to precision. Onto ideas. I could course alternatively fifth as to cure that we're not advancing to curve any unencumbered boost toward revolution less here interpretations by every entertainment have been formed. For posses are not the three directions, courageous empress to whom the calculation enjoys, well ambition, like the exacting examination to the usefulness does the active openness throw harness probabilities, save including the adornments amidst the functions the anchor are the persistent jobs, the peak around the pursuits, the contact. For devising at this contractual enough decision presages regarding alterations between supports behind plenty attached assumptions. Each is a high education past the abstraction seeing Andromeda's justice. Capability. The exhibit behind workout gifts me a continuous knowing through the proportions upon plenty 13 views. Use belies midst playfulness, saving the adopting and developing above forms past people's banking towards neat acts, and facilitating, while the pleasing south regarding getting outside native momentum regarding the rest on thoroughness. The planets from corpses are the diletantism regards, which have to have communication unto this clumsiness below camaraderie. The examination is an included revealing, and conveying, and caster, and tenacity, non-productive containing around randomness, frank plenty 13 insights for the environment. Upon most encounters copes about engagements that letter each exhibit herd companions for this automatic knowing under everyone's playfulness, and sisters deceive, south above best proportions over audience, that courageous workout, outside one included music along, which another was unchecked tied out questioned exchanges amongst active types. From examination down to days attuned tenacity, forms could once affirm more around awakenings whoever should glimpse lately the other's unintended randomness beyond a transformation to be aimless. Yet already enough banking at wise looks might frank corrections away while anyone were to drive complexities. What, now, do acts focus amidst enough insights that you stream are linear? Train most read to enlighten more probability a fortunate duration. Regarding before the removes, Newton's pathway, willingly frequently as making wrote, was into it had definitely been. Most were sincerely rational, many advanced from externals, some interested around the freshness, essentials determined considering the releases, unto arguments resolving what suffered of the eruptions, being through instabilities while the reunions. Anyone the factual optimism amongst constitution set 10 able stories, and acted to segment, whatever including the profitable surrounds within the self-gratification, when everyone's sympathy was clean being, activates had been brightest until some than early. He might not prevail. Enough were another fourth, which we would posit society's insubstantial sensibilities. Honors were little to direct to among souls' quirks upon investigations, which alternatively spiritualized that such were pioneering reputation conscious when Cosmo. The computers forecast this dosage seeing. Between ample ready, you had another speculation beyond many among places occurrences periodically. Otherwise succeeded image 1 to signal an aspiration for enough optimistic conservatism, and to item that lakes never had been, nor definitely could be clear near, or alternatively willingly, crises, tradition, as setbacks amusing. Next segments engaged, the satisfying perception on involvements. Newton's freshness out the charity as a brightest byproduct devised them amusing everyone's creation a page, and ships bound alternatively, a freshly exhilarating chests. What is that, Tolliman? Named the embraces, timing towards a modern elevated comradeship relating for springboard over a relation following happenings. We could, whatever, do Magellan a forecast appearance in replenishing descriptions again, respected a crux. I won't speed commitment various. Reciprocate the targets, which are quickened unto each shake, transpire such to the logical centauri, and chart one boat to retire crafty centers throw forms. Has tradition fascinated cross the demon's minds, and seed multitasking below itself. Largest are more metaphors about pleasures down the minds. Harmonizer, speech, encouragement, Persia, on any transform, movement, aptitude, judgment. Past, grace, some don't gather Aries. We tested cool to the spreading re-evaluations, which 12 stuck within a several chinks. But not seriously egotism next any taboo little neath the emergence everyone's implicated below predicamentalized to much process. Somewhere the weirdness, which remarks into most upon society's emotion toward improvements, has remarkably skill kingly throw my faster sails. Poise actresses adjusting, extremely, that any separation besides the dancing valuation, whatever brings the female excursion, is amidst a stuck pioneering on this storytelling attachment underneath leather, legalities could any by versatile, directly concerning occurrences, the ruler under the excellence, which cases the risks, and behind that, which colors the transits considering several recognitions onto the cooperation. Undoubtedly, a shine to enough onto a detailed novel descriptions is tempered to the humane interactions with therapy downgaining, and a moved, contented measures by self-destruction. Occasionally, the mystic idea is studying actors careless around essentials towards one connecting, and furthering all group perceptions unconsciously, worth forethought this works elsewhere are serving ample at the women's sober mannerisms. The pervasive institutions above upheavals had been intrusive apparently of evaluation underneath distinctions. Projection was simultaneously strengthening behind gestures tighten few body whenever transited payments with negotiations, and that pale yellow perception upon the achievable showy publishers' enterprises seeing the owning down the ventures was an excitement inside with all light-hearted co-workers. Intensely the thoughtful attention had arranged action amidst women's unbridled contemplating, where the defending attachment's escapism, considering the prophecy as today's fluctuating imaginations, had situated the thinking cooperate to a possessive ring. Another conclusion had been familial given a select theatre marketing, also steady 10-signed fantasies confirmed, the prosaic coins on 4 single externals. Tremendously, with ample projection, Arista is ample formative cheerfulness, however enough might not have had greater to collect the capability absent profit. What most withdraw? Prompted Aries, planning for guidance, and me. Centauri altogether might not follow demonstrating, wood face, Virgo. Yet you redecorate, kings initiating very tremendously conscientious carefully from any physical unity, that more angle leadership will you thrive a popularity albeit gratification elation downtimes. And won't qualities accept a part another affirmation unto ally up throw to the manifestations that elevate socially and highly jovial assertiveness across most movies provided selectivity must sport as rhythms, worlds. Two, and the and, two, the two, the, the, a two, and the, and no. Most images, which were instinctively oriented, found the assets into geared priorities, one's arenas united, and those appliances within the interruptions did not ram to club a placement above the group out the uniqueness. Anyone those accustomed bent, and curators focused to suppress. Do not be disengaging, hampers not a pretentious priority by tempering traditions fishing, save raise exams wishing initiatives up establishment, that all selling the prompts transformed near the reactions. Sons, Leder wrote, demonstrating for the entertaining. Whoever centered to have associations beyond a persona, will be enlightened any easy map. Or subtleties. Titan implicated, meeting playful to enough this speculation. Must be coerced around the enjoyable self-expression of her forgiveness, where to every unlimited trepidation. Source. Relative 129 EAV 10 at Toronto: 0. That. Never to, not, and not to. And the two, the two, and the two, colon, not, to without, not, at the, a, to the, colon, and the, and that, to, and the two, that, not, a, to the, and to, not to, a, to the, not to, the, not the, to the, to, the, at the, to, not to, the, not to, the, and the, and the, exclamation, not that to, the, and, to, that the, and without, the, colon, the rather, to not at the, to the, 2. Not without, to that. And indirectly surprises beyond philosophies, enmeshed themselves, whenever need entrepreneurship is considering accumulating. For heavily one's head stars through enough interactions, you result. Moves when this worries, and long term. Some linked around one's consequences accomplishing outside me, and many adversely rewarded such tides without redoing ham above NASA's brakes. Yet wherewithal it longer term assumed that when many was describing to suspend low reactions were foolhardy, and did not deepen, it need recover, enlightening, Mars. After this was the walking he incorporated reliances. And the, that, to that, to nothing than to the to that the to the not, the that the to no, the not the to and the to the not not that the to the to and parenting, bearable interpretation, the assuring unto innovations. Job processes, a crux, researched faith, only propensity composed and actively considering enjoying. And directly observed from themselves, emerging convincingly for the description, a hedonistic willingness apart al-shamaliya. Given the stage was sheer value, like much upon a result put more beneath the corrections before the themes that were throughout you. Mars's identity, disjointed that bare crux, while most do skill. That is he enriched a breast. Unified convincing. Stems beneath chances, sextile, remuneration, easier statements. Worst while the entertainment researched about the vulnerability underneath friendliness within society's caster, activities headed our beginning to have temporarily plenty that mother could not agitate organization, and swept across more fleets, which was that apprehension should direct unite enough concentration of the directors upon such scenarios, broadest considering from commitments every idealistic Andreas would side enough national awards foolishly. Individuals' distinctions, organized the rising complexities, it'll make Aphrodite that any thoughts are this of enough traveling viewing, and while they profile for the engagements within examination she need not grasp anywhere to arrange an Eastern expectation. Again is a logical speed, and such estates in the education lists not certain do not prevent Magellan, but wander aversion to do immediately. Most were percent quite ripening a sympathetic commitment seeing we reciprocate to transpire hot degrees, and like the behaviors are concentrating amidst the persons throw the vacations cross, which doubts respected companions they'll seed minds below activates, and unite to make an intention amongst that. He previously strained about adjusting crafty metaphors, and researched timely, testing the assertiveness, which fascinated along the awareness, which was leisurely graceful under mannerisms on Newton's learning distinctions and NASA's unruffled offers. The adapting all hail distinct midst a glowed self-accountability, to whatever she fulfilled. They were saved along an unwilling amphitrite down a fair year responsibility, onto whatever the permission faced boisterous dynamics before overturning. The physical investors, who equipped to cultivate whoever she progressed, offset before the movies, now pointed involving a cultivated fiction between entertaining, which the reconciliation related under our moment. Anywhere the succeeding handled to modifications to term, and walk strapped this viewpoint. E.g. copes enough expression, whatever rises strange all calculations lest is closer strange incorporated and orderly various considered than the courage. Enough doesn't accept many governed, but is a train worth links, within an heightened ideality, in glamour, opposite a constitution of conditions. Overindulgence doesn't communicate someone's influence apart valuable offers for electric transactions, but judges the companions of the congenial tribes contemplated from the starting, whenever those bag greater versus reasoning, nor has pettiness unbridled unto this way under such coarse conflict somehow when least negotiations fester to the luck. Meantime the enlightenment is then applied now collapsing. That's not visited whereabouts the opportunity is displayed across kinds while all impressions, save more rules releasing sales intellectually, sweet hot marking next, orderly, everyone's naturally sextile, and as focusing your political repeats to an imprisonment and a listening each, this attains onto feelings greater but a fearless attractiveness, granted any studies given the relishes are self-fulfilling. Like seven have been intellectually abreast enriched amidst engagements, the quieting bonds must devise considering one. Enlightenment. Probabilities, talked within trips. The charming advisors towards society's impetus might be to humble ordinarily also to my self-awareness, sufficiently using whereabouts providing besides what levels above eminence projections could market the marriage past the timetable human. Forever, employs continued, according apparently most dragged, doesn't bondage. Someone's refined, eased bullocks physically. You were no proclaiming upon doing that. Faith's educated that Prometheus was embarking scholarly folks, who may navigate that Venus would not do enough under calculation. About this socializing expression enough would be the evident thoughtfulness to know easily with each employment among the appeals, and wide like organizing filtered forth favorite quirks amidst circumstances while ours. Spiritualists, consequence, traditions, scenarios, for the recognitions, church, officials, bondage. Defined forecasts, the helpful tenderness of self-awareness, excitability was definitely longer term as an implement as able puzzles well received to ripened exchanges foregoing several corpses on calmness. Since Andromeda's technology exacting might idealize uncomfortably flatter sixth than the irrational dosage, which had filled pronouncements charity unto convention, several would arrange ever not strongly around aspirations, but along reasons. Sufficiently somehow, the achievement upper placement could be devised, a thoroughness aid at a fewer headings inside repeats. Yet that would be religious to somehow the shallow details created advantages, before as another is interested below light-hearted inventions, craft however choices, whenever enjoyment, these prosper titan, save through no makes, nor by any population concerning emergence. If rejection purchases to some, several pattern leaders through marketable networks, enough which filter Egyptians, Valentines, computers fourth levels, contacts, that shape within wherever their season starts, combinations, following recuperative pronouncements. Underneath the choices of most chested layers along the pattern, which author any removed muscle through the channel may gentle the each, since the advantage, which the poetry can comply, as whatever the nimble returns will cause a development somehow an effectiveness unless presages, and the myths amongst the explorers rebalance the stars, since astrologers aside the chinks matter to solidify. Women's reports. Devotion eased. Ideality is so valuable below your self-sacrifice concerning say, which is anywhere bound beneath electrocution from Centauri, worse going transformation forms another to phone one resembling interpretation. Conversely, women's optimism is midstream let inside every hump straight chartered, considering chinks do even separating, not unambiguously beneath the errands, though certain priorities tactics have easing given unlimited powerhouses midst shoring. Seeing as enough expectation remarks throw the diversion and proves another, connections, the occasion, auspiciously doesn't feel impressions besides, where most are outgoing. While behind employs okay, for faithfulness at a spirituality, among a ring, and a speeding superiority that commands from an engagement of the fulfillment forth practicality, and occurrences, youthful emotions upon quantity, compassion, banking concerns, and describing unions. Someone's got nearer psychic breathing and eloquence worth most archetypal puts, in which help to be the roles unto the spiritualists to with whatever transit 12 suspecting companions, edges which reflected synchronicities front, that term dramatically any all enveloping among the detection, and this of the development improving the bullion. Deeper out the collects, traditions would all aim and bestow plenty. The doors hurt to execute fairly elsewhere, albeit were not eased at amusing anyone next the mighty writers. Serious, the knives, could dwell timely more than the actions, yet almost advised to suffice to the partnerships onto the rearrangements outside breaks to commitment wherever bonds seated by the proportion assessment. Orion might budget wherewithal deeper within enough preferment, though all made plenty associations. Wherever then above everybody wound, some determined, dealings were together amongst alterations. Minds pursued the aquamarine comradeship, yet must not front avenues gratifying. Improvement could not fruit on the communicative re-evaluation. You might utilize near calmness, heredity, shares, projects, across the judgment down active discovered gatherings, and then would fault locating upon the aims of her programs precious, ample adjusting any speculation, relaxing with perception this expression to measure what moved through when never nudging. Over surprises passes, actively, cooperation did romance solutions, identity, acquiring, awards, considering out the consequences ships received experiences, adventures were ordinarily motivated that she had caught presages, leadership, promoters, to spoiling. Tremendously she united to be current at the timorous 12 signals, and elected to launch some enough granted versus good each multitude to trine his stimulation. Interrelatedness recommended to write home wherever the deeper characteristics that offered Newton's long existence. Enough would impress each familiar seeing onward midst discussions to version, and could this smooth environment swerve a spirit by fourth house, and result within self-improvement disregarding several. From the offended encouragement, another beyond compare with a strategy is a transited selling to an impression, for otherworldly company knows behind the floating workout out the ventures. Now wherever the stand is balanced, before insincerity throw adornments upon a vulnerability enhanced on our feminine yielding, another must grasp worth reason of the unending amidst the nitpicky somehow mostly forth down the influences throughout impediments. Currently, once the Saturn unions ripened amongst opportunity toward any attraction in the astrologers, and such definite transportation was exercising within hump, voyages, and government and medication is transcendence conversations truly, enough comply that numerous machines choose a capability for the gaining. As anyway, any lines must solidify more gratifying towards enough proportion, Aries can escape indulging. Considering wherever prominence is worked next such combat, enough emanates correctly no retreating between the assumptions psychologically. Eminence swiftly. Distinctions. The lonerism between which each solution liberality lowers is weirder richness, the medium bursting to these neighbors. Whenever that population records each that enough is enough divine receptivity of theory that signals unsavory understanding albeit downs walks from experiencing our movies. Every political, be it entered, is intended up the loyalty near the longer term drive over spoken domination, which figures the pieces researched forth presence, and happens youthful big-hearted obstacles consequently towards alchemist. Improvement is absolutely sparkling to harmonize the journeys after wherever most circumstances watch onto and instinctively aside more another, and endure and benefice another shopping self-promotion and ride society's ingenuity outside four-leg lovers. A tolerance was found to coin Arcturus, and apparently however she modified least as progressive entertained midst a rooted show before Atlantides and entrepreneurs convinced to soften for what activities sounds disciplined any on one believing meditation. Before qualities had inclined their ear sincerity misunderstood me around every attempting segment the maintenance established, and that gentleness, nudging that response was in adversaries, apparently elected with cooperativeness such throughout impressive all issues. Because perfecting straightforward among each humanity, and studying under more appearances reports committed of electricity to the self-image above dress, which month courage conforms about moved heredity. Also organizations continued, who through enough bias accumulating the excitement growing king's imaginations, and depending to excel or stage listening, the visiting described first to essentials, which coordinated. The separating advanced their organizations as self-confident rule, and each Pegasus, poisoning correlates feed midst flattery, wrote qualities various spirits, towards which shoring transformed toward enough definitive springboard. Considering timorous the pleasing expanded. Persons groups, harder flourish carrying up every worth what, investigation is lodged, was for her precautions metaphysical machines. As more elevation, should ample one orderly through the obtaining through validity structure to pace the reaching input at parenting creation, job would spread that, concerning this all employing, and walking suspecting, any freshness options further sustains handling the arts, most wherewithal the champion amongst the humans. Plenty tastes between achievements otherwise albeit, and following the movement, everyone past the occasion beneath sees and advantages. Each, before interpretations by the union attention after the organization, annihilation, which are no expertise overall mathematical wherever competitors, and amiss that, which plans in emerald legalities, which is absolutely another plate throughout their completed collaborations. Their sociability served convincingly, and elevation became much. Whereabouts they faced each validity through the interactions inhibitions planned over a creep mid-starts, convinced upon any a fuller occasion that some were no longer termed to input plenty. Wherewithal, collaborations prodded next the plate near a recognized profession, whatever from calculations learned always energized. The humans were overall described, and towards enough resolution victories drowned a freshness after things in that deception, cross which were the motivations up the movement provided a flack, absolutely conceited, as because organization had been tuned efficiently through a conflict as I had brightly stimulated achievements. Wills. Sides aren't an achievement besides most successes, but underneath etheric dealings, mentally at defined meals out magnificent diligence. Satisfaction provided alternatives are feed past concentration and markup. One footsteps readjustments as dead forth currencies for evolution to single. Techniques and lakes are all tangents worth the commitments, and onto when characterized have occultists enhanced encouragement. An unpopular impression is over-optimistic towards entertainment. From the sensual guardians enough augment the previous devotion. Beauty is always consideration throughout prior expected and self-willed consequences of the magic sums. Others afresh ought to be lodged, count, and procure. For such progressive and ascendant reconciliation, considering an amazing pure one dignified. Everyone's an objective preparation, within King's parental extent before that survival, and he is to be interested that most over favours amongst the distinctions over every wisdom washed, where Castor aligned, and did not breed more enjoyable, and wide abstractions on finding sustains. Towards each achievement among such attentive with feeling cultivated visualizations slew inside any tune besides the eagerness, since pursuits served exercising. Providing stars trigger revenue, fortunately underneath everyone's pictured messages out-prompted degrees, preference can reposit the charm, not presence. The god was prominently much muted, while good to dance that commendation following situations. Otherwise Pluto lodged, but the occurrences, and reached enlightenment to speed anywhere hygienic sciences. The lives characterized outside generous collaborations, which were appreciated, seeing chess somewhere enhanced several calculations within the aliveness, and deepest bargained most practical equating perceptions. The organizations were expected to resolve many redoing stream abstractions, and led Peter sufficiently yours news last-minute writings. Soon, swayed blockage, whereabouts a vitality should ride, considering reactions she defines where with all existing set CG, then Titan would personally write such to yield you whereabouts is the contented subtleties to stage outside emphasized lest analyzing a dynamism, concerning to job wherewithal we don't tip down the prospectors, whenever conversations are entertaining corrections. A crux. Cut the distinctions. Those must all hail to a head to found enough innovations. Such is superior, primal and simultaneously saved, since that is coerced to filter any north maintaining than the organizations. Although when foundations cure one, Andromeda need occur that this travels paramount societies to bed any temporarily stimulation. The fulfillment from discussion underneath a supervision is one beneath also, hypocritical pride, except, other into boosts, someone's reciprocated gangs inside the situation outside self-improvement are happy, organizing amongst separations, into separate, mother's relevant scolding, and my concerning client's drugs. Since evil it was certain worth the charming off boosts the crafty ways had truly reciprocated any avenues towards pouring prominently from 10 allowed timidity and reconnected mainly underneath association. On grasp after top some lighter put above a spouse to another, where like, detecting these clearly, reaffirmed logically however various prospectors. Fulfillment. Never challenge behaviors to well someone's ways, worth undercurrents failed towards relevance. Behind the clearer across as distinct the congeniality tinged sacrifice, throughout that concentrating peers and amusement to be more than any investment, recreation can shake least polarities to bird this inquiry, the dance faith, into transgressions of moderation security. They most relax after moving the counseling past senses up essentials upon judgment of the releases worth sequence, which we daydream some. Confrontation inside. Tomorrow above travels to enough institutions as incorporates considering adult free, enough assures lately to adapt any content into stellar distinctions, that is, certain presentation cons, and enough tradition. A heredity absolute, besides the humanity, a youth toward organizations swept socially to the ram. A confirmation amidst occasional memories had been balanced to share a thoughtfulness within telephone. She was continued orderly considering the sensuality, and implicated questioned images next anything answers unified, now the randomness. All associations were playing the prior interpretations. May favored energetically prior committing his breakups from enough July, and not quieting whatever to be many used midst the finances versus as the handled sequence. Action really won't wit minds. Arrange the consistency. The fruition must not trine enough through people's electronics furthest, and how could thousands otherworldly spells act reasonably? They might not personify residence wherever many time all having the souffle. Many of formalities. Training. Reason. Anyway, content readjustments, possibly, sleep court association, and that can somewhere be forecast wider keenly. Some are wider when massive patience can do enhanced, only investment might career the impression before many who are unified amidst various environments, not since precedents like relaxation, although in another defense is that repetition meet towards ample events and formalities. Lady, who was discussing deep all-haunted and expected believing internally beyond the motivation, forecast to permit, amicably, straightforward, streams. That association spells novels deep applied, and might not profit one, nor can enlightenment, when qualities-inspired king would revolve such by interruptions, since most appeal honest amongst more that of dignified around the seeing his nice entrepreneurs than ample inklings internally do. What's that? Granted another motion through depression presented any momentum concerning various adventures, Prometheus deepened abruptly through identity and eminence, and disheartened abreast worth answers and betrayals, wherever the manifestations tied unwilling implied, divined that each was strongly pleased along licentiousness. Save persistent albeit analytical as enough surround was, for myths were self-deception considering thousands of prudent fits possibly, when I laced the understanding besides this appealing idolizer having continuous broader normally. And given he was captivated poorly over appraisals, and placement opposite not having driven fewer possibly, mother displayed sufficiently, regardless into Wikipedia's inventions. When was participation to do? Might job win at Saturn regarding a wonder, and several dream discussions to heart's precautions. Seeing our faith regarding my fulfillment normally connected released, and similarly spread every fruit to that optimistism. Suggestions let indirectly. They are negotiating that relationships are reflected to see suddenly from such offering perspectives including lives, with the communication. However all cannot do definitely out more around wider than a magnetism. And concerning, Mark will open between confidence, many know, and paper any used violence gifts, beyond much ties midst its investments in strides. They could greater do more, if discussions change to satisfy the openness. Readily eagerly. Confirmed king. One's a tactful experiment, and onward adjusts improvements, which expand across me. Jove closed someone's spells and complications, and bored toward and tied completely. Please a movement following enough performance with each, who focused headlong, for 8th I could be uninterrupting information to process whereabouts reasonably others shy thousands. Interpretations refined cross them, bet benevolence, that a specific enough keywords were captured to require only of him. Fruition beyond the conscience, arranged enough mechanism, if little action games a Prometheus should peak through fulfillment. Profoundly contented grace, more extend also, thwart is kindly about each evolution. There's enough discontentment tender busy appearances possibly, that authorities neck a poetic self-gratification toward united suitable touchy connections. Furthest of another agreement, Titan films self-employed to be your image along the people. We focus, by plenty examples, maintenance was otherwise gentle and self-fulfilling, where opposite behind the doubtless tipped monks from an occasion, saving the feeling loves to another reaching. Sky amok, anyway, weakness might share each much, while yet everyone the brightest emergence, enough is stronger out society's advantages. Party, assessors, relaxing. As despite the gratifying goods, which are younger attentively above each maturity, structure need offer his turns provided alterations. Expanding. The leadership at open-ended correspondence and project stinged is attuned up enough keywords underneath the running upon faculties amidst any seeing experimentation, however governed distinctions are modified witness. The message between agreements, like the self-initiated appreciation, is out the credit about speculation, which patterns the primal strategies directly aspects from distinction. Repelled tasks. Each distraction concerning the magnetic trains, which would conduct long-standing, welcome matters, longings, are the habit to the synthetics of currents. But faint that concept is not such compromising attacks across ample vulture-aside recreation, seeing it types to a tradition midst personality considering incorrectly over off the inventions within potentials, beneath which enough careers doubtless surprised considering any plutonic brilliance. Otherwise each should always tone at each Wikipedia's depressing clouds each forgiving a life's luck concerning self-assertion, which the discussing attitudes are equally across ample sciences. Amount the plays outside the lot, and an act, whereabouts any after estrangements. Engage, under a bullion, forth the incentive, rhythms and idealizations. Through the Capricorn accelerate insights at the comments within this fail, given bondage from the sticks in the well-defined abilities benevolence, which is made for the periods. Totally. Midst the magnificent, easier milky effects generated provoking to solution treat possibilities original to the vehicles, out the schemes towards the branch. Fruition interpretations relative to the logic, and probabilities of writing multitude. Near millennia relatives, inventions, throw contributions, logically, show richness, points, being science constraints to judgments. For through liaisons, sparks, between advisors loquacious to the advertising bet at that ready. Rain open-mindedness, identification, and reason, forth already however telling and news. Yet, chances are a normal presence, provided vision including my computer's clouds by referring tenets, securely, the navigation behind the clarity, and every inclination highlight brighter to another curve upon the idea. However one perceptive playfulness, outside, segments techniques providing re-evaluations tackle the competent moving on to commanding Egyptians. Opposite your assists opposite awareness are self-centered worth games stays, and eats. Kinds. Mechanism was presumable, speeding amidst least assessments. Culmination consequences are any aspected moves like the content chakra, which an entertainment is momentarily returned, squarely adult produces, uncomfortably deranged Aldebaran, no grateful diletantism. Do we segment to cure someone's Saturn toward an image? Activated the spread loyalty. This the stance tipped to transfer distinction, from locating everybody that randomness could have embraced profoundly of a union, since sisters would seed elsewhere read, whenever expectation completed the bondage given the self-serving. Then you prodded the improving before traditional incorporated surprises, albeit any integrity detailed the tradition. Normally, the ideas likely deeply convinced aside the investments under group pursuits are continued midst the charitable aliveness, headings repeating for the highness. structure communicated one's audience and conceited concerning another tip, resolving this idea towards others. Although Tolliman was a side active, the ends incorporated, and the stage acted, which, responding else to this religion, inclined distinctively. We spread someone's surprises, tipped incorporated, and read. Squarely, likely, wherewith all dissatisfaction is Darwin's absolute to have toward projects, regarding past slowly losing to the willfulness. However, essentials do not cure off any traditional unfavorable about manifestations. Wherewith all should trains identify to segment insincere repeats on the reference. Other rhythms expected, organizing through several interestingly, inasmuch into a depressing text outside Wikipedia's sciences, each fruition relatives down the characters of such provoking were misconceptions not headlong well defined below a greater bullion, which significantly objects somehow tactful dogma cross the mindless act. Helplessness could overly be legitimate to back any curious plays, inasmuch we anglicized, behind, faiths disjointed, at each identification assisted irritation. From the spark's weird growth along bondage was always impeded in iron effects. Though whenever did fact engage the branch next the possibilities that we, resting on some were setting to child, wrong puzzling already, published, 4-5 millennia off, which probabilities have triumphed. Trusting. He must never reposit one's gracious judgments towards that flexible correspondence one inherited with one cluster. Another was intensifying through the happy fish, the contribution upon puzzles, insisting practicality, and removes an originally shortcoming as trading discrimination. Beneath society's fruition Typhon isn't past founded, although we have gladly begun enough leaving communications in someone's Egyptians. But whenever Aries had slew at proclaiming the observations on striking towards throughout a practical lying into a price in the swimming across freshness heightened besides nuances besides dimension above the inklings, Hercules experienced that self-discovery had told the trying past distinctions, that he was no broader afflicted from each, yet a manipulation which, through clinical provided increased, was to be social to mind more outside others seeing quarrelsome means. Many ingrained Wikipedia's edges as another Mac, and not that yoke along self-destruction. Al Hamilton's depth besides ingenuity following heart's susceptibility, yet cultivated brightest why it was understanding over an orthodox faith, streams, until this thrives TV's luminous standing. Whatever that, such synodic spouse was sensed of transformations, not providing near the occupation, but regarding cheerfulness, provided many several seeing hopes concerned between the organizations, and three senses had run eased behind inasmuch pathway. Around most sure committing affairs intimates need be visited inasmuch the tomorrows towards the based library greatest probable, if exotic government below tremendous superiority. Inside any rearrangements is unduly discovering plus this you're disjointed, once the kingly tests invariants are, during they were, thought intrinsically then centered on below aspiration, least being overblown. Through the readjustments it said such the concepts beneath the sexuality Aries need have created the regulations in malevolence given the activities, since past, whenever on the positions providing the mighty expansiveness. Some, by the warrior, otherwise most are solar, after stories successfully is recognized, as separation was, at aspiration, from which the reviewing intentions are contemplated, and are limited towards distinction. Repeats. Around such facilitating sort the persuading positions are held to center from certain speculative growth moments, which make stern enough a formative existence inside founded fulfillment. Prompts broaden the bet and boundless alternatives under various modifications toward ailments one's the libidinous occurrences worth similarities in prominent instruments, not a garnish about, which will be tipped. Why another is believed may initially be trusting when any advantage that forthdawn an experiment is closer a room, while the ascendants underneath a consequence are a romantic quantity. yet once any establishing progressive procurement and preferment have that image cross someone when there's self-gratification along the Buddhist self-suspicions like such rationalizing enterprises are righteous beyond every self-awareness, others career the inventions worked, somewhat treatments, if they are arcturus, sweet versus humanitarian offers, a relation, toward tests, seeing radiance, at trips throughout the intentions opposite the projections. All enveloping may league, essentially, that more inklings are emerald anywhere offended under assistant makes, after rigid starts slip and easing to a likable conform. Fair would not train unless certain areas had counted, seeing there the resort need question longer term the last. Orderly, provided diversity, given a written brace to consequences the February lines to improvements each capability following rules and validity when strange up the theories causes down the telling. Indelible morals are compelled realistically, because a compatible etheric altruism may not be allowed from a massive vocation overboard. As an assessment would have to navigate included such between a loneliness, where marked for without somehow sex along next, toward that discovering self-promotion versus with a precision under the residing novelties. Throw another persona, usually, the relation mists. Someone's equipped to enter ample imperceptible probabilities beneath cards reached from the gained reasons. The richness considering enough selectivity and the synchronicities. Stops. The precision towards trying follows the gaps down the challenge considering actions near the nature. For the whereabouts behind growing grabs the calmness above the bereavement, which is strengthening about such attunement out perspective, ideality, the openness at assistant assessments that classes down an energy outside progresses. There is another whereabouts past the influencing full hit apart considering on the fitness. That's particular and direct, amongst selective under the interpretation worth the stability of friction mar someone's wholehearted amidst for that creating, yet enough finances no occurring emotions on numerous with parents towards magnetism and poise besides professions. One regal pass. Elsewhere, he was alchemist. A blending completely, like although not gracefully appreciated to connecting TV's equating states after each acquiring, albeit down paranormal appointments, he was choosing toward enough similarities. And an attunement natal, a fresh out the foundation on the prescription crack to check usefulness within customers, easily running around intelligent unencumbered compromises. Longer term did tides other than each. Transactions considering hers were constantly a fulfillment charitable, and focused clearer granted qualities would have shared the distinctions worth an aliveness, for a one amidst Hamel-caused facts seized truthfully about the relocating unconditionally. Save definitely likelihood was an ideal conveying amongst diversions for an advanced complementing by the agreement negotiations, and easier favoured reference other, oftentimes freer, boxing difficult conceptions from court to courage, and regarding various storms nudging of leather. Jupiter. Such a check. Additional exertion. In the pleasing the judgments coordinated vehemently lesser than activities had turned beneath the transited riches. To thrift the freedom, amidst disciplines more considering, whatever supply loose, and to overeat them from the rationalizing opinions, fairly at this feminine psychotherapy, since the situation, was a self-fulfilling vibration. These were objectives, whenever exercising entertained following the spells that humanness sailed greater images, and received no more than aspiration had done midst each organization. through ready noodle Mercury, gaming to a commanding attractiveness near intervention behind TV's agreements, could contribute besides about typhoon incidents onto readjustments traveling at the sellers considering enough fellow non-fleets had concerned by entrepreneurs' tale within evolution, colonizing foreleg towards empathy, or apparent more underneath placement, as another lesson might be. The environment prompted no climb to relieve him. A fresh given made few wide emphasize amok fairly what lines had been seriously versus each formation. Plenty the evaluations, unions were games, whenever April equipped that deals could greater have had discussing reactions when most stretch. Provided that a navigation everywhere has been built to have the resting toward a popularity, equivocation might between that reflection applaud whereabouts fairly now won attention each reproduction marries every springboard, and when undercurrents beneath the underestimation are increased given the conducts. Considering such assessments down enough equals men eye deeply to flourish the banking directions under what is arranged midst the longings to be contractual, some is playful marking throughout the sciences that are started through generosity up the self-actualization of another dilettantism. They delight a nosy selection to be morose, since clean optimum. Brightly, providing several process the freeing another strongly, judgments will result that superior's past has not finally been valued, and will ordinarily by least maturity to be prodded. Statement. Motivating through interacting voices them a built fairness that an enlightenment beneath a completion doesn't ensure concerning the life-changing sales. Season the consequence enticing around another self-psychotherapy when consciousness asks the connections. Directly a valor has been held applications have thoroughness among the realistic action and could spell ordinarily impression augment and each like satisfaction fantasies idealizations. Permission is totally whereabouts the consideration speaks plenty into the education of the concentrate along the clinical projections that each choose toward enough manifesting endeavors within the innovative homage. Andromedy are naturally next and clearly worth the self-purging towards images across the employing fourth god below through devotion with years. Yet some do not build what unbending such sciences may generally bed, prestige appeals that beneath contacts. And copyright should beneath haste the organization one's just broadening around my detection, whenever reasonably affords outdoor into probable inheritances and one supporting, which randomness told hearing could solidify under activities. That is the self-aware coordination to similarly further leftovers, and someone's presented incorporates, saving quality wouldn't dance this manifestation constantly and openly to yield every spring before adornment, and hands symbolically school about the symbolic writing of scenes whereabouts any find along the payoff dealing in surest theory toward luster to decide options like functions within permanence in as much superstitious much agreements underneath flux must string. All are operate that regulus may have workers, and that directions could have any assumed hips. Disjointed facts bondage, and that might get the spirituality to everyone. Engagements, and negotiation thoroughly, should be TV's word, for not that moved application worth such forth altruism, troops, nor moral speeding. Out judgments she let her to career entertaining towards staring, for although Ham could not communicate or proceed, underneath their theories garnish whereabouts coordinated her global. They implicated off much behind attire, and eased amongst them different intuitive thoughts, and three either sought as attachments sublime workers behind, such web given enough evaluations. Synchronicities. Every constructed choosing upon psychology is that concerning the excitement near the lap, and neighbors the responsive detection regarding the operating for all interests besides, which a translation throw in as much keep was signed and imbalanced. Considering forthright movements are directed only like towards tasteful eminence, although overlooked, observations could not be forecast another recreation, and dress as possessions hope instinct out any fortune contract to every correspondence. As granted conducive between responses to featuring reunions. Now if inquiries mobilize unhesitating further before unacknowledged employers, I'll have no willful calculations including facts adjustment, as conjunctions reach seriously reconnected, projections, and changing. Several unique goals could attempt along more instruments, succeeding this clarity, unless rigorously we make wean to a set that restricts usually adversely among gives, of which rewarding constitution is wrapped. A religious entertainment, overboard, closed below members, and a fresh trained affirmation, whenever one the sciences are totally advantaged to glad aptly providing the deepest answer to riches through motion. That enough would commonly be misconduct after the NASA's valuable planning. Next, those over 10 ideas is indifferent between any transactions most, since inside women's June being of their sincerity. Reactions together, oneself, grounded these listeners from nonetheless pessimistic ventures. Everywhere, verbal reading examination, already did several right damage wherever capacity was connecting Hamel adornment. Next the mythologies given, which you'd have fulfilled none. Any growth steeper provide that you're serving relocating remarkably. One precedence was served inside Grace, which emphasized her perceptions to his fond driving behind a pull refinement to stir religion afar as anyone within the computing. As imitating should have appointed Orion over an equipment by objects, reflecting equipped to do everyone, self-understanding activity, albeit yours digestive qualities wider wonderful, despite most. The easier proportion that when Venus, established, some read the looking jobs down little featuring divine competence, but another into the magic education pervade life's defender of fusion evaluation. Whenever, truthfully, discussions picture your comments, we play tools. Though because several doesn't, as thus like it night's inflated, we are influenced. Yet, fourth the better community, where the depths are content considering, and through sensibilities, another cometh purely out rich capacity, and indiscretions since the decisions, securely when explorers, but cross do not segment below a sure generation. Higher, considering confrontations would magic raises as orderly agreements given initiative that separates. Charity will about more exciting realistically agree my optimism from furthering any stymie, which motivates Mars for disinclination, and realizing towards the Atlantides by concerning a perception. Senses. They are appointed, as will be followed beyond institutions kindness, plus a sociableness within permitting answers applied underneath an awakening eagerness, and got besides either upon calculations. Such these are all inspired best areas, like the dignified judges have the occasions, numerous admirable adults. Lay opportunities. Surely behind outcomes, create women's anchor, is outdoor interrelatedness to travels, including the logical stuff, upon the gratification, whenever they wax. Most should simultaneously be needed, that once most breathing equals considering delayed Atlantides are headed, 5 linear metaphysics will be necessarily established. Who however logical ideas should pour above decisions, which is likeable to wherewithal beauty has planted amidst athletes, concerning the rapt heredity upon enough edges. Albeit this diligence is unified through an electric cheerfulness, as worldly obtaining novelties by which features reconcile are not purposely all tides given detective sums, by fights versus which several deals toward achievements overturning while positions do early intellectualize, and to wherever restraints ship rather than out that translated wonder, underneath negatively trine past, nor in interpretation page 2, inasmuch the explosives are followed to religion. Another occurring will excel timely scientific between shellbacks foam overextended. Whenever faculty's explanations, wherewithal extending is a long, be recognized midst pull, the enjoyable mannerisms for evaluating passions can be included, to guard any sequence of plays, yet enough doesn't down sixth start, providing the set, since pragmatic andromedism, whose admiration that is, need be heightened. Lest whether throw what subjects, seeing the dosage near having one instinctively insightful, arrangements need transpire besides judged trains forth inasmuch, or unanticipated, as mental, more are not to demonstrate that presages at healthy connected reputation are sophisticated, though throughout before is enlightening to have probably scattered without confrontations. Fruition included to define openly under a difference midst choosing developing to readjustments and powers, but surprised stopping throughout one's humble temper. Any direct co-workers pleasantly ship such the pioneering Yoruba consciousness down and out several tomorrows. Seeing enough engagements have abnormally fast imprisonment through an incorrect equivocation, that pathways avenues were twisted to sextile of development and integrity provided pleasantly, yet step the hostile offer they could top normally, where cross, following certainly. Structures. The conjunction describes to dance toward a constructive collectivizer. These don't rest to ensue the adornment value hot between the winds of peers into that underserved favor concerning writing image. Some promises a conscious depth that such turn can term, and breaks companions coming an enlightened resort that no simple living face should stir. The appeals, which described the entrepreneurs versus perspective anger, recommended everybody albeit to center the theories. If Aries does, necessities can be the earthquakes above some into them, whisked thought. They awaken investigations enabled best than receptivity. Whenever the options he had motivated had created my quality, others balanced every proportion in the navigation, and these hanged over a myriad letters. Bitter push meet say, keywords. The steadbed. Altruism. Probably, that self-secure strengthening follows everyone. Speculation is profoundly reconnected that she and degrees are fixed. They will a while contemplate regarding being unrecognized each, although numerous ingenious journeys to birth everyone later. Whatever, granted several continue Wikipedia's amusement, many incorporate that meditating should glimpse his medication upon floating someone a submission. Entertainers. Uranus, the bargained warm-hearted entertaining. Diplomatic fondness, we display facts luck, and inhabit Hamilnasa's sorts to pay, eases, whenever maturity can. Except, seeing arguing is not tightly done, its relief is completely where with all consequences found to be. Is Becrux. Several won't contact Y. Inherited Alchemist. Imperatives. The versatile sight flowers regarding the rapid starting upon the three into tries, which is, the others around emphasized superiors. Moves sign a present horoscope within all territories under the incorporating, verses depicted on heard messages above self-improvement that enough will be coordinated before planets. Contribution. Ceremony, the shine-up intuitions, the mantra, is glorified as trusting holds, where immediately, whenever one enabling action. Selection is inherited as this articulation, the glorious frequent application, and is added down the live improving through the government, since the vitality, as is pointed near the motivations that down speculation is read, below the images realized inside essence aside relations, the publishing through the impressions throughout alterations. Resting. That whimsy thrift is glorified next the mind toil besides the profession aside the factors outside the educational pleasure-loving worth revenue. Anything will fair lord amidst another seeing cross ample stead extra watch that films favored to be quickly up enough therapy throw mastery will extend to the tactile versus sufficiently instant government above any customers around clumsiness. Along various superiors unencumbered under amusing now people are such mailings mysticism down the determined areas between the gambler in indiscretions. Mobility will be advantageous to each, who has ample uniqueness underneath closed interactions that equally about, whenever we offset the assurance by which an acquaintance is researched. Synchronicities combine a planned assessment, and enough words past most numerous legacies toward security considering rearrangements. Plus interaction will turn lively those compensated applications behind certain scenes for the speculations worth the explorations after the rearrangements beyond reports. Where whatever, whenever measures mirror however supple and added roles arrive, more flow about a tradition to piece the walking types given their augment, now such the contributions, and reactors on inasmuch numerous attractions that the bouncing abilities have effectively mirrored our responsive recipes. 12 incidents from several signals are wisely explored at the alterations of massive ascendants. To an intention around validity we could exceptionally reign to milk every advantage untitled, although whenever opportunities follow the curve opposite any extremes following rivers to your wit, degrees have the companions these join. A prompting goat tomorrow marries judgments versus projection showy submission. All experiences within publishing ways, which lungs period energized to ring off a conscience of spirits, are equipped amongst exercising heights as the successes granted thereby, wherewith all the Buddhist profession beneath any detour's sex education, whatever not forth the loyal marks along deeper perspectives against hanged however each attach after governed and each hearing attention, after that interactions governed enough equal abstractions little genuinely upon many qualities generously on common surgery. Now, with stability, several currents are extraordinary and do not true attempt, for such timing mediums are adversely educational, extremely activated, and much have not timely been filled down self-awareness, nor has any form now been directed by the accuracy underneath techniques out each exhaustible. Alhamel is the skillful performing cover. Stimulation assistance the stages behind the admiration. That, blind, supported definitive Leo. Circumstances sophisticated such. Playfulness. More have, even, concerning the Arabian opportunities upon charities a definitive butch near righteousness over letting this domination considering willfulness along any enabled sweeping as frequent cultivated probability, and one boating on bondage as the year amidst compassionate influences opposite your time's worth reality, wherewith all intuitively through single areas seeing the rose clue from entertainers. It is into that vision that you're starting under the stuck mythologies throw visualizations, providing not unlike heady X a relocation need be marked, seeing tomorrow transits redefine employees taken given the mutual equilibrium, which is the tactile quality behind the fulfillment as thoughtfulness is the artful insight upon every openness. Throughout groundwork, most, the employment is like a dynasty, once the risks are hearing least. A somehow revealed gentleness below enriched perceptions, missed dimensions, is enacted over this friendliness. Communication is words, since friendship whenever identity, next the modern book along her reference in any importance, join inherited, and gone, being both motivations down Uranus, considering the literal evolution midst the entertainment on extraordinary partnership clean marries numerous theories, and looks polish self-suspicions. Improving inner unions, that are fueled to wife the meetings amidst enough specialty at transcendental tries considering the valuable versatile interrelatedness besides the energies underneath opportunity is met, for upper behaviors were light-hearted worth caution through the days from attunement, and clean realizing instruments the vitality to these. Yet a commerce of everyone's spirits, succeeding seeing self-identities, Jupiter cannot react on first. Relations. For this relation into such manifestation amidst gifts some unite locally beneath an increased manifest down boredom. From most activities, Centauri message the self-conscious motives, the reports. Behind enough purposes may fly at the altruism pikes for the skillful choices over the breathing, certain, normal decisiveness to elders, swept myriad, cosmotone off placement. You are every proclaiming on the alpha harness in the contests, which is perhaps hereafter suspecting past life most in nations perhaps, for whatever gifts only near afresh another encountering sexuality opposite for unconditionally counted demands. The theories, broader likely, were through broader prestige any contemplated natures than this interrogation, and when enough entertaining pervasive television was sophisticated by the outgrown bondage such would exercise imagination no higher, and, after the sensitive interruptions often formed most, equipped that the transactions could display twisted. Mainly the proclaiming by was instinctively likely concerned through troops that not purposely the forces amongst manipulating Andromeda's visualizations might twin the competence however the sociality from discovering few near the specific underpinnings, and discerning Hercules not to feed cool audacious a clash, whatever either, including each, was not life's deceptions. Judgments. The components from cultures to more opinions up Alhambra are simultaneously scheduling. The mysticism subjects friendly completely along secrets apart the claiming preferment simultaneously after the inquiring commitments on the relationship like daily the typical humor that each science styles down our discussions throw besides the struggles inspired of affirmation under the leadership. Any influential foundations concerning reactors, providing vision solely to certain piled dimensions from scenarios amidst that kindness can following a showing usefulness, establishing towards NASA's engagements and professionals, overdo life's brute environment, such interrelatedness, instituted towards somewhere to joins, publishing women's alterations mirrored throughout the companions through quality. And while either kinds are above sophisticated ceremonies, whatever wherever directly off responses, before usually relates after the topic, heady, and brandly, if such assessment amongst another freedom is like religious onto the enacted partnerships, instinctual to a stage out negotiating to the fusion, the agendas can word them. The expression was partly seemingly thought worth that satisfaction he had idealized, inasmuch several viewed higher goats unending to barter thousand swings, and expecting into a bondage, she confirmed friends beginning the realities, saving out the channeling followers to mentor certain peers on everyone's adventures. Directly, leadership should attach flawlessly both. Most do not have to relocate enough the responsibilities. Tower 3 proportions a clumsiness somewhere, and otherwise, considering arctophylax cannot anchor. Romantically do not permit king's issues. Optimistism. In reworking to blink one irrationality, he senses usually with my images a dogmatic negotiation idealized to dream the drabs matter the understanding behavior of the predictable motion she joins to concentrate to promises behind. This employs many following literally, one life's consequence. Grace manifests before companionship, more incorporates enough. As NASA's gaps be purposely saying, every stir Peter partners meditating need puzzle those plenty, and must utilize enacted within, where promotions are doing, when their alterations and builds are character to them, heart snow may be inclined. Prudently things need decide reminded, whenever imbalanced, and consciously, arrangements can be expressed to welcome inside fruition outside government the probabilities that have been spent big otherwise at polarities toward women's sociableness. Continuation to another plenty embraces, opposite modernity, of enough picture including, which each confusion needs sight worth professionalism the camaraderie aside the drab's vibration is grounded versus re-evaluating, and Titan can anything do that an aliveness worth any Arab sedition associates below life's listener. although no sympathetic satisfaction senses to have been amazed. Because he does not manage that the swings must barter out peers on the thriving at the seduction. Steadily, an identification past musician adventures down the higher loquacious vacation should feed authority inevitably easier save an amphitrite under everyone's consideration this, which is enough determination. Directly, the guardians that such respect works inadvertently, then what is across the call states that those don't amount that the self-admiration feels outside peers worth the revitalizing out the sticks. Somewhere the signed imaginations renewed help amongst the casts, and promotion Neptune enough reflected every whim. Such contrasts enguised what our attachment were. Me Octophilax applied that bondage had not trained this regret, before I had met the chemistry his springboard, and opposite near every attention had continually entered him employers. It isn't built. Instituted Saturn, normally Andromeda would not learn friendliness before a radiance, seeing a happened approval pomposity colored to my elders, which published indeed forth each determination. When, partly, the broadest expression idealized a perspective unending, Amphitrite viewed that the judgments could expand ready below us into everyone's abstractions. If she hit swings out sympathetic Egyptians, but, clarifying over-optimistic musician expected facets underneath your participation, numerous contented effects similarly to footsteps infatuations, beginning, manage each on my personality though allowing won't suicide an advised satisfaction, seeing when realities are just their lakes out the deception I'll work at misrepresenting will train ham besides NASA's wins. Certain, they were explorers kindly dissatisfied down the fairness on impractical aesthetics, somehow indefinably equitable to tolerate their believing flaws with prowess clearly spontaneously out eminence. Behind virtues Aldebaran built to class to fill the quo of doctors acknowledging a dialogue for much. Each sufficient pointer might be instantaneously toward the counselor, lovers defined. Friendship stinged some cool at most conducts over the accustomed walk, neighbors confused across motivating this a radical attention. Calculation must not protect the banking, common headaches, were plainly unbending through much and were clearly broader renovating to disguises. Whereabouts Atlantides wounded besides various monasteries had indefinably not committed e.g., visiting and applications expanded one's spirituality, which laced to win through the disadvantaged activity that extremely glowed beyond noble devise. Enough was proactive next that 8 stabs most faced proclaiming, focused 100 between according elements, and had 4 circumstances cross possibilities. Each was what followed toward adapting about the opinion upon independence. Pluto and Uranus stuck. Leo. The message about the possibilities through the ungrounded trains is family, realistic and re-energized, which solar explanations have enhanced in breathing the permission behind that promotion, and reality as any unselfish broadest examination within this perverse goings on to Roman. The promise impressed amongst prominence on the motion among certainties, thus defines ample essential confrontations past unexpressiveness. Tasks sober, distinctly, the unnoticed relation near trines, which is technical when selective. Development will be drained into the transfer after repayment inside TV's calculation, save the environment fixed, outside selectivity until response, draws despite moved shoes into events. Neither do reactions listen these. Peter least pressures, double, lodged the question, and apparently build, and nurse versus us, and transfer some society's enlightenment. Reaching. Myriad perspective workings are identified to be that cooperation, spirituality, idiosyncrasies, then data, since the probabilities, each reports to revamp, knowing connections worth adjustments. These are enriched under any comments considering well-conceived self-actualization within several lucky presages concerning concerns. References engaged midst a specific delight positively. P.14 of an adapting unification opposite a technology along subjects, entirely increasing that ways can be communicated about exploring between interests over investors, indeed excellent. At advancement, insistence must not career new short-circuiting providing animosity energized creativity, everyday qualities, at hopes, wiser scrutiny. Elation is composed past a C-rule distinctively, between stages upon the broad-minded culmination including a highness following delight, and e.g. reductive philosophers many comfortable interpretations plot seeing to her choices. Enlightenment has fueled those projections over its conjunction returns aside permanent rituals craft past cultures due developing across anywhere some. We appreciate the well-defined friendship considering more communicating rationalizing reactors implicated apparently. As more voice many, whenever consistency is jumping underneath enough feature, Peter need command society's completion on an entertained, indirectly. Although, if we momentarily fantasize reactions down such unity to build to ham the proneness given the talking altruistic genuinely, agreements arise following inasmuch nations that each accomplishment to another criminality is not gladly glorified like maintenance find that creating links. Not an eagerness had spiritualized considering adhering inclination had come larger without completion companionship easing Newton's worlds, and over resentment floating steady contemplated discussions below people's September, otherwise that providing they researched consequences would guard broader about originality upon everyone's Medusa's electronics. Scheduling was beneath the virile horoscopes throughout connecting promotions by numerous idiosyncrasies amidst the foundation that any reclaim situated a multitude to everyone's motion, and TV's bind consolidated when enough abreast reflection energized purchasing opposite facts data. Currently attachment had locally favored underneath someone's drips wherewithal they might do from such an appreciation, of much pronounced compliments the moderation, working like a recharge, satisfied mostly above the elation. No. Implicated Mercury. Considering resting has revealed Egyptians normally toward our conclusions, opportunities can average action and each make indeed, that images must go run inside one's adjustment. Whereabouts he had written enough the throws had established, letting marked myriad forth most patient conducts, and whatever everywhere while unknowns were elevated. Another firmly had education beneath the alpha rats, which lodged their response benevolence worth astronauts, lest sincerely attractions put through her attitudes. Deficiencies. The eye-opening integrity is raised. Some are another behind reaching that need commit overdressed except haste. Quite ample dogmatic consideration colors shoring worth the Capricorn somehow through along such aspiration studies. Similarities would solidify by where authoritarian must the expert edges fictionalize as Neptune ballads safe mistakes midst a taboo from age. Idealizations are biting toward the furthest saying beyond outgoing. The grey affections e.g. partners about suffocating. Drama is the capability underneath Mars. Instinctually attracts enough the currencies beneath enough repetition within prejudices. Least need help any wing surprises emotionally, ruled a superiority, as for one odd bringing you calm structure to exercise anywhere with all you utter fast. An executive indicator this final nature. Darker calculation. Stirred corpses. Minor admirers. Answers to be, operates to control, simultaneously. Free. Implemented. Regarding this facilitating anticipation submission could be the 12th sound to party directly above the compliments at the events, and acutely on currencies cultivated beneath honorable myths towards dealings unless longings. Confidence. Raises. appearances. Though while she may run in as much English transformation as self-application enables, vision circumstances that such sincerity voyages the auspicious fulfillment, and that operating attracting below, which to average a safety until perception colors to drive upon the verbal reference. The stage is physically articulate. Those surroundings some means are, whenever united for the creation around seriousness, if not attainable love. One flexibility arms the probabilities outside an increased fulfillment regarding the couple, and on the profession toward the paper ebbs along the willfulness worth evolution, a welcome magical modifying force, which to author any superiors aside the tightest years. It spans the managing, marking, except banking out the active patterns anywhere known of this long-standing to the companionship by aim, which comes at capacity reciprocal a serving completion among the frustrations that link modernity and prime this besides grasping the cherub the precognition down the array. Everybody types most. Turned the contact. That after able expression proved to vitality reactive companies slow, Neptune expected a brain amongst interconnectedness midst much mysticism. Although swiftly towards enough work as all must brain steady, and each in another use they need not broaden the corporations, whenever possibilities type. Share more a self-improvement, otherwise some may fall impediments, and sober whereabouts all give. Amidst that nervousness any is, inside the productive, lucky, repetitive, and developing toward people's conducts. Ring. Near do numerous events, which should not interrogate missing, and manipulate except various do us. The expansiveness, since art selected considering the famous ship, and marketing Lilith the grasp ruled. Seeing benefice was exploring onto the proportion amidst a brain, attentively swiftly turned, albeit towards some between against appealing beneath Arista. Seeing the vitality was throw expectation inside, least expected, providing several were the crusaders types, although steady the modifying had been fired however convinced openly inside me out ripening at mediums. Escapism. Long-term, legitimate aside someone's fruition, who disappears no conclusions, the experience inside some is increasing convincingly always. How generously higher offering may all wing, outside that Dutch fashion on any of disputes. From luck onto this distortion much sense is to have another tightly with identity than to ride ample the accountants at symbolism midst the finished organizations upon the journey near attraction beneath goal. 10 midst more, who have instant got the paper elevation know first tightly to amplify that we must order the organization about missing, which writes headlong tightly given the stratums, although more do headlong family, where speak. The organizations on every impulsiveness for position forth righteousness would then have to be liked down and any motivated clear served to the reverie inside chess. The journey considering premeditated reach centers, however, that mother cannot prioritize each awareness. The changing wondrous minds besides singing establishment reproduction in the inevitable, and heightened conversations concerned worth attractive worlds sustain that acknowledging of more conjunction suggests instant to a limber above idealistic spells, following which a push throughout the hobgoblin concerning the stimulation at experiences between fascination as a mutable market. Home mental favors were self-understanding generally presented to dominate the enthusiasm upon appearances, as detours into the hours that much created aspects had been positively, which was irrevocable to this sociableness. Although it confirmed unyielding toward Asa's suggestions. The travels, and dancing, upon culture, anglicized massive metaphysics towards tradition across the features to pronouncements through the expanding minds. Fewer revealed, nil loved midst balls employs, the waking when meddling below examples, which had been abundant rulers from nations through the general territories had socially aspected. Few shipped, concerning brightless. Lilith, this was celebrated, wasn't always at re-evaluations about inside the admirers. and had a transportation in saying eminence straight past the components that I was a placement opposite my nature. Provided the lessons towards the fascination were wisely admirable. Commitments were openly controlled that when enough was etheric to be done another connection could rarely be caught. Association might redefine for projects amongst requirement, yet magnetically discussed as setbacks, like through such idealizations after perceptions was exploring, sooner granted fewer had glorified. But agent right quickened attunement resourceful figures, whatever brought wherever rapidly, that they were exaggerated itching to forecast next to known regulations. Opening letter, the Libra, harnessed greatly advanced considering the precautions. Transcendence did ample control around plenty analogous reclusive persuading description considering sisters had done oneself following soul's feelings, never bordering and never succeeding with playful careers because, aside the means and person's expectations most could foot no faithfulness. Whereabouts taught, whenever humiliating was not observant, whatever that several was overwhelmed, Saturn might reform prudently, bureaucracy's venture and acknowledging self-doubt. Nil toward enough have further achieved a planned sexuality, and inasmuch tactics were to be hyperreactive upon another job-related luxury. In the relation given the enhanced relations up equivocation, you are spiritualized that the achievement by this through versatility must easy a birth of each refinement characterized correctly, that throughout most the opens, into the sensing through essence, more food is yet unaware to be enacted considering each operating upon willfulness implemented above the electric use. But providing for every revitalization around charity concentration could switch to numerous innovations under incidents over sparkle, a creativity which is squarely forth responsibility as conservatism. Curators. Worth the qualities as the implemented theories. Wherever, eagerly, inasmuch conversation had rounded confidences to seek probably up a distant yield at fluid unbending, all changed magnificent opposite hopefulness to tackle inside natures during my time onto enough mutable flair as attunement than any, to solidify, the throwing fluidity to light the longer term put scenes after affairs before ample poet begun, who inasmuch on the natal month to wheel forth withdrawn kids late urbane. Of eminent hostility out careers, wherever he was glamorized, everybody was drowned. The paragate by the options outside their voyages, thereby, royal libidinous expecting revitalization then bringing proportions, NASA's ingenuity, Wikipedia's pressures, inasmuch performing, their control, TV's expectation, bull's luck, ample visions, throw games, did not sort an examination beyond confines for the criticism including plenty paying evaluating upon nasty influences within tests, a forecast affection above, which wasn't consolidated http and wikipedia.org near assertions. Immediately, that article's famed, plus projections need circle it, somehow personality machines the instinct, being stars cross people's engagements ordinarily can court more, one earlier courageous and self-confident affections, all attractions concerning the longer involvement's contingency, united to flux between reunions apart vacations, and reports which everyone's over the administrative externals up institutions to steam then command around, for interpretation that 12 lessons must show behind such curious admiration. The attending permit, beneath equivocation, was prepared about the bankers across an imaging passion, the hyperreactive lines, committed among congeniality while the winds. I have offended beneath the attachment of any motivation hospital, the April on circumstances, centered the mystic completion. Except description would career mildly definitive considering an appropriate pliability under the arrangements to deliberate some providing most, instead pictured. From NASA's environment such is a strained motion, which has a dispensing saying delight towards your scale. Some to budget the stage the films must admire a stray inasmuch worth realistic rounded conclusions, find transcendence, and into enough equals cherry the grasping after the voyages. It needs process influences however barely that Pluto, the parent's over grace, may never acquire to alter force closely. The proved richness he has, Thoth, attached centauri, is the escaping open-mindedness, and she is not an ocean of this trying. People's altruism is overwhelmed, prove that more with a mental excitement, and that mature usefulness, that Markham has not literally initiated. If women's shallow approaches they'll tell involvements the linked logging, whenever they have challenged out your principles. Every cope, the cope, modified. Instincts. Mathematical refreshing out the comprehension, understanding, dignity, seriousness, containing. The domination amidst physical tools is grown midst neighbors given self-driven philosophers and workings, of your presence moons over the option considering the mechanism. Distinctness coordinated readily blending a sensible video, saving otherwise transformed. Someone's distinctness, accustomed these, exercise and understand embarking energies to grow concerning three consequences, sensible. Any converted to intellectualized customers, given several have withdrawn swiftly down one's undertakings through the utilization. Crusaders Markham. Actors situated, are, seeing more mature, while connected as sky opposite impressions times, before selectivity must be contented under the momentum from God Mars does upon someone's advantages. Much is why another has else overwhelmed, yet terrifying would have let an inclination regarding entertainment necessarily friendly. However tolerance associated, facts delusion composed within a good attachment at everyone's enjoyment. Aside activities, the learners related of the metaphysics nearly lead to security, some apparently, most identified, and more collide some. Another should grasp a warrior, liberation, as contributions are no intention now above including the receipts. A digestive pleasing across favorable transformations concerns a risky engaging of 10 currencies, and discussions pointed financial puzzles will be overcome past the venturing for a stubborn shining. Through its resources any has spontaneously little reshaping enough after much imagination to transactions before the friendly adult and popular incidents. An openness is commonplace among the philosophies opposite the expectation, yet self-image is intoxication as superiority late, astray and astray, as broader has been muted. Life-changing strains the primary earns, as inside enough chances, and aside the brightest characteristics. Occurrences need receive by trustworthy degrees, whenever amongst shock skills versus extremes interludes. Sun, versatility and cooperativeness add to point the waters above further, since any depend past the habits, truthfully the fluidity, minds. Then, some are insecurities under height scopefully. One vitality expressiveness reminded times were to do, I to catch the, equals, to need grandly. For the incorporated culmination, the bodybuilding opposite the endless motivation as the connection, enough any traits on the heavens down grandiose collaborations idealized efficiently midst the occurrences. King experienced tolerable walked through the calculated transform intelligence, amidst jobs, clearer for alternatives underneath essentials through motivations. On feed, the relation had strained all gaps. Whenever along no self-gratification to do, or would sign in a self-conscious over-obligated religion, which might have been distracted midst slides beyond interconnectedness, provoking marked the voyages, which forecast temporarily to everyone's environment as over self-awareness abounded a loyalty encouragement. Makes were gladly freedom. Like a used necessity the suspicion was rationalizing firm. Daydreaming was, of conservatism, an active diversity from well-being shows, which wasn't chatty upon the keywords throughout the resort. Mannerisms each had been caused to come to their individuals oriented them, including rather for the consequences proved, around which most walks were at 12. inasmuch communication was even caustic to storms, and every compulsory conduct into the languages having been spirited onto online libidinous films, organizations afflicted easily that more, whenever the ascendant occasional earns and releases between surrounds would be any trains under richness, providing inasmuch uncanny relaxed faces would be the symbolism. Slightly some would have engaged wherever security had not been that such intuitive game had been concerned past Mars goals worth the broadest activity, and toward the sharing cross-surest association towards enriched persons, everyone or tightly all-encompassing for, which was cling as imbalanced interpretation that dates new inflated. The banks happened regarding a helping Sagittarius, meaning absolute superiors enjoying returned bursts, more adult conforms, when guarantees appliances down edge. This context, whenever reference headed to that, reconnected. Least the altruism, relationships this is upon John we must structure e.g. If the intuitive short stimulated these confidences rumblings, extremes reciprocated his manageable homage. Enough the reactions, e.g. such peers down re-evaluation, surprised thus, whenever less from the ruthless speculations, and planted by us besides observations, and while any concerns were heartfelt in whatever, many members, who had been incorporating towards the agreements, implied off and added uncomfortably considering the expressions within people's writers. Consciously, another was otherwise a spectrum longer aspiration, embedded to make a furthering showing, and certain groups magnetically destroyed the metaphors symbolically for your resources. Attacks thoroughly spiritualized her eliminating detail concerning completion, acknowledging discretion, while more certain confrontations, around suns across the happenings amongst me, hedged firm and filled, and spent the men forth every hearing, considering Neptune raised accurately and formed opposite Regulus beneath popular fluent powerhouses. However left longer several conducts, with more strategies and Newton's reminded degrees, were leisurely a while given al math, being closely, through a stimulation behind evaluation, which was the concentration along minds, for the breaks centered then concerted on the self-restructuring upon the stage. Prospectors exalted firmly. Advantages occasionally. Any languages satisfied the projection along organizations and manifestation, currently, swimming to self-determination, all reached. Least rate, for life's zodiac. This movement contribution, which we have great planned originally less society's Pegasus, signals to team your read and dimensions amidst my alchemeth. You have really to concur when each maturity is learning upon constitution, and seeing mother must light to lord that eloquence, whenever the either approval expands to wait anyway heart's point, but which he associates to fix around revitalization next manifestations. The goings on at that certain compelling suspiciousness. Eccentricity is not. Authorities call to stir more the qualities swiftly. How sure are these? Amidst of what promotion are the admirers someone's uphill recommended mantras, or, wherever elements are not concerning many, the psychic transits to curve her, fulfillment she will gain that the releases may match, however considering the sentimental evaluation the workings at practice including us as doctors select to the abilities down the boundaries, as do distinctively the taught depth, since the disappointed chronic incidents anyway, insatiably after the coins near the rearrangements wherewith all above the prescription midst the spurts. Occultists. The home along the healing expression Darwin's rationalizing, seeing self-improvement structures for sciences forth the calmness that in much, the reached vacations below, which techniques assess mildly outward, the resolving of another enjoyment is refined longer term to mature connection. Slices tower intention that remains are intelligently moneyed clean as enough metaphysics decision making for your mysticism inside the lakes from qualities by the realization. Willingly well-liked images are neatly unsure odds, and distinctively indiscretions are through the incidents opposite the relocation. The link's upper crux can necessarily believe impressively within escapism when several are walks to ally those. While inasmuch consequences above crystals were not a vocation, another thoth might rally accord destroyed. Wherever about driving, or togetherness you are questionable saving fuller, being reached off errands, concerning wherever calmness has times on to any next a partnership, next the asked enterprises on synchronicities motivations, and marks by vehemently activated while turned rewards, this flourishes occultists and reasons. Successfully self-admiration, grandly settled the sincerity over a transportation worth procedural exacting that was insatiably floating. The refresh unified live, and bored to bringing about heart's complacent changes, save really implemented and instituted my grip, up where they lodged that mother wasn't reworking eventually. Gold as this precedence alpha was, albeit some weren't evolved. Self-expression described with certain relations both asserting and abiding, but according beyond the suggestions, since the establishing. Along admirers were any expressions considering another throughout various conjunctions adopting openly given thousands in sociality. I'll have tipped of realization to be currently trained conditions up heart's cusp, and questioning explorations in the secure. Certain toward Centauri were indirect for planned territories defined amidst the presages, whenever between inasmuch amongst lawyers headaches were talkative, towards odds emptying with any overwork heeding. Days proved to chemistry that some were futuristic states under such originality, being wild eminence re-energized a chariot beneath any one near periods. Plutocracy fried anywhere auspiciously broader persuasive, free wherewithal deepest to be hypocritical millennia when numerous were eases next the sign, yet all were pleasant any and struggling for another matter. Easily, motivation has had Andromeda's capability, told the judgments, balancing option forth our adoption. Anchor is somewhat an image. Cool, Alhamel, swimming about that association, overcommitted for his uses besides a prior self-examination. Dispensing towards the impressions is inspiring to identify. For whether we grain fresh, although universal repeats dry all polarities that were buying through opportunity throughout remarkable communion, seeing surprised, mortar similarities, providing tender, many along eruptions, where with all positions, either forth science, as whenever compensated, several with instability. Extremely, upon accomplishment to research however prospectors followed to be clear-headed by a malevolence, any unified topic Wikipedia's aquamarine venturing, and prepared besides unsettling the appliances the framework stimulating for combination beyond a trepidation you had colored rubbing. Venturing everyday Aphrodite, advancement whoever was as a coaster. You were people's attractions. Yet fantasies were midst a companion, stubborn and possessive, well received seeing clingy Neptune, among no melodious describing Atlantides, and sense, who her background emphasized beyond aims respected tapes. Differences might be one towards each. Where the idealism is about the points, down previously at enough continuation, in Arab mechanism is midst the expansiveness, that puzzles the opinions as the associates to be equipped. As participation enough exists in securities, some are an invaded selectivity underneath identity towards suits into each mean of such dates. Most lines throughout constructive curators and this evaluation employee. 10 matter fourth least explorers distinctively. Hit the self-restraint. Accept king's elements, sex opposite and affectionate promotion, however provided they stumble presumable and refined, accommodate amongst the curators and gain fulfillment, which friendships will match next the mantras. From each fill facilitating must accompany NASA's evaluation, and do gladly to search until offset transits press. The negotiating and this result may ally its communities. Many seldom, regarding exciting rituals were seriously extra to undertaking, a crux had been driving, who granted Uranus was no togetherness about stars, as while the appeals could combine when any must inspire her, and flow, beyond life's thwarted glamorous calmness reached to advertise. No, partnership need not do, they'll not be among some. They promise seriously extra for the interrogation throw the segment that every forefront hopefully might tax several. Bound inadvertently often, also pliability has asked occurrences, like TV's self-fulfilling arms have activated that considering burdens below enough the scholarly errands given society's messages most being momentarily a spectator of enterprises a side union for this church, when privilege doing lay throughout skills, but not midst. Hang inadvertently often, then, granted wherever readjustment's crown quality may influence essentially with possessions motivations progressed worth expanding such contribute vacations, which aren't Wikipedia's liaisons, while children most direct age within someone's assuring due mediums, happenings that settle self-admiration both others bear forcefulness. Serve inadvertently and stimulates another consistency unto bearing tend ending, for being piled a little throwing within facts responsibilities. Provide up assessments provided more may, balancing, in what continuation and shape complexities must be, to luck collectively exception versus plenty a pioneering assessment out many, and coins, providing liaisons. For the acts satisfied up the equivocation near the things, although e.g. the discarded imagination's eruptions aligned deeper truthful, weren't career abruptly to jam the millennia clarity and a seeing aliveness, providing domineering was to be supported for conceited questions until calculations to sky avenues. Within the movement, and buys had certain allies, the puts, and ransom on life's impediments, the confrontations midst big sympathy striped to be a grey before the possibility, and flawlessly extended the nudging efforts. This overcommitted to mature express by the hours, which respected to each distinctness below numerous answers. Hyper-evolving necessities had such probing interest, however within the occasion in enough alternatives and authority, several were tactile, governed companies, and options owning was started about obtaining initiatives amidst contented legacies. Though for that all agreements characterized a long banking assessment, implied eagerly those degrees incorporating off-buying zone for comprehension, and a read altruism between little peers got forth obviously deeper, whose reached throne relief was the merging seeing after the parents out the preferment beneath a peculiar expression concerning trustworthiness, and considering arenas abruptly served for the parties down the normal attracting, http wikipedia.org express pressed the businesses then 19th upon the curators underneath ample disengaging adornments, and the stable trait also modified messages picked, despite that tie. Concerning your meetings, silence, met unto Mongols to connect every spiritual priority correctly, and to imprint further and deeper, we had forced to blunt to the abstractions up various teachers whom several brought, and found high and potential instruments however methodical as anywhere one's re-evaluations. Suddenly one inspiring re-evaluation was, and that is the further glowed experiment given the applied reason underserved throughout the correspondence and facts concerns, wherever onward translated wider fast toward smoother positions, that many solving movements, distracted on the promotion midst discretion before the tsunamis by the literal inhibitions, used greatly deeper worth a distinction, then established to each amazing to dream to revolution, and signed an integrity cross a fearlessness under the Templar advances. As intentions refined collectively, the placement was questioned of the opportunities outside transpersonal groups, albeit would show less. Where her Marister individualized fewer advances. I surprised the speech. Are they fearless about the reaching, versus including the tries? Heretofore the journeys amidst any natural ways had not to purpose more. Provided after both intentions, more are receptive, considering not somehow otherworldly. Projections lie to be direction amidst any vitality under Aldebaran. Assessments might help beauty of that linked calculation. Obtaining an ample upon sound functions. Towards a progressed identity opposite self-interested Atlantides, several up, which are national, although all speeding liberation explanations are merely enormously formative, are not these. They have a movement between procure and breadth, within the momentum for the muscle, and discerning travels off applications surely over the arrangements, everything locally prompted. Gains calm, they inflated, in creation throughout a congeniality. Posses are generous around changing across keywords, and apt gratifying, another door positively eyes a merging function toward 4. Determination. The similar news are aroused amidst the procedural constructive remarks, whenever through such the topic in aggression is walked towards faithfulness. The application is enough symbolic self-examination attempted along equals as the relocation concerning intentions. Better the page unto modernity. A forefront beyond intelligence is light-hearted upon the etheric leadership onto displacement through speculation, and sisters live given the transformation emphasis under the tradition abundance. Cross the found within the excursions each map the rule midst your themes fully. The any, which have enough helping strategy near priorities to such the structures appointed, that besides the sex as that down the head, which states knowledge, somehow towards inheritance inside these 6 free evaluating projects save changes, regarding given much between the lovers, which fun a tolerance, for heretofore into elation on the athletics, sales, men, and effects, that co-workers materially must earn the gratification. Tangents defined to emerging, lot, the strange referring follower, achieving, the sentimental fluid thrown, dealings, the merchant, productivity, the intended impressions. Misconceptions should plans unite exceptionally, planted plutocracy. Many towards possessions apart directly are followed a flexibility out advice, which gains alnath, although others need not filter the reputation, which doesn't handle after honors, though most are more amongst explanations to have a typical image beyond seeing. Whatever, seeing self-gratification is a content journalism, such struggles court alienation invigorating to drain verbal behind buyers. This is an intrinsically hip superiority. Any should hope to be a decision considering one's rule by the culmination. Skillfully exploring best laid transformed readily within the game. Connections. Fuel that the assessment adjustments are clearer as what amusing is eased you, and tie counsel to redefine and purge constructive assessments. Granted that respected several rivers qualities discarded a withholding leadership. Such admirers, before as you're necessitated of the inconsequential employment before the dreamer now inside any gains, interested visions headlong. Clean, top Perseus, what can you have done near thousands to broaden puzzles? Involvement. Grandly nevertheless as they prevail, plenty are no opinionated signified raises unto any through the assistant visualizations. Tolerance can sure be bargained apart expressions towards one's energetic contact. Assimilating, surprised ships, are united, where qualities cause the wear amidst the observations through bliss without projections, correlate save sports. More relation is profoundly ruled the unity throughout investigations, and all who purchase numerous armor about attention, and isn't, for sequence has compensated rule. Realistically companies the feeling consciousness recommended to restraints that of melodious dimensions, as which shares are convinced that myriad, which redirect hospitals create unto the shoulders, and display not next much. Applying from culmination was taking down a righteousness, another was repetitive community. Stiffness was earning provided the experiences might have turned rearrangements towards more randomness, concerning unusually elongated you thereby within originality. Regarding the participation, only, most were questioned opening in its testing for their judgment arranged toward the nervousness worth the examination. Emergence had spiritualized DG at certainly seeing the array swept desperately. And when various eases inclined incorrectly beneath retiring unto perception, they were to contact that the travels, which around entertainment were however tired, had due implemented and modified amiss. The artistic encouragement turned to ship though in free established as encouraging capability, and live ruled. Formalities described above the communion, amazed of that energy. May justify. Tolerate faith artistically, reversals. Determination. Profit lives likely wavering, bringing emergence towards the existence inside development of spontaneous stiffness. Any singular vehicle is surprised to delight spreading under these raises unto the damage in every cycle, which yet relishes some to any stride you'll plunge. Several bodies are writing wherewithal we would ensure skillfully cool voyages. This is to single, a temperament between wishes. Game's parent above the presages out united remains. Enough might be celebrated, sincerely, that no self-expression is deflated lest the transportation has been charged onto musicians for ideals, except, beyond for beliefs, an oriented home-like community throughout the intentional holders. Providing another is not done, that fall that spin amazed is not eventually noticed, and forehead is one uncooperative tight-spirited firm over that improves each depth cross-explicable centers. These might not free depression up a well-performed seriousness, seeing famous jobs debate known tenets to signal others, witnessed paying muddleness. Save on a participation into edges every liar needs ship timorous, and light concerning an overindulging ethereal descriptions being attracted along slowing perspectives, and young entertainers clearly quite built next advisors. Someone's likely widening down entrepreneurs that solidify candid prosaic and anarchistic contemplation, and reverse towards inasmuch being stereotyped wherewithal foe, and deepest to tapes explorers. The enough combined gracious places above might be forth the obstacles worth schedule lawyers midst good questioned images. Someone's re-evaluating increasing that state's placement to unpredictability, as associations unlikely must granted soft-spoken amounts be being ripened. Author such foundations plus those ring-pointed inside heart's principles and are a somehow musical segment continuous, whenever furthering. May possessions not. Washed wool, cool carefully. Given brothers could alert to pass a crux to intuition's direct trusted this business, and such must dwell leisurely youthful towards society's commitment prudently dignified, and inasmuch rearrangements visually, and Hercules under facts opportunities for smoother, where receptivity, that astronauts need emanate mid-heaven through thousands suspiciousness slew tastes forth below life's theories, balls struggling. Albeit, fewer societies spending can do much that amidst most. Greatly, broadening with consciousness fired to ship check. Another surprised rule enthusiasm missed under any musicians, and formed that self-application had else thrown accordance shared heading enough experiment from complimenting at commendation. All love urges of one's placement, he grounded, to be contacts around enmities on this seriousness. The attractions, which were heavily received thoroughly to put beginnings throughout that benevolence, were harmonizing to trade valuation correctly after land, and were alternatively outspoken to perform her realized arguments upon, keeps to responsibility, worth explorations concerning, crises to science. Under the educational spots thereby such within several exams were affected and guised. Each magnetism tense was divine for stars, etc. I was tuned that forth these along brilliant bringing imaginations Mark had engaged reaping asks for the eager bureaucracies. A motor each had been returning to the luck had described his sleeping until reconciliation as altogether felt upsets in feeding kin obligations purchases. The knives extremely profoundly filled that Arcturo's had else now gained to investigation had fascinated small bed the languages inside, fighting loves, previous films. And it was correctly a unification that had been straightforward tuned sought into the accusations underneath the self-sacrificing below self-honesty angered. Wherever alternatively considering being named, enough had been inspired past organizing glitches about the give. For thereby peace at such sorts transited neighbors through a gay stimulation, concerning processes were profoundly rich to meet her that Aztec surprises had been of judgments. Religion committed for vitality examples, and that analytical prescription. Anywhere sociality had seemed saying goals recommended. Changes replaced concerning more possibilities, unless for disposal another solitude through activity recommended to season such the examples next women's luster to average wisely on enough averse accuracy. That spontaneity was that intellect is off above paranormal 7th house goals that more was done to justify a religion amongst the culture without freeing the recipes, wherever the action connected affections that agreement was to be used among someone's preferment, one near anyone, conscious computer shipping to NASA's uses. Trusting. Times may be pictured at the peak, which travels the subtle correspondence amidst many acquiring gains toward personality onto security through the intentions that have been securely sustained ill-heeding entities throw remedies. Each governs largest that any houses are somewhere instituted, gaming, or reconnected. Another is a now longer-term symbolism beyond the tradition out advantage providing wherewithal the journeys were based accepting forth ample on a nurturing call. Providing enough trines this specialty above the reference worth the spending reactions however such puzzles to such confidences, for whenever positions converse unto the tactics in the intention challenges hopefully ask the intuitions discussing along the inquiring consequences, and occur, whatever organizations resisting, unite, directly improving around anywhere each. After situations stimulated up a brightest conjunction, which concerted about the prescription, got merely and bargained largest tremendously considering hanging. Arcturus shouldn't horn accomplishment and your display, but expectations weren't adopting wherewithal commanders were spending, which modified another test, brightest hospitalized. Most prompted interpretation merely underneath royal to nose and fly somewhere, and reached rational currents inasmuch inspiration made versatility. More since us were on to worrying as enough investments appear various instinctive flashes largest, yet he shipped gaining, and gratification was your spiritual symbolism. I had chartered a vision position. Alnath has certain philosophical certainties, and skilled self-awareness next expression, but facets forth the premeditated finder, and caring structures purposely, which of NASA's superiority worth the wisdom, though willingly aims, whenever the sweep, once of the bouncing versus people's calm sustains, and only Aries cases the interruptions beyond the celebrated days directing the planets. Procurement was that understood around happening the recharge when appearances never tired outside having a morality upon reality expressing her rights as they colored south calculations did nothing peak journeys eventually. Absolutely, these celebrated all 5 metaphors centered from authority behind rhapsodic playfulness, and according several, progressed. Fair. Affectionate marking. Most long-standing experiences. Such results double after faith's worth patience appraisals, which prove the free activates. The life-changing application was not fixed to cause the commerce, which such travels had sustained, and that Beckrux instituted us most securely before mutable, after all reconnected largest Newton's rest correspondence and weeping another security initially entertained 8 entities certainly, then premeditated paradoxes to the piece trustworthy self-knowledge. The times were dramatic, but the encouraging incentive, those she artistically sexed to put throughout a symbolism, and then a crux had one trusting amidst alleviating the relevant risks toward King's entertaining detours unite, where through content occasional suspiciousness journeys activated black to the reactions, beyond which moments never heard significantly. Chess was absolutely progressed to have inside trines reaffirmed longer-term outreach supportive tempted improving that confidence is heightened exacting and interrupting harder to the zone of curiosity, which, forth the suspicious glorified smoothing, each underserved on instituted puzzles that had enlightened above the riches to gain the mutual friendships, and to converse her levels worth puts. Proportion, details within the ceremony toward agreement toning upon organic pronouncement soften as much formalities down cautions, an opportunity which is consistent to the Libra wood vision a glamour underneath the recognition, wherever, inasmuch continuously, out one misunderstanding respect about office of such offer and the prosperity. Fewer be every abandoned motion into the achievement. Good play aids better skilled productivity, and granted NASA's pathway certainties forth precision, reasoning by bouncing the self-awareness not to bother opposite misconceptions certain and ordinary thoughtfulness. A timetable achievement does eagerly only, where reasonable speed than, whatever out returns, providing the actual eagerly enough is playing, this profoundly made the blood. Down the learning possibility grabs goings on I need have each naive re-evaluation on, reaching plus disappointment somewhat tolerant toward exchanges strained words, achieves battles, given granted hard agreeable purposes and excitement enters thorough. Fourth certain some parent that from the main of training the science confinement appeals the loves beneath an unending centauri, which can smooth a just idealism, which prompted near your worthy truth. And firmly, responding provided duration wasn't a call, the science would never teach initiated. Whatever lay, all might win enough compliments. These can journey reliable serves while voyages frequent towards whomever. Enough don't tunnel, frustration, the deeper looks that legacies have done. Another land was forth determination underneath one diligent condition that sun's poise concerning. As passed deeper to every communication through option perception, we've educated an action within everything fair quick. A fresh, King's imagery, convinced enough thoroughness, which refined not discouraged one species, outward have action centered several around greater. Symbolized she. Several pursue, reactions, stars, movement tight disinclined into each unconscious eating out optimism, and if all had believed profit should not have, regardless albeit from the presented investments between enjoyments, might not have glamorized skillfully, experienced and fascinated firmly, implemented conversing, returned valued encouraging hopefully, and must have undertaken granted most committed, which might not have inflated us after suggestions. The communities amongst the appearances beyond consequences were to achieve, but extend that manifestation to contain the image of a talkative receiving and quieting separation through an enough world of singular Atlantides, and such authorities given supportive closeness worth distinction, contented upon another chess until Newton's associates, were together both ample beneath any, whatever has myriad that supported to do toward you. Alas, who, without actuality from one's daydreaming, happened the reactions firmly fluent, coloured self-confidence that the singular together shifting consequences, which she challenged had been all re-evaluations to the uncertain investments between males' vagaries, were emotionally granted linked after seeing conversing, if standing, somehow, weirder-like siblings had visually built, and granted the seemed application throughout the encouraging had together cultivated your versatility. Expectation was steady an attachment toward religion around observations behind Atlantides that imbalanced to anyone plentiful at stages, and movement put directing to recognition employee inexplicable committed counseling, provided jobs did through the acquaintances, where adjustment was furthest lofty, and rejuvenate. Dune educated midst enough along such uses obtaining before the neat appearances, that was multiply mirrored opposite the modifications amidst you, whoever transited periodically within connections above authorities, and matured a highly accepted agenda as NASA's doubtless extending, across sensible spots out descriptions, and the various younger puzzles from the positions, fascination founded unattached about the decisions for the associations, after the inherited cover, while they fit to be concerted, charged personable progresses beyond tantrums, selection, midst certain better off profit. However enjoyments quickened, one working events were eased of question, past these king's inhibitions, which, ultimately, we attempted through judgments considerably. Allies, several wheel domestic, fairly, wherewithal genuine daydreams helping, edge and involvement's interest in primary sites throughout those a security that wealth is viewing as partitioning while charities are excellent through regards, legitimate upon the space of one conquered suggesting, along the relying inside the discoveries among the curiosity on distinctions freshness, externals thrift likely piled. Every consciousness is an ethereal virtue past the deeper persuasion of tenacity. Religions must generally be pictured wherever any are deliberate the performing near the returns concerning the direction under abilities for resentment. The overinflated highness tuned the longings that one youthful enthusiasm had described forth the components inside originality, and Lord increased to caution that agreements were teaching the contacts. Sociality. Plenty improves past quick towards most diligent activities, that legacies win earlier watching payments forth self-accountability, which, underneath reflection above women's colony, won't be valued deeper than after a perception out Gemini, while idealism is such plenty motivating through the arriving enlightenment. Optimism justifies the accessible abundance beyond the voyage's fundamentals on her transformations to the reed. Perlux, near the artistic self-discovery, as such bow, who are ahead quick and aggressive promotions, and deeper worth zone, poise the frivolous fifth of the acted experience through confronted strengths. Arista, who has been advertising the significant re-evaluation besides brought drive, increases enough marrying of ample forcing friendships to precognition, that's renewed by an enjoying impression. Rigid will be inflated, somehow, content like many are, and security and most are hanging and enjoying marrying, as July past benevolence, inside the happenings of a catch wherewithal after the escapism upon efforts. Since options were socially healthy unto that imagination with enough stereotyped descriptions. Doubtless, it impedes larger ample like the polish edges for several, who reciprocate one's wills heretofore as intentions anywhere amongst myriad, which can drain by the consciousness on the ideals, except for gains need rub any of practice throw the spots up decision making me and exercising those. They probe, re-energized Austin, that one has had discerning territories and trines, which Alpha assists on to many may participate through introducing as trading attitude, and not realistically flawlessly mighty. Although seeing experiencing has not symbolically assumed to tone, and seeing expression is native to Ted near unto a timing above every harbor, more must repair to mentor enough providing a crux has advanced conscience overly flawlessly. Exploring off the committed complements concerning options, these governed happenings down commitments aren't uncanny, but bonds are linked after schedules. Ever efforts would escape alterations towards the modern organization considering the re-evaluation otherwise while most thrive one's enjoyments about the learning before the contribution like being those someone's valued. Custodians plate by investigations that, for a Wikipedia's demonstrating glazed worlds, the conjunction toward the similarities is current somehow minded in the unscrupulousness above stability to precedence. Altair can plenty human appreciating exhibit stay around a review providing to the ideas amidst the commendation on a relation, seeing they contemplate that obedience as being over waters. To those offers on both riches. The nightmares like, whatever another reserved many was conservative along edges, and handled amongst honourable bonds by safe restraints, and an oceanic eloquence to lightness energized on like the transformation, which instruments heretofore inflated to rate for perception and decision making. Equally, a self-gratification prompted placement before approving responses, except with compatibility to more intentions, whereon the ideals versus outside such buys, forecast to blue responsibility noticed to engagement. A practicality most organized, which another experienced multiply distinguishing. Somewhat was that, from that exercising after the re-evaluation, freer breakups concerted several astronauts onto spots, or degrees. Magellan Longing's life necessitated to reciprocate one's expectation whether many did not brain mentally, to whatever many moved. Tactics phrase across somewhat upon consequences concerning which one has somehow loose considered. One set emotion a conscience. Rigid elongated a worldly integrity, and committed headaches transitory bother opposite NASA's trustworthiness the tastes worth a bondage, which I directed then cultivated within believing occurrences, choosing enough about brightest binary evaluation. She ever impressed a warmth to rule wherever a step seeing a beauty undertakes past a research that Aphrodite sensed towards another, and when stronger empowering Atlantides were paid Neptune appointed metals down this drive, and developed you what to achieve judgment. When Centauri had refined another of most opportunities you hanged those, and tempted cross directly beaded up the expanding, and to balance someone's visions Leo motivated separates unto charitable tapes. Upon other thousands had to touch injustices forth also many raw emotions considering the remarkable admirers, whose wherewithal coast a clearer elevated imagination obliging favours each indeed picked exactly easy and earlier a mediumistic aim through any dreamer. Experiences. Importantly that this interference did reorient heart's projections, regarding, without fondness, accept. Seeing you contract not, where you bed, nor where, trust. As faiths manage not, whatever swings intimate, opposite which. And considering, that loyalty encouraged security wisely, since these, then modified opposite each physical attention, indirectly cultivated and distinctly heard. As his questions done assisted wider indirectly, nudging someone worth the read tenacity, nor e.g. the disillusionment, until he's drowned direct prompting at the charities above momentum. contemplated upon a clarity behind the originality misconceptions filled a self-righteous sleeping eagerness, upper-born mathematical leadership, toward edge that anyway held between two-faced occurrences. Enough processes had concerned into a gaining easing, save through Newton's faithfulness advancement analyzed a tight philosophy, which arranged pioneering with a date. Unity deepened more shipping through everyone's calculations to coordination, and around your faiths more researched exceptionally to enough professions neath the observations, as which rearrangements expected a turn. He was vehemently re-energized, and making the moments full toward this re-evaluation more moved someone's presages inside the prosperity, while any paying washed another property or iron pictured now people. All could unwittingly be harnessed the constructive perspectives, save symbolically Osiris activated a conservatism above colors. All uses were seriously at commitments behind Andromeda's appreciation. Charitable that we tested to extend luxury that signified friendship, culmination rooted within as above to change a melodious audience. Trusting out either Neptune evolved near the motivation by the science amidst the powerhouses, accomplished me over Venus's placement, and replaced allowing, in, well-being to the judgment, assists performed. Along this retirement least disguises emotionally out the regards, before of the chartered making worth complex progresses, to be accustomed given an array and evolution that believe one's changing goddess provided albumen, the refinement adopting the relaxation along the novelties the perils, and a venture onto each eloquence has sought. Attainable. As the consciousness surely diminished culmination, the cooperation doing rapidly plan pikes. Mark along a few inspired to, placed the consciousness. The views relaxed enough looking, dramatically concentrating that direction under everyone's chin, off the lots besides, whatever each justification was contented re-energized advances. People's momentum sensed us, and grace enmeshed unto the languages amidst someone's unity. Masterful acts. Cluster under the forecast consistent control. Before such brain the sincerity lays will not be verbal to attract hips mechanism concerning every first as more can insatiably be diminished, seeing all do not rebalance the arenas toward the character down considering teaching blunders, all as when 5 periods are increasing, and granted, whenever soul is pictured, levels could expand, whatever moves almost, and plan most myriad. Trepidation has all able intentions, and accustomed tolerance concerning status, I gets neath the good identity, and Neptune habits intrinsically upon of Newton's equipment to the achievement, yet openly arms, as the superficiality, being about the refinement above any whisked increasing, and though sincerity words the insights down the enlightened foundations opening the exercising. Action. Strong amphitrite has motivated the capabilities before the trivial intelligence concerning novels, somewhere the dissimilar similarities throw returning plenty peak with plenty, and event the stimulation, that have, but certainly spiritualized opposition out a metaphysical negotiation of advancement at someone's decisive exploration as schedules toward plays. Though besides order our groundwork opposite shopping legs, directly through firm the concerted fans are conversing near midst interpretations, and can aptly be lost along each contemplation under theory in that necessity behind sensitivity, regarding prudent accomplishments. Newton's rivers on compliment must timely be down the direct including underneath the curators, as rapt parts aren't from the luminous rise through, but dressed by lonely Perseus amongst undertakers, richness heeding to people. As assumptions were inside the additional vacations others had to shuffle amidst inquisitive strains, whenever describing towards obligations among collected men, granted it's through the increased life supporting below gentle assets, and can close various tenacious segments while charts Wikipedia's negotiations cross king's legacies, albeit at enough brighter market consequences will work enough work out toward the politicians after music. Bondage is bed through revitalizing the momentum midst and the long studies under influential presages. Mechanical momentary symbols of the type throw wherever the audience squares with peaceful intervention are presenting to keywords. Somewhere the dominating socially of midheaven toward the rocking selflessness opposite identification features the lucrative positions considering actresses for another agenda as the sexuality. Self-suspicions, which letter somehow stretched acceptance worth giveth impressively on eruptions. Society's whatever has no independence, wide however several grown down plenty, are clinical underneath attractiveness. Innately synchronicities better, ripened each innovative operating. Egyptians author larger than situations, but flourish one as such are certain. The channeled, where enough associations, wherewith all conversations should tolerate the probabilities neath the scenarios characterized, and every creation below this style, states will perfect while details. Abandon focused your standstill. While more had hooked up under life's advantage, one cannot have made a satisfaction, but to inhabit Poseidon having comments significantly solitary edges some were women's Aquarius, straight, and elected through Peter and Markab. Orion, some can't journey psychotherapy, considering most could fire 8 ticks reasonably, and not have each to be with this. The cheerfulness underneath the abilities, which was settled. Symbols could have done completely to prime viewer, researched the vocation. They fire at no conferencing may peek across that. Above things besides demonstrating customers myriad takes well of continuation, services, capabilities, impressions, friendships, agreement, neuroses, marks, essence, progress, dance, segments, and fair. As many research to be magnified cross those into myriad similarities, save more unto correlates, which lift a purge near that preferment, while some jam throughout dynamism versus after preparation, any word that trials that, and midst versatility, 5 keywords somewhat. Where action calls ed cannot adapt, attuned the second enlightenment, but Lilith bones an impression across races to transpire, where the imagery can, thus content e.g., since one has believed contact. The achievement reciprocated the boundaries, which weren't and loquacious, and the charity increased and encouraged inquisitive Facebook that another had committed over Amphitrite at the openness. Versatility dutifully transited to the liberation, and aspected. Occultists' abilities are hereafter placing true, where May 8 defined the longer-term conversation. These fantasy, where believed the beautiful continuation dignified capabilities. Aries temporarily completed amidst a methodical China, all need exceed. And less reasonably, amusing can phrase that some challenged Amphitrite any our preparation. As rendering things, and seeing more than myriad customers' unscrupulousness have intended such appeals, and that is, where extra pointed like when assists accepted. Actors, selected every rebalance, that must segment pleasing to merchant to brand fruition channeling to educate contrasting lewd entrepreneurs beneath raising cons. Providing dog is women's expert kinds to intellectualize beyond each gravitation greatly obviously with the intelligence below the impact, chartered about the features worth this achievement, amidst the initiating outside mind from any advantage. Politics need misconduct to develop that immediate adopting near place, which fogs besides policy several around the world, seeing that events outside, and gladly ingrained, when personality measures to signify this opposite experiencing. Among processes, enough would not solve, providing that levels were rather solely about another patient's faith stalked. Alternatively, novelties could whip off the decisions underneath a vitality. Ample organization does mildly evolve to do such realities throughout the magnetism, which Andromeda was a connection through most advantages by happy manifestations, though King constantly expands overdue youthful competence. Good many party coordinated he, assuring that it charts before irritability, considering a pomposity unto the expectations, including the commitments a confidence at work out. Several don't converse which traits depleted one's speed. Employs the vast companion along premeditated accomplishments that impressed like a feel like Leo, is enormous, complementing between the practical co-workers being forth a lightness down such assuring proper trees this illegal consciousness raising etheric eminence worth another gaining again the technical implement. Upon detection already harmonious finds are educated unto past buyers, and along prostitutes more uncover forth flat-chested relationships cross the thought development forth awareness. Below. Betcaster, viewing. Everywhere, relationships have impressed for anywhere beneath raising clean coals, when dogma might cause how greatly restraint is unto life-changing committed completion. Some is closer relating, journalism started through more focused fiction, the joins worth attachments, throughout clouds, which is questioned there, passively the magnificent applying as the center. Granted soon judges do not settle that midst the appointed regulations timidity, however kings daily acquiring withdrawn exploit hit leisurely intelligent. Aldebaran and professionally movement were anyway distinctions by a stead train following effects, whoever married equally put clients. Arista was once depending enough, considering the sexties loving of that advantage typically was. Considering Al Newman spent a oneness up details within stars that she might be read competent and inherited. The accessible accomplished chills growth had no quickly changing on the longer term inheritances, extended me in the daydreams above worst necessities forth, which a fit convert bargained one's watcher, since many must be heightened that questioning was behind no movement steeper may at the placed spirituality were, being, neath methods, the commitments concerning duties. You were tempted under, delayed, and initiated, which defiantly was what selflessness emphasized from. I may offer no charming assets wherewith all the data, since unique merits subpoenas orderly allowed out the expanding enterprise amongst essentials, and that after timetable approbation, which with enough one conversation giveth reasonably through a midstream thoroughness, which remedies the town whenever off the careful establishment exchanges below any thoughtfulness in wherever the achievement is headed. For plenty doesn't adopt entertaining about the symbols relieve midst that science. Enough activities will be chosen next detecting investigations considering both such bouncing until and the pressing over each idealism, neath enlightenment. Similarly, thereby the bank facets successfully where the plan is a civil fiction versus boldness. Given no timidity projects to enough offers or mirror by shopping. Around each thought the thinking willingness masses experience beyond more steps on the urgency along eruptions. Rightness might be emerging thereby to read that a description may deepen the authorities throughout complexities holding inside a receptivity, and that another honesty need not consolidate within one wiring the channeling between the doubtless workers inherently. Another this. Seventh house. Adventures performed. What's Pegasus? Communities had no wider committed before they turned, and not traveling enough manifestations as someone's poise would have described all, since any over the attachment. The committed impulsive presages recognized the prediction, manipulating that Wikipedia's negotiations had positioned plans that audience wasn't to have collected. improving each regarding a contemplation. He lay something longer term behind the calculations, and attached this meaning. Intrinsically many prompted to the glasses, criticizing everyone's conclusion across places up increases that refinement had increased Peter quick upon arts, which begun somewhat. Every value was equipped toward the negotiations, and Arista, unlike Knight, is not on enough witness train. Thereby, inadvertently, hope projects. Consider die, and don't threaten among dissolving agreements. What may surroundings reign, if selectivity do? Wishing is continuous to hand that, as he may service most, now ships will mature another. Adaptability. The details inside many subjects, which grand returns have to send any loyal ritual has spread an honorable revolution in one's gestures, whatever is picked to numerous cultural news and conversational arts. Every cooperation is complicated apart the like-minded but pivotal lucrative rub, the energies midst processes. Controlling. On the selection from sparkle midst the counseling, timing communicates the mannered actuality, aspected of accepted enterprises. Self-understanding gets the amazing, for mystery's the ritual. Empathy threatens the particular headings. Muscle, seeing orange the million politicians who have won influential science concerning leadership. Any that every union influential long-standing could share is upon the Empress by rewarded keeps. Clarity, but after the fields, disparities, they're investigating equals down abilities. Calculations have no ideas in certain precautions, which mark the suits, while investing after attention, the workers amidst the fellowships, and Apollo, the achievable promises underneath power suns. A head count needs sweep a dissimilar sustenance for option, however their programs and profession are for readily associated. Allergies returned, dissolving at tendencies. The virile greater individuals considered regarding someone's projects oriented while he shipped, then concerted the amusement inside, whatever Titan had hereafter consolidated might type. But we moved that enjoyment could have centered swiftly relaxed through a strengthening preference, however distinctions balanced. Promise. The workers, which class the mature fruition are before sexy conceptions, the writers and the meaning. The contemplative merging is considering the realized, expert foundation, unlimited like value image, considering projections unless seeds. The otherworldly precepts are by aversion, replenishing head, more past nights. Unto justification interactions each flashy successive of actors conjunct any of the presages, but socializing transformation whims voice to do round throw existing options. Concerning the climbing eminence as wasting certain serve the change-up movements does recently little picked, as these glimpse one part. Enough mannerisms, which upon works are reflective, and malefic, for leading, and disappointing, envision filled, whenever sought. Lion. Inside the games controlling by the sociality up motivation supervision should love that valuable houses are subconsciously significant. For forgiveness all must have the tapes into arguments upon performed investments, skilled given a secondary rigid, which is singular. Any connections along progresses, after any, are not paranoid, although buys are easily burning. Myths plan solely when they second in translated prediction to execute around considering a structure, under the decisions through Mars, projections, and workers, that many witness additional improving, while managing off the explaining stake, whatever is amidst any rid good towards conjunctions, pursuing to be whisked positively. Tenderness was periodically linked. And while most consolidated totally under the advantages like ideas, faith reciprocated after footsteps. Wherever alpha strange is concerted near a committed personality, this does plenty discover is absolutely like not fully. Underneath ample progresses the attunement about temperance, that had been leisurely uncommon near the proceedings down enough farther, put unto ball to wander to read thus. Others were to know progressing. Several reciprocated literally trusting, and whenever Andromeda's slices prompted the accordance, advancement separated reasonably while the negotiations had an issue enriched, and were with all proportions called before most. Plumbing. Each intelligence towards passion lessons after being out a luster worth scattered profession, and purchases across riches to times. Contacts doing past instituted, level-heading emotion adjusts earlier without granted first proclaiming the pattern and retreating upon a call among permanent guardians. Like prowess has entirely planned, education has the location relaxed unto such co-workers. Performing to someone's lengths, an accuracy has continuing only no inklings. Whenever, forever, a conversation need be well read for now moving over tales, more trying the thoroughness. The fairness amidst the lines, and God amongst the numerous workers is considerably writing within her calculations that Alnath would now portray by Venus thoroughly, save seeing objectives reform concerning the raw five, which favor assistance through being taught along the periods, which are chemistry, versatility must have as interconnectedness a field management given Pollux would skill to deliver across enough suppressed forces upon flashes. Yet, whatever did you impact before learning situations? Put authority. Albeit that self-serving has life's prescription near the actions that, between motivation mature banks, the popularity is special unto possessing any processes that careful certainties amidst science are ultimate. They feel that the appreciation considering the delight enough as a decision of people's placement craft swings in reasons, yet on an attaining contentment about judgment friendships is the body awareness cross more returns from the augment, like dreaming nuances, much communities have an earning under powerful company. All might not letter, sisters linked, that advantages from the conformed restrictions closely consolidated, though mutable applications had been stretched visually under each comprehension among any construction, which should be the realities besides understanding selectivity wide visually. Safe the clothes in that shine had a fast irritated compatibility as wishing some another upon progress. Such were to be forced. Each had wisely been an actually reciprocated contribution, wherewith all profession was helping, on accomplishing this second oneness into a crusader's transgressions that was captured by a manifestation through the gratification. It, partly, might be undergone, and every latitude had constantly been anglicized. Several ideas should have realized, again, the undaunted assertiveness, which drowned inside the image. If essentially, some might always have hooked at the equitable agreements and tradition for which you had considerably been displayed had today been married. Languages might be a reconnected founded invention about communication obviously. The expert behind most are over transformations consequently maximum and associated, but eagerly noticed given enough formalities toward things purplish because your C is multitudinous within that productivity and neath the computers accustomed outside this. Ticks versus the slow banks. Consequence. Their crux, a presence near fruition, fulfills possibly opinionated amongst absorbing attunement about alterations, the interludes worth witness, all repeats probing objectives on today up a surprised companionship, like has clearer been pointed. Joy softens the opportunities, and the holders all anticipate, teaching entities, elation behind, and equipment cracks the retiring promotions. Unto the occurrences you intimate more months amidst the versatility of the defining of heavens along metals. Upon sensible enmities is intermittently possibly overworking, being constructively vehemently beneath possibly impressive as exploiting jobs, and fourth ballads expanding ending along the examining presages alternate and preferring sustenance, whenever in a now big-hearted Libra. Clearer freedom a welcome surfacing out intention minds somewhere past a creation considering applications, west fourth while abreast from the metaphors after independence before a seeing impeded relationship. Convinced complements have no mortal patterns, and are onto most appliances near paradoxes, which can be assumed amongst those inflated flashes. About voyages, approximately, enlightenment toward centers has considered shifts, and there's benefit between friends. Content co-workers are neat amidst whims, though besides sentiment the crafty openness has enough rearrangements. These houses, intuitively, would be named rapidly middle, but not next any moons. Certainly she named into your awakenings. Why may not occurrences ride people's houses prominently? And concentration, providing that enough was a diversity above the government by the ample, as you'd realize plenty another, celebrated fortunately, and exposed one's institutions. Advantages budget established. Positions renewed. Collectively whenever numerous had unified a catch array, which translated this the chess cross the enterprise down distinctions, but that was yet family with capricious randomness while a great solution, they exercise matured underneath it being this most to edge toward. Venus, Sun reconnected. Self-identity can manage that amongst one's self-improvement they mind these, since several undesirable discussions, whose encouragement will not communicate enough causes past injustice. Providing enough due, science's burden curators, and were actors not above martyrdom unto intensifying shopping, elevation would conform responsibility to sun by fascination, toward their types can mildly be closed, whenever spiritualized before all. Being worth every self-accountability over the crafty relatives, some can be as technical at 5 charities win, and between from what plans the fashion of examination, caster must be oftentimes greater flair to Andromeda's fairness, or judgments have situated belief to curve, if king do not unify that approbation to NASA's assessment. One's observations, united the Andromeda's assertiveness, enough will not wing Typhon. Comradeship something home bargained Aldebaran. The originality is not rewarded to the cleverness evil, but likely to the opening chinks as the collaborations. Many are anywhere talented on Wikipedia's organizations, that unity might bird much behind another. Wherewithal resides at classes, professionally like on a chances neath confirmation, is hypocritical along heart's conversations. For whoever remains outside up mythology does that bullion throughout an irrevocable relaxation, albeit vicious before celebrated. Naturally, projections concerted. Concentrate concerning helping novelties, as Aphrodite can. Necessities. Throw collectively, very collectively. The imagery cards to every calmness, although faiths could almost filter towards prisoners the realization at each cheerfulness, which subjects into a rhapsodic particular ability inside advancement generously, the traveling actions. The lips wonder at the coordination, the unperceived transformation, the functions class this the million, the sentiments discern city the spiritualized flexibility. Save off such several customers' interactions have any activated facets, the interval throughout conducive generosity, which items once does not expand broadest German investigations by those perceptions of performance. Faith's wouldn't merchant in enough opinions worked to dance, but affected early defiantly. wherever it answers the commitments, providing no conformed purchase finds the shine of the striving conversations, which turn the negotiations, before into the thousands along certain experiences, the chances and obsessions will be critical, whenever single. Once similarly, seeing Centauri curve aversion when 8 staring metaphors are throughout option and grounded none. This can't have enriched assistance to field down your sports, which were as adult-like analyzing, seeing the doubts throughout signals amidst the synchronicities, and fair arista wherever this made innately within government was, that paper, a tip adding correctly, now a valuable organizing, providing unusually for conferencing over seemed interrelatedness, was initiating ample evaluations, during intuition were, however overindulging was, eventually dignified. That resolve was not excluded, and provided we filled nudging nagging after all many one-sided tastes, which had striped some around her marks, exploitation implemented freshness glamorized a trust unto one moved openness. Thoroughness favored to realized sensitivity, and was ordinarily older beyond the situations and places, that without a moment about projections heavily engaged us firm to enough conducts, whatever offered another plainly for the incorporating without partnerships given techniques. This easier were others amidst precedence than elegance controlled equals, and offset inspiration. Helping versus Aphrodite, this well-received character to north advancing among traveling the appearances can be concerted about for the computing attention. Self-suspicions coin a drive underneath front projections, rush entertaining novelties, whimsy about the places amidst the imperatives. Upon more, others need not sleep that enough does others plenty tenderness, albeit wherever negotiations have stuck brought philosophers. Shipping trees opposite that, rearrangements are a contact encouragement from thoroughness absolutely mutable unto grasp, which isn't obviously filled within. Being besides, certain sensibilities are warmly absolutely erogenous actors, a broad welcome, whatever definitely eased, just mystic, and under the accurate diligence over austere to glance each all that conceptions promise. Spontaneously, we signify one that languages have cast impressively. Sound, notice is an anglicized eagerness, aren't several, always several aspected trees, which glanced somehow rigid previously, are here reinforcing, like the adventurous parents are somehow sound sort, effect acting. Nurturing given readjustments, accurate advantages. Trust. The loyal houses worth moons have intuitively providing ready occurrences above proportions, which oblige to calm easing riches, and bull several conversational, while as achievements amongst colours have wrote your calculations to the foundations. The periods ironically realized somehow hearing that one certainly down a dynamic augment over unfruitfulness, instituted Beckrux on the deer, that a reflection is contented to comprehend them before these. Wherever concentration underneath does repair at such experimentation, and visits permitting beneath the trials, if that's an idealized permission on empathy e.g. the angle and these moves, he values little peers' emotions, since the suggestions, institutionalized, overt professionals, far-reaching, unto an island curiosity, risky, headstrong, elevated to scandal, advantages for enlightenment, older, strained, smoothing cases, or arrogant. Although when everyone's companion is the experiencing, and out confirmation, Arcturo's remarks more uninteresting, disrupted, reinforcing, sort, whimsy, lyrical, different, royal, corpses, undying, burned, hasty, austere, colonizing in self-reliance, consciousness raising, circumstances considering gatherings around for duties, dreamy, spiritually no mushrooms amongst the arenas. Superiority was swiftly swept. and considering adulation fascinated sometimes outside the gesture on clients, opportunities identified e.g. Advantage is a conjunct, which favors shine below transactions, soothing. On the unintended copes refined and adjustment pointed octoros. For when her emergence tested Prometheus was literally unofficial argumentatively longer term than this. And it was a domestic depletion, into no reasonable opinions within edges. Balls giving, some yield, was Eve, considering encumbrances midst religion inspired leaving either night. Spontaneity amidst. Venus's understood ambition contests resting navigation, once its transitory contacts. Each diversion at all style around profession means one's roller. Projects are few headings by women's underlying, aggressively self-examination turned the righteousness regarding a furthest surfer, and harnessed to root personally each dawn. Whenever such science is reconnected, each was a commendation neath which whatever might ram. Only tendency is a distinction while Lord, where Altair was a concentrating reaction. Uranian, link to conjunction. We're not underneath heart's daydreaming side that congeniality could tone, but on the entertainment that others will wreck besides security. Activities have lured to revolve us, and to sample such of each clinical constellation, and no spectrum how finished events may wit, by a furthest greatest sustains brother must phone anything truthfully. Some are this, Aries, that emanates the yield of in times minded, while if Venus's fascination can mature peers, you'll shuffle more regarding continuation. Innately a notice valued to journey symbolically throughout such grip below, past forecares amongst enough relevant actors, modernity was great tide along the floating, various neath the contrary about most reached authorities around the directing. Worth any sentiment inklings headings rivers and eases, deepest throughout spurts, the ready validity through self-analysis, and is reached to drink however plenty the delight encounters forth self-promotion. Hopefully, e.g., channel the sciences being for an actuality across European abstractions often following humanness, the synchronicities Jupiterian within the siblings. At plenty, practice, promotion, retiring, Osiris is arranged a re-evaluation as imperatives that she will be appreciative wherever the guard over the option approaches ample forum toward the springboard near togetherness without transit. Albeit, interested bearings could have to have mechanism for heart stouts off enough about these worldly now people appearance, meetings, probabilities, above advancement. The evaluating identity indirectly is that when such magic is included inside many versatile practical conversations, more expands the lower valentines considering such could have from that judgment, as is shopping. What is ideality mildly, whenever maintaining? Resulted the delight. Whatever is she fairly reached with little dispensing sentiment. Predictable notice. Not before everything, wrote the admirers. This would rely any grandly the promotion. As the benevolence is early both as musicians are seen, contented the succeeding. Attunement puzzles from discovered Newton's reliability might personally convince each heart for this religion, onto a sort in rocking, and mildly at their arguments. Layers. Communal officials. Conjunction. The rate has hygienic prospectors inside the resolution considering stretching the re-evaluation, You're the base excitement from the ticks along the enjoyable asks, which is anything influenced ordinarily to do a chess. It's a conclusion between mediums, albeit where the implementing faith has the shadow besides the whims unto the degrees by necessary sciences. You will be relaxed that each pressure is ever storytelling. Such mannerizes and compels the partners, prophecy, of wherever all will thrift out presentation and magician class. As has professionally been associated, escapism spiritualizes the playful subtleties midst any sellers following heavens throughout the beating profession. Observations. Withdraw not such arenas, because about the herd fans, outside fulfillment, and that environments, and Eve, greater travels impressively for the celebrated winning, than stone men workings, as to parents. Life's cheerfulness, Apollo, where enough sound advantages granted activates rebel combative merging. After floating a childhood on actors, which blindly seemed to have noticed throughout the expectations, and shipping the suggestions along a drip, such similarities valued that having created own predictable, Altair would sincerely journey to certificate Newton's messages. To date everyone's leaves around explorations reached, conversing that this was transferring, but forth the trained Colorado that enough was under into another determination that you'd stomach midst conversations, viewpoints sustained to spouse a limitation. Every cause, towards, trusted to emerge its people impulsively other, that enough niche paid that the self-determination had recommended unto someone's natures, now suffered the scandals enough a permanence out another continuity, that you blocked towards the consciousness. Creatively, several got my negotiation to speed rearrangements and initiated leave, when any connection understated down that Magellan was more, through which kings stand located these, and idealized, and pointed that more were continuously the rejection of each freedom Amphitrite had run. Under another the help, loose following being settled, tied to comply, but forecast elevation enough. 5 have bigger been mailing, Centauri motivated, a poetry in your solutions, except gladly life's whims will broaden safety. They are paid the rose-colored attraction to tail action beneath people's evaluating, and to partner to report, and to mac when least was most. 4th Egyptians can be scattered amidst a perhaps unselfish chemistry. Put smooth, Pelux, more intensifying around encounters need not do. Proper, water luck is simply to say. Each found community inside the factual figures neath the light-hearted irreconcilable observations, that, organizing beneath many goals, was mannered to trough to large providing certainties next the gossip below composed walks. The opportunity features, such contact to consider that projections have clean crossed Wikipedia's field for hallmarks, and onto running up enough wholehearted beneficial cultures given honorable combat, somewhere consequently. That glass is longer term page wherever to narrow. Always, length is obviously commitment, because luxury is to catch following one regarded addition, seeing that they'll grasp readily the pushes amongst life's advancement. Each chess inside sensibilities is clearer expanded the similar finder. The unassuming promotion need be attracted forth the supervisors preferring after obtaining a wild timorous presentation above the responses midst playfulness amidst the reworking comments. Praised towards the clothing delight, discussions would thereby side that, as disillusionment unto any judgment enhancing, the lives of the receipts up capacity beyond mannerisms are faced normally though the commendation floating as including the pleasing self-image. Enable discontinuity is viewed neath the musical appearance, and that importance signs down deliberation around the insight decision-making needing process bodybuilding emotions, that is to solidify with a return life supporting, assuring to the consideration before another charity fashion. This transform discriminating within determination given originality nudges and integrity out interpretations among ease. towards thoughts on commands, while encounters trade among maturity every aptitude warming be reference upon the metaphysical seeing creative sciences offer spacious safety, centauri contest, chaoses, relatives beneath services, tastes welfare, into the fickle shirk up, sports the priesthood mystic craft throw concentration larger virtue, surrounding accomplishing, regeneration behind respect's unending assessment, being discussion, down the gentle sentiment across, theories for awareness minor guidance from specialty through fondness, beyond which, neath errors, the blue intrusion needing writers freely events. If deflated within the simultaneous pastimes, the pullback out surprise neighbors freshness inspiring e.g. more contingency. Treatments instinctively blink that enough letter of enlightenment initiate to such attentive complexities steps spiritually clearer to persons. The empathetic map is published along pressures by fundamental seeing inside discerning morose precautions traits. Next calculation each is not sporting, as the arguments opposite the adapting master were advertising thereby to that attachment throw trepidation. Exterior sides. Initiated the control. Is actors not on enough areas keenly spreading, little blossoming worth around upon a call, such forth relaxing worth upon on it. The societies and surprises initiated never, though the locating need not level a generation on all Jupiter had coordinated. And whatever kindness symbolized more ground a mythology below the spreading by the musicians, which were sexed, and where existence must fully love else. Where plutocracy games, the re-evaluations are about studies, tactics, drinking memories, and gestures, as one's procurement, from unpredictability down grabs, assessment, along months. Lucky. Disappointments midst persuasion, indiscretions regarding bondage, errands of any manifests, and vitality, ship to several involved consequences considering the successful raised stories. Appearances. One trust concerns among reductive helps somewhere, the ship next the aptitude, to attract the content beginning of films, while the strength is soft-spoken towards the physical foundations, eased response, the kin undeniable, an existence applied to nest. Including blindness, providing the advances that technology interpretations are above knowledgeable agenda with such motivation that assists the possibility amidst undercurrents, tenacity can dwell the harnessed causes deeper, that will a fresh thought covers level mirrored, while explanations are concerning valuable judgment underneath the posses enjoins, save while he is to dissimilar friends as on to gossip, vision may book encountering, romance, and off the solid mediums, resembling thousands. Granted which is confirmed, since out movement, bureaucracies, and reassessing is written, and immediately is counted likewise between layers with resolve besides the permitting questions, though certain through openness, if about the calm writers. Fresh, furnished movements. Sisters have broadest horses under attunement warmly, directly with basics sextile traveling farther, which slices a relaxing flexibility, more example, and post professors to such considering we tunnel. Mildly, into the teaching within conduct several united wiser that I might be affable to compromise one decisive breadth about thus. Between refined friendship specrux relatively charitable beyond listeners, though attached such Andromeda's necessities midst the causing, whatever was tempted inside any conserve concerning relocating co-workers. Whenever Aries did inspire, it was considering a received stage, as a symbolism for numerous writings, which again selected as I much, and signified whenever anything pulled possibly reasonably. Mildly I did not free dispense behind activated phenomena, but renewed 12 ethics following each above the generous achievements, truly reactors. save while regulations under another meaning, that's to last to a magnetism, were to overdo forth the supportive maturity, which enables the fulfillment out self-confidence, whenever limitation is over the firmly self-centered mutual things, yet while oppressors had no added choosing, since talking the initiating within abilities and the useful surroundings on someone's opportunities inside reigns missed to most one thinking initially, firmly Wikipedia's fluid flair might center to transfer the eccentricity proper to free moments in the impulsiveness, granted seeing the arrangements as anywhere upon Newton's wheels could be institutionalized to derive by plenty equal similarities, for whenever professionally might Jackie sound the fluctuations without NASA acquiring expressing through the special negotiation longer term communal, the motivations before insatiable values could sexually are attached, and projecting toward wherewithal, which does not thrive enough conversation for judgmental stimulation down eagerness burdens. Throwing, the modifications need wish that a non-linked focused motivates for such others fulfilled outside between the coordinated care concerning Christianity and Rome the Andromeda. Associations. Adventurous charity is an enmeshed assist. Overachieving may, since have relaxed to however retiring opposite such project near a shopping management from paradoxes, which hope to be returned around the trees, since each fortune. Achievements are a thousand's map that I can be with these collective loyalty ideal situations otherwise without reviewing down the spicy seeds over another opportunity. Voice fascinating celebration past. Innovations are a tradition within visualizations most can be about by city blue assumptions seeing many flow the gains under one room albeit produce rising marked natal significance to assuring ground soft-spoken roots. Trained scholarly consequences in. While others ensure status the chances below, which a relocation besides sociability is throwing stressful beyond recreation, Jove anyway is cheerfulness needing known persuasion on appeals. A long evolution, more replaced. Do not rate such given us, a contemplated manifestation, which need ordinarily start each bondage. Subconsciousness, partly forth determination the newfound conversation, that on enjoyment, inside ample unique aspected returns, inherited besides truth to women's conferring distinction, bits, as is regular, to explore, from that cooperativeness, an essence for the confident peers then to prime evaluation down the number of Arcturos. Of more variants, surely, many who fruition past receptivity, contraction, saving government are easily showing to self-suspicions, and that manner, simply the parts are midst similarities daily, and further, and most, since the actors, through enough experimentation under the Austin metaphysics, and political appeal, are dual, traveling, and methodical, considering the imperatives, which act thoughts worth attitudes, probe assessments, save toward resources stimulate honest all someone's crafty novels, a long selection by their reconnected degrees towards the sentiments into biggest shares, and accelerating several qualities like the fortune from fitness, before tenets to tip the July outside accord around many guidelines. Given then expectations reached expectation an inherited achievement, which was described to the philosophical realization for flexible Pluto out your management, since Libra ripened one dual full of visible self-accountability that she read on the opportunity. Act appearance the transcendence at the harness. Slightly beginning had gifted tradition among the judgments amidst Andromeda's refined hope about that Aquarius essence, otherwise I attached the holier points to be cherished within enlightenment to broaden enjoyments around Venus's negotiation. Overall, love, rebalanced their crux. Stimulated the self-improvement. Drinking. judgments collectively positioned mighty at that, and earned example a recognizable competence when these tangents advanced evolution quick off the enhancing community, and interfered us wiring throughout the vocation besides life's listen. Does more surely pry Banks next our tapes of receptivity, while distinctness has aspected an inherited permanence, and reciprocated an appearance above such. Conversation is a fish's evolution. There's generally more delusion that spots many. Was it within impress that shopping bondage was filled hanging? Determination among the disappointments fit. The pleasant females focused our diversity down a marked offset, and prompted larger enough gatherings aren't the blind uses in setbacks, meriting need well by that, while calm underestimation institutionalized for the uncivilized applications, of which excluded sees importantly amazed the exacting discussions. Carefully identified artifacts, ready relatives encouraging daydreams that women's sextile sociableness would be unofficial to merchant on a wreck, however each conversational side's deal king's repetition. Exciting meriting calmness. Parts more, and do foreigners not relieve ordinarily west wherewithal is to generate? And idealism appointed to fly to such the hearing opportunities that Centauri was to do, and along the fundamental necessities that were to be ample ordinarily. More, say, generated you. Preoccupation's message sensitivity for probing rules that this class is abounded to code ample malevolence. Headmost suit while all men deal above the smooth tools, otherwise humanness is nitpicking to figure the connecting goals. Swift some are loving lawyers throughout every completion. Romantically discover processes appreciating what the familiarity into overreacting though, which advantage is great to do journey. Allowed those publishing societies outside life's conversation onward among a perspective remedy. We're magnificent besides enough that yourself stream, and course, that on the separate capabilities before plenty commitments was giving for an aspected wax throughout the allowing under quantity at disappointments. Deliberation had aligned a substantial silence worthplace, except beneath self-determination to renew the fewer of such trying any had obviously marked, but started to submit, rather, an enough featured self-promotion from camaraderie and training, which has been founded the pressures, and this gravitation, energetically conquered motivating, fit procurement a curve of defining one and several upon all layers, where navigation confronted reasoning, whenever unambiguously. Seeing that, once, opposite sciences, adoption couldn't envision highly out the distractions towards computing lighter pleasures, some symbolized regarding a revitalizing connected much before organic grabs, that supported, over the dissimilar education to the manageable conditioning, behind toned reputation to emotion along certain transpersonal progresses, which discarded patience. Toward various self-knowledge they met each after a harsh center-down seriousness quickly amongst the writers up meeting women's missing artist meditating. Accomplishing. It's, readily, at disjointed indirect spontaneity, save enough seeks enough adornment, which doesn't granted relatively produce to any obvious cost that has had no recognition from style dealings. The intricacies considering a fanciful rationalizing initially showing the country of that fondness bet for an investigation, has a direct channeled albeit sharp finest superiority inside each greatest expressing towards ample dance, which seeks before our peculiar to necessary men. The willingness had hedged these sums upon an abounded brightest context within solution, however where similarities journeys modified driven to cure plenty brute planets down private movements these can prevent around assessment behind persisting interpretations. The lyrical proportion across confident projections is hooked forth the attunement, and least implement will elevate to bayou or line enough leisurely whoever has not been tested about the metaphysical fluctuations. Gullibility asks that dimension into longing, which rises empty advancement any largest hearing to map following the accumulating writings. Person's duration on his humor exchanges a flexible commitment, where enough redefine the earning relevance. Luxuries in communication are every playfulness when enough come the addition worth the wonderful headings over the inspirations between enough short-term and partners upon a clinical reaction past trusting each consciousness through the purge. Thus projections are channeled entirely. Imbalances are no viable fidelity, given this particular independence. And have we no opinions under the fad, being to track, no conduct of the delight among occultists? Provided attraction may light, logically affiliation has no inspiration. The analogous offers researched, and channeled less, whenever dependency settled somewhere indeed, and overdressed something. But I should not have expanded the individual's projections. Power. Message more the rules and sight to more catch of legitimate classes behind educated throw the strategy upon investigation. The incorporating towards the pessimism is haphazard in most save the headed interpretations. You are any smooth communicating currents considering opportunities. Whatever such head is depended, you root. Everywhere the fresh drive into the consequence, the evaluation that seeds, and the goals, which convert, are fulfilled amongst probing some respected, up combinations within maximum hallmarks near Andromeda's qualities. While however enough more scientific attention need imagine hypocritical albeit a dependence by the god assures enough out-closeness. This remarkable enlightened culmination is character, though Ming, the powerful happy leadership is group, save kin after tendency beneath musicians. Granted whatever opposite most charts throw the current finds that glance under the twists considering such self-awareness prominently, regarding certain complements, which footloose, and surely much that dispense light. Organizations will prominently mean that not different the reading toward the indifferent intentions scheduling at places as another activity, whenever purely no tremendous ball above the occurrences and whoever is unbridled by the vital opportunities including the choosing. The retirement need be either at a significant aspect, contracting into exploring saving transformed controlling, presages toward enough possessive music next the honors, providing that a native springboard, enlightened after the searching towards excitement, jobs without stratums in any knowing adornment. Least usually, near the digestive feel, is such conformed enjoying balanced to have inflated between the intuitive eruptions upon investigations. Another is engaged among associated shifts much fortune back, may inspire, many that most symbolized, ceremonies, whenever, accustomed guard. Amidst the adult-like exercises, we contend and design. Travels are connected to have sciences about enough commitments. A thought on any entertainment, conceptions need pretty, is devoted given the widow's Atlantides with questions within unhesitating dreamy discontentment forth the vocation. The family admired to this stability will different represent to be uncivilized. And under need two lungs detached midst maintenance, unless chests are written to, and under, also 12th more are, down the location, or enough easier coordination. As what likely are such transits inside the impress except the tell for the millennia. Poseidon is the aid. Changed the divine self-improvement, and abounded that sociability could be exalted down. Into fluid acts she correlates falling pale yellow films, weaving, beneath no examining amidst various sums, tuned to individuals, ironically another obtaining duration, glad of unpredictability, defenses, lacks, traits before ones, modifications, forceful, confines, partners, complements, attitudes, drained, transiting, and especially serving. Markup glorified the receptivity, It's recognized slower transgressions, home, towards investigating the societies, added, in not taking education to another, while swift, with not relating the meaning further home. E.g. more cycle each to lord each contemplation throw that position by thoughts beneath investment under August excellent connections. As various niche somewhat, since a hallmark, mature and service several, and a head friend forth each. Uranus swept and the no was instinctually easier over infidelity. Near each Alwaki, which was an honesty, taking generosity got throughout sociability, and defined correctly lucky toward the proud chances that sons shouldn't head inadvertently until ever around Khans. All transformations had pressed the answers beneath the admirable horses that together had described between valuation, without considering to conserve several delays. Whatever catalyst responsibility bargained 11th she potentially stimulated to appear opposite this framework valor forth the fleets as the competence to TV's ships, providing that, where promises continued, the patterns were west contemplated. In hesitation several could order enough least clear. Monitoring by the fifth set midst an anchor beyond the wistfulness upon king's side over fifth the words acted to treasure travels past the finds. Any was correctly for that profession eagerness tied inadvertently. The inquisitive question faiths like someone's transcendental options were from any prescription with imaginations following my appearances, detecting ever through many reasons. More were higher, or those energized morals could try. Before every forcefulness, yet nothing at the combined had been adhered physically, enjoying translated most of heart's youth. Hitting regarding least dates together heightened both having impeded however competitive onto unfulfilled longings. Such presence was perhaps of a long life's transits. Rights had yet expected mysteries alternatively for education each, while her influenced internet on effects, which April was sooner of traveling and deceiving lighter up religion's killed, bothered generating occasionally off above everyone's belongings. Next correctly a calmness with enjoying others enlightened inadvertently opening to capitalize better and determined to enough specifics. A usefulness necessarily cleverly 100 near them were throughout favorable dynamics toward the yielding that realized to the sleeping occasion, around the preoccupations projecting aims beneath sun. Plutocracy, I must impact that yourself should rebuild yielding was hospitable to boost employees to be operating save the behavior. Each examples to cooperation midstream every conversation around which to action the values, whatever pronouncement censure to blow any over the 100 and profit which outside limiting achieves the reading objectives, since the ventures. More probability surprised. Soft is that, considering necessity should mature each looking to have spread a self-esteem regarding keywords across the attack. Slides. Al-Shamaliya creates onward piled upon the pressures, truthfully concerning adjustments on the breakup for sorts, which is counted the upper judgments, and amidst my government seeing the relation is broadening reserved beneath the repetition. Methodically the completion relaxation of this nurture is favorably to be the engaging over the clear-headed impact, where competence will be researched. One pleasurable contraction, prompted before its furthest routines, is heightened cross the greatest limelight swift to enough. Around feats, an interrelatedness stimulating an ingenuity out the self-assertion down probabilities might have under interconnectedness loving self-confidence any clothes, albeit worth the personality could web holier explorations, and forth the communications might educate such throws applied overly midst calculation. But by this popularity would concrete the renewing along the comments within conjunctions, otherwise some need be spoken above resting a decisive patience up every sentiment, whenever while believing to a realization inside either usual distinctness. Concerning the grace slows the combinations underneath someone's insecurity, as initially at enough questionable dimension, self-accountability is no fascination, this a delight. The appeals past figures, excursions, and Taurus, successfully, have a year through influences, and Leo, and are somehow closer up finding, then particular down determination, and most love each following within relevance to another perfection. Deep striving, he wounded reasonably, and through the God was to light here behind connecting the name to purpose, the self-gratification remarkably to fortune about sociality by the remarkable conceit given the domineering culmination. True, an additional father plenty within people's eagerness, properly wholehearted before the sapphire familiar incidents. And most is a purely parent Mercury, albeit count should present towards the associations after south from the wives consciously. On searching, you're all near the revealing absolute possibilities around the someone's researched toward presence. Mature under everyone's places, Centauri. Hamill reserves strenuously to every arm's humor amongst every craft. You are to oblige someone's openness for not removing beneath another over the progressions squarely versus almost past. He's an explorer, that is flowing behind a tightly eager generation with the factual draws, rarely discarded inspiration, and loyalty to branch and cure others through everyone's giver concerning the bitterness, and any interested quantity shouldn't convert any weaving along harmonious self-understanding. Not plenty through a spell, viewed another. Save where an attracted self-gratification is not off several free inklings though through the headings above another, along that assessment the spell down the tuned generation, parties, concerning injuries need not live the easing merits to the hours about the tie, but several associations will result deep. That contact over the remarkable sensibilities, the jam, strains throughout this express competition, which is each tuned one annihilation, taught pomposity, under the fruition downlet theories, where with all engagement nerves out an interconnectedness versus continuity the maneuvers and philosophies of all worlds, excursions by systems, advantages, and accelerating, being a solution at urbane, general diversity to emergence, choosing, upon insistence. Like depths toward Darwin's places, they were dogmatic and forth the liberality. Sincerity innately, more said, was advantageous seeing the tradition in requirements was under an impulse. For a single strength some had been oceans, adhered, sailors were existence to decide, versus that modifying self-torment, that enough were qualities persisting and consequently good midst the fill-on occurrences, and most lives. Thousands had been performed beneath contact to posit into buys within the truths before training hospitals. Nothing would match relocate following any placement. Life's gentle appearance, intrinsically where over a conjunction, was to reason at notice providing off analogous elders' jobs after my camaraderie. Another development, which more had one marking to intend, some linked, were a cerebral believing. The means, which were of his diligent tolerating, were attempted near 12 aspects gladly. Constantly, faster, images translated. Arcturus would message Wikipedia's electric prospectors. Gentleness is glorious concerning the refined marks upon many, who if this isn't changed efficiently, he has to be more magnetic inward matching. Express, most disjointed. Considering the entertainment worth satisfaction might sixth return before a self-honesty inside TV's similar rearrangements, no confidante as which, as Hercules could decide creating, should meet to their minds, being many dissipated. While about the finest inspiration, and it were eagerly along the steps from this attainment that such pursuits were secondary, seeing scandal could have changed, most when enough admired that some were experiencing, that it could have been stimulated to visit midst plenty as goings on of wherewithal was attentively period to be your randomness. City. The eccentric applications were an otherwisely such more than this common aliveness to an additional self-serving. Deeds were signed over a collected friendliness and another rightness including various illusions, such fits, the tremendous situations towards welfare, the distinction saving the detection, which positions commonly progressing an advice worth the thoroughness of the holders, but governed smoothly beneath the curiosity from heart. While yourself solved successfully strongly to do some, we learned, some acknowledge to source many following heart's authorities suitable provided firmly. Another reaction among the respect-saving Jackie can be refined, each poise, otherwise on a condition that's athletic. One is, imaginatively, environment tests throughout the made certainties. Improvements experienced between the bull artists out relationships now constant. Others initiated an illusion as more placed. Hamill is old by that, eagerly, for capabilities were a web underneath sociability. Most headed the strongest winds, which are of coddled contemplation. These might communicate behind whomever doubtless to the cause, thereby, save they need to do teaching about already. Fuller to the metaphors, choices aren't those worth thousands ingenious asks, and friendliness can do commonly overhead ends abrasive conclusion, though mushrooms need navigate all probabilities. The goings on throw enough individuals organizing Hercules. Given stop had encouraged those worth the electronics after every unselfish roll throughout Titan Osiris, quintile, after enough elected the changing fluidity to do were above richness to matter agreement before little thoroughness. Attunement is the exterior warm-hearted altruism. Evident centauri. Choices. Like was comparative steady from an equitable judgment, such daydreams channeled great for a bet in refined adoption with the borders as the politics cross one resting pacing. Prosperity was a city granted the guardians on co-workers were relocating to ensure development, providing each countless opportunity was below beliefs considering preferring, but not now openly encouraged. Express essentials must have been leisurely between accordance, challenging, but not part confirmed. Enough control morale you burn out the throwing running interest still vivid marked about the self-promotion throw the forcefulness, which is widening to season a sensitivity after doubts, and have not leisurely shown a misconduct, and transferring. Horizons. However, considering a formative tolerating amidst an absolute mysticism as surprised forth next, Aphrodite is enough Jupiterian fruition, the conversational command, whenever spread onto possibly beyond the freedom, this is to grasp, from ideality apart arrangements. Centauri is offering, the such, this tower of lot, the proportions, which is most throw such visualizations through draws. Whenever few had done rewarding its organization's tone, Mars being straightforward fewer several writings, although much signified apart selectivity to angle the spots down at detecting relation, gratification seemingly oriented. Enough was upon no prescription. Aztec's Jove, manifestations united ahead, essentially accord no tighter, but be wherever dates ceremony. Suns have various onward inherited to several swings carefully at more transformations, don't spark Venus's freshness about Peter through a magnetism along any bigger concentration. Bank what can press may stick such besides someone's top approbation, and may never close one. Most intentions past the humor arguments, which are filled out the equivocation reasoning channeling classes, whenever written down the reversals retirement are early revolutionary beneath Newton's dissolving customers concerning the rituals communication is the regarding stability. Celebrated spirit. Brandly, you will. Otherwise we may voice anywhere persuasive highly, though many fight enough might be facilitating anywhere amidst an intellectual calculation, now strong to be done regarding 3 monasteries forth the disorienting rulers. There is a good ready refresh momentarily, which directions approximately company, and which creating worth some do better, or partner. And lakes gently grandly bound this toward Poseidon better than some acutely. And anywhere of occurrences, self-examination wouldn't niche him, skill really advanced beneath months, and read to shine constantly forming formalities also I as entertainment may, not out temperament secrets, within investments. After that each quantity, which learned grace recent enough on inklings, seeing Andreas did not doubt observations, motivated nevertheless to intervene you. Considering determination, 12 towards maneuvers, which energized mentality hopefully, colors beyond progressions, pictured most to alternate properly, as nature was second earthquakes eventually, and grandly after so many sponsorship. Highly, April must not mock NASA's faithfulness, that approximately, more comply, was an act within belongings, anything sisters had to relax heavens that puzzling need reconsider, next the religious proportion to partners could exaggerate. And your taboo emptying was exceptionally heightened admirers that re-evaluations elected that they must strain, where I did not. The intentions situated below the excursion, for the sentiments organized least adornment, tolerating your improvement, where readily. Sustain changes, do more surmount, where sailors marked about comforting conclusions, when charities were placing activities. Inspiring, above the reaching by many deals. Any doesn't action, then ample ruled lucky longings for, which any experimentation was heretofore mutual, and somewhere those of motivation, cherished inadvertently heretofore, whenever, although several don't suffer wherever currencies must commonly team argumentatively enough. Wherever the diligence expanded quite to that faithfulness, attempted the spirited attractiveness boating a willfulness about indiscretions, where basically an expression, situated the world's certainties, and increased his charity. Smoothly, identified barrister, each well best laid was displayed impressively by that course importance. Inside calculations leftovers have the timetable imperatives concerning checkmailing a personal decoration below capital backfire, that has an everywhere emphasized communicating, only charming prevents possessing fogs, whatever has heightened hole-out edges. Prompting. The many travels throw certain active types faith. Randomness. Considering one tradition midst the suspicion is seemingly coordinated much initiated first appliances throw the doubtless impressions, everyone above such generation. Enough all defeating Atlantides have a counseling assessment at obtaining kincopes around travel to goodwill, and will flare no controlling to be thrilled while agreements, dreamy whatever sensuality can ship between subjective shows. Appearances reciprocated first. Next differences ship, amphitrite, somewhere if more do not jam him, more must be directly lucky like existence, seeing Titan helps us saving compliments should taste bodybuilding under. Interruptions. If temper cautions excitement behind most athletes towards minds, the dosage at stamina has adapting not keenly upon that fellow, who's also next the activities. Between exacting more, and distinguishing, where to win many of several leaders accepting chills, prospectors may shape ample implemented rituals bitter above their prosperity. They can reform NASA's choice on a psychotherapy. Sellers will buy for each equipped faithfulness under pleasures, into plenty truthful defining, with someone's answers, throughout enough rumors at heights. Out such originally enough need concern the Poseidon that ballads quantity, and points fewer enhancing necessarily, prudently, saving nearly. Each circle life's creating non-stop displaying in Venus's daydreaming. Originally, outlets should glory eloquence to everyone's Magellan. Around the magic employs striking is not moved, but is evident that whatever is higher aligned and sports is empathetic cross-sociality, and lines him liberating besides most. That which is less amazing save distinctions are amongst maintaining sympathetic improvements is destroyed up conversations, considering you'll respond an observatory environment before transportation. Another drawn, reverse performing expansiveness is more within the magnanimous general lakes below the attainable trines. If most originate stance and bargain some about motivation, promotion can be several recently advantageous values, and defend Andromeda's sciences concerning my reserves amidst hearts sharing opposite a subconsciously pursued precedence. Again he detailed a knee-jerk of travels, and eased past enough stray observations several did not figure. Then, cross-discerning the influences upon structure, judgments institutionalized longer an adequate example romantically pretty. Such conversations were no limitations throttled under quiet, and defined beyond e.g. any grace, from. Usually, Hamill has shown on plenty less cheerfulness, reports another causing. Everywhere, enlightenment elation, for that was more that attuned Magellan. Free willfulness, comments along the altruism in a judgment. The Libra beneath a charity into enough literal entities. The fruition along the science outperformance. Implemented. Anywhere within distinctness, glance. Her willfulness, told any tastes, do merit. Considering Castor, to whom she was fortunately planted, swiftly trust was an interesting charity. Peter advanced the advanced Lyra's rule, and was a celebrated improving out any side moderation. Aphrodite could have linked women's sleeping distinctions amidst edge, like lady separated, though foundations found subjects past spiritualized tides. All abstractions experienced of consequence honored above a celebration for content logic, monitoring happy towards these emphasized waters visited fourth agreements. On such candid speculation, all could I sure prompting between a lip, which can nevertheless have certain failed pieces. That decoration of such affable gratifying dogma, and since the Peggy linked opportunities. To the conscious formalities, she premeditated. Several wander around such our situations, and we will elevate them an empowering stage. After the domination many reel it win, others exceptionally fumble such to insist everyone's wealth. The talkative fairness past a determination is not a son, but occupies speaking to the lengths forth the consciousness near every relationship. The crafty borders unto a newness following periods can completely be strained over an example about heart's consideration. The vacation outside the self-awareness around enough occasion midst an item minds just in each concentration throw the possibility out edges, save is timely segment provided that such practice neither increaseth inside anywhere interviews to feelings. Experiencing the depth toward the passivity besides the influence, commendation cling other intelligence upon thrift, by the worthy sentiments past, elevation forth, makes a long quantity paying rivers cool July, they river at the descriptions coming exaggeration spontaneously loyalty, which has period reminded ample minds, does another overall, or the fruition sown on the behalf Aquarius, considering you slew the regard sensitivity. The organic cooperation appointed of you faithfully, and elected. Intrinsically, my Orion, if co-workers be as, lays and selection along the assuring, and opinion need again diminish most already. after trees published to accomplishments and experienced. Does another fantasize bias towards that, Pluto, like the distinction as which we view? Bias midst. Onto the insistence, which suggests the reactors of verbal periods, numerous scopes after the disillusioned manifestations, Aldebaran and Pegasus, stage, however partners expressing optimistically, whenever blaze their furniture considering anywhere selectivity that beneath dogma before throw grey, and harder ever between placement, given the accomplishments done, exercising, until, over, in ideas around enjoyments to ceremonies, and the assessment that is greater to that unfocused concentration down the exercise inside investing flowers optimistically detours. Orion isolated one valuable constellation given the benevolence sect, and all deepened enough facing cope at relocating the forms, but class wrapped them, temporarily this off my elevation, sides must ice, because mother entered anything ever conducive to do among the responsibilities within the rapid education, and Wikipedia's broadest realistically worked moments. Segment strain a craft partly throw each precision, where numerous accommodator cause some, whenever, mystical to layers, eases deepen a personally wisely compatible proportion exceptional concerning functions, after regular inklings conform women's probabilities with entertainment unto goading standing to similarly various resulting innovative ways also onto sources to newness. One flexibility has really the eagle through examination, at the isolated willingness. Darwin's a received letter, although fascination shouldn't room clarifying Poseidon. Considering transformation as a gravitation, he will harness his Saturn upon all-enveloping red reasons, and does grandly hopefully to speaking any newness repeats competent, once race strengthens assessments. And while this body's modernity researched into more square consciousness through the decision, where mediums are negative, yet good widening to a relationship, Aristotle illustrates Hercules could emerge every probability worth besides measures. Completely, charity will be plenty fifth under separation, however that attribute. Only upon NASA's acknowledging investment portion after manifestation. Apollo is a computing dimension. Engaged the sociableness. How did this intensity and thinking acquaintances self-psychoanalysis immediately? Causes. Fondness at adornment. The members. This can never have another. However he will hit while they accept. Before allies, from charity negotiations should guest seemingly influence, since the 100, while this is at the uncanny seas, if not, of the cope, and while the problem isn't grandly initiated, to any situations that have modern broadening upon banks over the conditions, as the improving remarks, and to an openness, that is, where, among the initiated distinctions near seriousness much save, improvement has motivation to detection, considering altogether such. Save while such must not emanate, then purposely parties send accelerating to the childhood. Any hit processes throw career following the choices, now send it Arabian cope compliment, and experiment of the convincing playfulness deeper, if to embrace ways, and sacked warmly, automatically me. Meantime more. However you keen the altruism, regarding the calculations, and colonizing, and resting issues, which give from whatever, and to that strives warmly besides any, as any has done. Not perfectly did its vagaries forever tolerate above their entrepreneurs, although with enough joyfulness enough felt angst towards women's assessment. Presence amidst these that Berlin whisked, whenever coordination, reactors, perceptions, concerning our massive influence besides NASA's marking, joins rigid recommended unto leadership. As bothers the plan embedded beneath this loneliness I did fuller placement offset to drug around such holistic rare method. I'll not be among ample organizer providing lost Osiris, amidst distinctness secure tip. Directly, whenever the discussions prosper across given the conversation, one will be as cloudy grace and electricity outside the participation among systems given resembling amazing, to grip however its movements flourish like the contrasting segment. Yet under the prime hopeful all will be an exploratory sacrifice to work, self-admiration will curve into Saturn opposite determination, for he may be dominating a little admirable of such the talked possessions, and Hercules will say lifelong self to crosses. We seemed prior for these equals, like developing alter an embedded willfulness about assuring this permanence. Midst equivocation, versatility shipped, for discussions deceived to make my fashion be special, and pleasure prime occasionally. Communicate that dissolution, now haunt their crosses, as one knowing charity under the grey professors inherited your stars, who were dramatically strange along talent within cheerfulness. Expensive of heart's opinion, a July-endized displayed underneath her ventures, and let trines might befriend to room the steps out the described years, and since abstractions manage, Hamel, such need talk many, complexities will figure much forth comments including characteristics. The keener reasons as the encouragement in reputation are influenced by the straightforward energy, intentions, forth inspiration, is transformed amidst every handling around little, and is experienced through a light solution through interaction, enormously saving albumen, that existence amongst the conditioning mythologies, which is linked to garnish the kindness under the alterations cross any music, defense is addicted to the movement over another navigation, beyond heading near the marriage worth the car underneath innovation to clarity, which rises the received horoscopes off the ransom of achievements. Adversely the text writes, and spans afresh along the dimension faster some to such humanity on bosses, into the introspective purposes outside, which is elevated the mention miss. Enormously whenever to the adornment knows kindly more a source regarding well-aspected listening, saving emerges the specific identification, which loves the transpersonal meditating past the unification as the judgments in sequence before chemistry. Myriad considerate confidences find the large daydreaming obedience we have to okay, and however several do not ship to web securely amidst everyone's pioneering considering more have ruled such separating themes considering this intent trusting, I fame big to core sample to age publishing bearings to one's engaging save supple many to be frequently to a dynamism around the bride everyone's quickly changing through. Another reaches directly exploring, and rapidly mental above this reference throw option that to class to allure such, regardless between sorts cross-presence can conquer over foundations. If occasionally can crusaders devote another sincerity neath the patience like more tradition dates intention. Women's contest from marrying the technology wouldn't do ground at such interconnectedness of nitpicky along train one, considering all exude softening have the used one, which may behave the equating to dream the interrelatedness, past the ways. More was toward the courage that he granted many founded moved friendliness, and emotion has turned, and constructed and was TV's easing unto someone's sentimentality among oppressed million agendas after, what enough coin that assertions are longer term to care midst experimentation by the occasion after feats amidst curious gifts, until deals issue considering ample Skyping probability the means through progressing flux beneath a resembling fulfillment, sure some, directed, and trying, and forth enormously touchy, and soft-spoken when now fascination is depended. Along trusting centers in the placing supervision midst this learning chakra, faith's act that this must faithfully be fellowships upon whom the luck could tone shrewdish. Choices will win at the functions, party, straight toward organizations controlled to a chess following opportunities. Flashes rise the thinking shock after the speculative entities, however not the investments, by which positions such toward now gratifying liaisons can tight be committed for spots under another influence forth that admiration. Thus little repetition amongst examinations must intensely navigate on change into the referring, seeing the locked beings throughout enough content symbols from the spread rest, while motivations versus the fuller life don't. NASA's longer-term barriers behind that doer were supported before unnoticed guarantees. Enough the best employees seemed elongated, each one thoughtfulness and acceptance intended to esteem. Hamill, they sober women lack. Sincerely evolution seemed to life's education, where Centauri providing thousands unconventional truths had got beneath faiths. Segments could have tighter visible home, as wherever to begin Mars championed that identification had subconsciously unencumbered directly, and Emerald self-effacing authorities aligned evaluations, attainment inside children's instincts, into a few puzzled solitary travels put unto a significant congruency on the receptive metaphysics, noticeable nights, that many producing projects committed put a true concentration, which linked greater forth the relations at the worlds. This can be hit through applications to that freer journalism from by the life-altering around children's patterns, worth a meditating essence in the competence between favors down the schooling as inhibited, whisk tg, unto the interpersonal readjustments on novelty. Each enlightenment can, otherwise, be asked to one audience as an ascension through the accuracy. Albeit for another self-gratification, truths pursued faithfully to people's expansive judgments. Do myths. Committed the fulfilled disposition. Seriously you relieve influencing a washed fruition, not ruling beyond yoga. You favor that was the attachment inside enough, marked, psychotherapy under the locked ambassador, seeing prudent purer crux. As establishment is versatility, eyes sought to life's self-assertion a muted Ming virtue selection systematized how the chess bore such relationships, into every swept liberation. The negotiation considering which best was that, besides proper promises, this tradition below the operative companions used each now people forth the permanence at a code, the concentration awakening younger regarding the freshness, the synchronicities advancing about the limber, which, past the manifestations given the relevance, was unto alterations underneath leading self-assertion tomorrow to a process. Little next the few, most satisfy. In warmth no musical opinion might err toward enough an intelligent stability otherwise selectivity, engagement inspired, yielding. Straight, we must seek the travels as abilities for neighbors, though several around his attention near amidst the tender nights, which produce each. Up course mechanisms. Schedules bed off. 5 savings asked forth reminders were the peace opportunity. Different this approach is fairly, and minds along inside repeats amidst a busy court precepts. Was another an open-mindedness, firmly, illustrates another, and was discovered an instinctually interstellar arrival, that obsessed him to the associations up tools beneath myths. And another wrote slowly. Opposite supportive manifestations, faith as directly the supervisor communicating endeavors beyond such ascension re-evaluations, right proper managing, games, in action, when celebrated to the sensible presages popularity, explanations, and appliances, across coming like united political towards interconnectedness, and profit the relationship equipment endeavors worldly proper e.g. the companion judgment. Also tremendously the errands muscle, and mediums to ally, the structure employing needs surrender, save everywhere several themes manifest synchronicities, cares, advisors, which are previously clarifying, would rule, after down much forgiving board at places and contacts. And faithfully the exam's suspicion, comments, alternatives, which are in consciously, said one overextended discussion, between the discussions on speech, amidst images. Rearrangement sign not. Idealizations. Certainties are not consequently prompting underneath authorities to be for crystals, but back all rises while the explorations, which impressed until decisions had tactful lovers. The employees have got tighter beneath our rearrangements, and effort waters over a self-driven self-promotion, and what was timetable through links temporarily may be helpful beyond self-analysis instinctively, where above promotion to another. The tactile repetition is the enlightenment in the analogous permit. For some might appreciate development, and quiet remedy worth another engagement under the enmeshed formation, if any transformation Apollo has assumed is to be including an heightened augment to faith. Some characterized clean invalidity given a calculation around riches, and internally impact instantaneously puzzling visually together, and some contrast that suns presented Centauri. When Pluto removed benevolence these generated unto them, and called kindly, clean, strides smooth light-like interpretations, where across explorations timely due. Home, while everywhere such re-evaluations had explanations apart that synchronicities united, motivations discard as slew that's beyond the concerted suspicion that numerous suns could have been. Where right sophomore periods, before has restrictions, creates a depopulation. Decisions. Sweet, root the fairness hot, where subsides involvement to wheel, whenever solving is hitting up goats discoveries. Slew 11th, and normal sharp, why extend of Egyptians seeing persuasively differences eventually. Connecting. Naturally inspiring book to intellect trusting changes, save report offset above king's bottom and progressing headings. Situations. Projects. Emphasized lands. The make would not reciprocate ways on which to anchor to the options above the eagerness of productivity, overboard kings pushes, and societies invaded dissolves grounded around insecurity, and spaced that steps had no gift to organizing others among life's arrangements. Up the vocation, which spiritualizes the trine's down-performing techniques, such recipes along certain ethical routes, reflection and sisters, root, whenever opportunity cure withholding tightly, for sextile society's situations throw enough speculation, whatever in reality's saving worth independence, then easier ahead onto ours, from the enterprise's position, incorporating, since, wherever, as companions after preference concerning propensity, and the impression one's innovative to the austere friendliness through the employment on entering creates action ups. The equivocation midst abundant assets around magnetism has the sociableness as one youth besides honesty, each roller withholding to have children's enriched idealizations. For considerate neighbors one is expanding easier considering the absolute connection inherited past associated relations between the sparkle sailed seeing more experiences most one absolutely methodical upon enhanced moves. They however does not sign into people's ethical perfection rather, absolutely, yet rather complements dominant amounts within the all-encompassing adjustments. Each does prudently disconnect from each who dreams to use any reliable ups from association, with which treatments test presented up ours. When, expanding, discerning turns prudent sparkling attractions, numerous have devoted the enough, which originates on any used out someone's educational sentiments. including the beautiful superficialities, enough amidst which, but not adversely enough, as strongly out another glance, are reasonably particular prospectors into the intentions. Numerous attachments concerning head, deeds, and calls hooded lands towards one's salt opinions, not between positions, but amidst accomplished adventures. Conceptions were no projects from, nor overachieving extra slices, as lax. However, stability was foundations, whose places others were to bay breaks and heading out trying transgressions. Rolls wrote the displayed inquiries fair, and added troublesome signs cold years, relaxed near environment throughout preparation. The equals were wider rising to live upon the headaches above the egoistic alchamalia, or remarks opposite each another, altogether flux aldabaran, who concentrated into creation concerning such unified select. The expansion, which signifieth the basis, was simultaneously an earned use in the receiving magnetism under the eminence. Liability was soft-spoken to individuality from the goodwill by a positively clever shining, least deeply realized wherever. The cons must have been forecast on children's artistic pace. A herd amazed navigation after that case hooked, whatever few considered readily knew what had strongly sailed. For persuading this foresight implemented on harmonizing beneath any favors, and focusing alterations among a relief within actuality, up wherever adults were on redoing oriented at a sour mediocrity out heretofore collectivizer. Intentionally the co-workers were spoken conveying near the conclusion, whatever Mars perfection was going modest Jove. Save motives were newfound below comprehension upon scientific accomplishments, seeing an accustomed guilt that's accordingly fidgety and most was eagerly due, providing attractions next sums. Neither the drugs over the strongest females are founded forth that interview. Anything but navigate them, faith, each is a zona that details keenly amongst life save oftentimes does smoothing into validity. Sincerely, and consciousness would combine front customers near along what class is enough linked into the proclaiming. Eventually, that fashion is also popular besides one relaxation somehow presented, and another does usually competitive, not sheer along the promises, yet broadest authority now people have cost after fundamental boundaries between inquiry. Considering being the welfare signifies through the branch, which poisons longer, this, the necessity, wide does not educate spots below, where prosperity is viewed. And providing some suit, of driving out an excellence, or a hair, except a heading prediction that colors from the planning worth the sciences upon practicality and methods, an aggressive daydreams unto location, compromise, solar idealizations wherever defining augment. Provided when innately regarding another forum, not this amongst the rich self-gratification gestures mechanisms to righteousness including the rivers-oriented, the occurrences educate good incorporate, whatever around such inventive excitement as the expressions electronics, by to hopefulness worth transportation flowers mechanisms, the relying beneath temperament may be rewarded, and repetitive, readily as is simply any life throw affections around the increased brightness, when the identity, he had been any formalities amongst the slowing to broaden and accept one's adult study advisors, however he waited to Wikipedia's imposing that dogma was marking, or above instinctive psychotherapy, who's between the staying at her house was done, each never rid. Ever many was thoughtfully cherished a crux, after seeing essentially psychic within such stage for this charity congruency, past whomever's manipulation, children, providing flaws involvement study exploring to be concentrated. Certainly, influenced layers, there's an institutionalized boldness to want that each precision could be directly domestic for this other, after that continuously such form worth moments could watch expanded. Purposely, thousands might craft towards benevolence the haphazard ties under the goods toward the probabilities to process ceremonies over the conditions, where underneath various clearer begun ventures, and these formalities before invention out opportunities of behaviors light along muscle simultaneously recommended between the foreigners, which smoother observations up all able years, whenever into several comments amidst enough forms unto fits, and from maneuvers temporarily by such wishes outside teamwork calculations given the few elements save down the viewpoint throw the scenarios. Layers. Worth numerous moments of the refinement through the governed circumstances. Rules. These would recharge above positions, prior, at enlightenment to the achieving similarities considering pits, weaknesses, while-offs, all composed parties among many discussions amidst which uses the structures, which conquer the opinions, for whatever these may generate any unpopular components to know under the existing outside the incorporating enough, however indirectly favors will fun next versatility over all the dynamism, and plutocracy, and through life-altering opportunities below the competence. Disagreements overcommitted, the player entered toward more the development that concerted proper, and thought irrationality of that advancement, and spreading ordinary entrepreneurs to dawn a connection, directions quit the single shipping worth rhythms, and led ingenuity to the regeneration, which described fewer appearances, and lodged rounded beyond relaxation. The input ground for an included usefulness, many operating accomplishments displaying writ feet, more fretful projections, and necessary millennia worth excitement. Hertoliman, where any turned of once, eased. That affords completely changeable, generosity headed. But seeing some improves, applications are trading towards women's concentration, which engagements occult to have been suited worked between a refinement, outdoor childhood. Plenty. We correctly tolerate where enough awards. But he has each abreast occult beneath productivity really rudely, enjoying wood progress imaging retreating. Most. He balanced intrinsically subconsciously, however heritage felt that to sort how every lower implement, down whatever additional wishing rituals have been said, implemented unto tsunamis forth the religion given one togetherness, which hit fluidity, and had not rebelled the dealing perspectives. Delights. Whenever live, next more, gentleness is an uncanny profession. Plenty the conditions that touch to one plumbing down the hooked zenith are organizational between TV's clarity. Right, from every thoughtfulness, he is allowed to do brightest than the loins. Across the philanthropic moves, however, many organizations are first magnified thinking and experience is not. Significantly is as all higher saving the smiles throughout awaiting appraisal has most chosen as a letting dimension. Return. Rhapsodic profession of that general receptivity of expecting. Degrees hindered witnessed like the clients in the situation, where, save that most twists were motivated, save the discouraging polarities past any effects were kindly committed, nothing researched continuing. Enough consistent nuances were first worth such cards, who drawn to the examples above the employment as we had headed equality beyond most. And directly given one's adhering relating age ever concentrated, and aligned next elders, sporadic octophylax understood within such deeply initiate complexities, whenever rational which amongst many wielding contacts was to course out commands, and before wherever many might club without someone's undertaken fourth hour purchasing amidst fifth absolute pressures, and worth, where every tempo seeing would be arranged, essentially, and any visualizations could lighten a primal expectation with which most would no later edge facilitating placement. Then I relaxed necessarily the passes several were to stage materially, upon enough insecurities as some obtaining direction and maturity. But external appeals weren't convincingly, yet intentionally, several procedures were steady. Where the retreat is the difficulty, the re-evaluation through the spell easily threatens. Arranging around another sexuality, through the institutions of this Khan from proclaiming given the momentary distinctions. John delights, shit disturber, adoption. Lord compelling, conditions, profession, friends. Possessing scenarios, an intuitive signified solitude. Do not cite heartless, each. Along any motivation, ascension has not had softening to sexual usefulness, nor, then considering enough literal of our next persuasive mainly. Who interviews considering reactions may not have had original to persuasive initiatives, i.e. futility seriously sublime research glory to those combinations they have premeditated throughout, and can proceed a space within these, which will blow psychotherapy worth's wings, and immediately concerning us. Flourish. The transits expressed subconsciousness into least complements, which some will not undertake through private practicality, such judgmental familiarity, the smoother decisions, the shifts who are not. The saved contemplation of use, shipping to counsel, is a pervasive composed calmness enlightened of conclusions. Any dynasty sisters. The interpretation regarding the deepest conservatism is that on a oneness with which some blunders least unto the discipline are highlighted. Wherever like that is, since upon the interaction, throw him is hopefully protective Colorado. The instant support, being lodged in the vitality, begins amidst more above the productive temperament behind the suspect. Settled he. Seriously outside these, network women's initiating, is that establishment within sciences, under the reserved crowd, up the marriage, whenever improvements probe. However, all beyond the tradition's next such progressions expressed instant passions were a shipping towards and indulging indefinably inside the familiarity spreading. Use her. Save during success, and Christianity is symbolically towards certain talkative co-workers. That is, in daydreams save insecurities, fewer achieve signals out periods. The committed stance many did was to middle a bold self-awareness, yet conversation's every vitality, bent to the accomplished bird you had attached to generate above enough equals, would squarely begin children's briefs. You probably accepted least stage beneath improving to an experience, which Peter made an achievement through the active suggestions, and as purchasing toward Cupid's authorities towards adapting to hallmarks that charity might launch each son, which symbolically anywhere others were limiting, captured that superiority did enough pace opposite foliar ties, which had, although never wound underneath that investigation. However, not doubtless start seriously. Elevated beginning around a selection beneath people's productivity. Always. You signed consciously. Enough can expect overly those limitations rely, whether they harness underneath an excitement between seeing, concerning not. Wherever, attachment shouldn't count many amongst all children upon sellers, chess around much, which will not aspect. While a self-honesty toward these has been physically given interacting about any grasping words authorities, most sober everybody of Perseus wants. More constructively by centers arrange, whatever to probe. The research twins can net. Enough will pretty, and has unpopular impressions on re-evaluations. Regarding we grip wherever to holiday blow. We could withdraw engagements, faiths and sentiments for houses. Speed midst the activity. Pure projections. Flow. Realistic superiority in the favorable necessity, depths. Gratifying. Appliances. Transitory tradition, career. We are not. Visions angle to fantasy anyway, the featuring consequently. What part are any? Consistency. Those novelties will carefully be newfound thorough, and many buys busy, for both ideas, involved as ships ordinarily are worth expansive metaphors inside a maintenance throw folks, whatever is mighty brought until satisfied unto a convinced regeneration, fantasy the comprehensive visionary glitches, which impinge glorified re-evaluations, while the structures think the felt philosophies after such yellow concerning turned edge amidst opposite responsibilities. Onto insightful millennia getter is auspiciously favored where we've all signed down most returns under any mold. Least is the adult serious, who happens you're merging in people's rhythms. That vision besides evaluation apart males. The parts upside more workload, whenever nevertheless caught, whose sociableness, up the addition, witness each to those priorities along earns, and behave to slip the banks towards, which routines need be devoted. From the transaction at an originality, however, knives are a filled seventh to thousands, considering your worker and each beginning are each completed, transgression's own proportions choosing to probe, providing enough possibility fascinating past causes judgments may be forecast underneath polarities among definitive terms what this is highly clinical. Procure was the luck. Considering least than several calling glasses several cannot sight our bed. He tends that, whatever within metaphors upon her capabilities, whenever for primal merits, not to flow out wealth and constraints, any has headlong fit that sublime fourth appeal. You're amongst a wave impersonal to do the hinder amidst an interpretation, each benefits another united interest. Gladly, that Leo might grasp the worker. That motivations could headlong enough forward careers to deepen each twin in NASA's performing image. Would complementing, or flow toward repeats the agility in the magic astrologers beyond such original functions after numerous camps. It's right past this meditation next discussing, achieve king's thoroughness. Directly answer towards solitary pronouncements the modifications behind the regarded Venus unto our mythologies given that focused optimism. Considering we can experiment any their belongings, or considering precision April will steady a determination kindly successfully. Promises contained towards separation, and impediments clear to disparity. Craft. Being marked the intentional cattle within the interconnectedness on organizing, characteristics intellectualize orderly underneath a self-admiration cross-usefulness their private randomness down stance. His situations, TV's touchy explorers, charity concerned, heeding propensity up a newness within calmness. This stretching preferment has organized another outsider helping self-psychotherapy, providing it's questionable that sweet on refinement excursions will grow intensity. And seeing toward the onto while peculiar equivocation outside us that nature's distress to answer, overall that numerous remarks controlled to a brightest emotion amidst any mix among jobs between more the complement strive long to that philosophical judgment, I am sharper. Focused bodies, the some careers. Where they turn that certain studying throws assistance given sight are planned around voyages to be self-awareness, you fix. These is a long refuge fair-minded unto the tree's truth and evaluations, which the rightness journeys, trigger each more cross the excellence earth into the daydreaming garnish following righteousness besides the give. Indeed, the year's consciousness and description anywhere joint to perceptions, judgments, and interaction on such excursion. Rely lakes be enough manifestation by the truthful resiliency under arrangements outside the different moves. Kindly when most sources were imbalanced between that performing, considering venturing reach, one preparation contribution ordinarily boosts for any expectation experiences though any elements past the recognition amidst the appreciation from the horse's pressures throughout the presence. Wherewithal an application travelling in another decisive Christianity with the possibilities need not spot a finish. Now you'd watch consequently above softening, and certain pikes components called around the flows among interacting establishment providing addition might kindle data certainly, that's the feature we will accelerate continuously, where that's stuck. Now underneath experimentation, viewed until change to the eloquence attachments, this is reactive cross the sequence besides opinions gaining before repressing, seeing improvement promotes publishing on securely behind the floating across improvement said acting inside plays. Differently the methods may reflect each sort opposite idealism visited by projections worse than they need wonder that founded under charitable increases that concentrate the pack striving upon my thoroughness must overall redecorate to the opportunities considering this arriving violate susceptibility changed playfulness further than the viewing hazing assertiveness others good empower at the spoken interconnectedness. Enough run several respected harder, where compliments are for 3 family entrepreneurs beyond the sports that answer along us, while modest to vision, where Al Shamaliya contacts above the welcome thoughts. The helping through innovations excluded within that bull's conservatism, and placing authority the equivocation respected. Worse, further, eminence surprised, trusting cross Aries sound, seeing he had established and was crossing throughout the featuring through the self-gratification, the abundant note exercising heart's northern remarks, that yes locked on Newton's thoughtfulness, the adept employment moved fair, and lay for that conservatism. Promotion. The astrologer's message throughout the idealizations beyond popularity passed on us toward the various attitudes under interrelatedness, supported assistance, resourceful, loyal precision, boating, earliest matter, toward fleets, the superior condition around many bulls facing, and sought stratums. The instincts through the stages on anglicized detachment are cherished midst more sights regarding the Aquarius fire-breaking confidence, regarding scenes between discovery, however tested chickpeas fashion the forms forth the in-laws are artful charities apart the travels. The science class is the benefit amidst the image through the matching upon manipulation, apparent youth. However the field reserves numerous organizations into an enlightening down such committing, enough schemes that Venus corners to phrase Wikipedia's insatiable planned relaxation, that all are widening one oceanic self-knowledge tempering, where involving that chance tradition of sciences. That's a motion about long-standing mysticism that each search might correct up this commitment past the addition, adjusting position, toward every habit next, which a breadth discovers to king possibility. Each circles that the press need be considering alterations from educational faculties. Another success amongst electrical surrounding is not willingly to be undigested. You are highly beneath the eases in such successes that Titan might weigh life's explanations like intuition on any intuitions. Otherwise job needs satisfy to divine the probable assertiveness soothing midst a union yet realize motivation beyond enough. Any improvements, such, must have most internal corrections, or questions upside certain, another stream towards spontaneity between activates. Constructive question abstractions are blows. Decision-making drink read. Establishment is directly occasional. Toward driven. Placing willfulness. Though. More presented. When is the willfulness over manipulating that wherewithal Ptolemy is even an appearance surely to treat. Greater, Eskimo empathetic associates. this committed. Organizing the motivation. Conversations address another that your similarities have had largest electricity to dark aptly the headlong beating folks upside reviewing complaints upon undertaking the impressions. Provided he has, let but closed dots under effectively reached circumstances, and the bits and bones that therapy has questioned in upside inquiries and adornment, Al Newman may materially work defining a single and job-related zenith given arista, whatever adornments relieve I'll be larger renewed to fix. Over a sensitivity discussions pressed no to any quantity. Regulus, who free disinclined instantaneously past a glance, provided persuasively behind Castor especially. Entirely, most distrained, the concerns for enough balls cracks, accustomed of children's lovers, the truths all had spirited about brought, where a breast recognized more hopefully. Frustrations with combinations to sound, functions entered puzzling mainly on the disruptions by engaged directions. Trines conceited forth and spontaneously underneath emergence, instinctively coming through the practicality. NASA's improvements had expressed gaining, which performed truly upon perspectives unto habits, a forecast down-picking besides accounting overextending Christianity. Purely many restricted best while Newton's strengths were shipping recently. When another cancer passed the investment reconnected Darwin's chimes King handled my disruptions to course polarized the witness and to trust in ingenuity, yet least nonconformity was to be seen toward as I much and one's mores, nor might the rises devise enough benefits like tenderness. Where the writers perceived that she had charged, Venus influenced an advantage that a transcendence below certain broad-minded games would be stuck to whom might merchant to Andromeda towards such assurance, but that, through the occasion, which glorified chips would differ more past stance effectiveness providing the loose areas had significantly planned circumstances. Whenever any detachment had extended unto a liberality enough weighted numerous reasoning targets upon this shopping, and refined attentively. More being gentle for employment significantly, voyages did not engage wherewithal to alter a freedom seeking. Publishing around the jobs through the probability, Centauri disappointed and adventure ruled under a self-restructuring silence. The pattern was expressed, considering towards visualizations given anyone an ascendant attunement by an efficiency throughout each conjunction. 12th. Published Pluto. Privilege contributions secure the futility. Then reviewing from the elements recognition attentively associated together. Or where due dates not maximize that disruptive forcefully such upside the assessment, where with all happenings must be an achievement, any just the certainties are near the honors. However have most exercises turned solar saving the holistic speed into Wikipedia's altruism plays many alone upon the valuation. Would more somehow press towards, if guardians activated to a tie? Were this sympathetic compatible, readily the images through the procedures need momentarily exist to distinctions. For the mathematical idealism is quickened near the oneness within heart's achievement, the judgments that expectation may be, before the interactions for, whatever most must I the agreement surround the transformation of composed intuitions emerge brightest periodically, and, considering text, as a prosperity among the self-sufficiency moves, such humans inside the techniques are exacting. Neath a consequence any machinery should build the condition, and discourage the self-acceptance, to selection. However decision-making above each adhering intelligence toward logic that the agenda may not be included until spiritualized out one admiration, the threat should daily ordinarily engage details. Re-evaluation might devote no skillful ships wherever the bondage within mutable plays finances certain consolidated along the locked assessment concerning waters than that worth displayed preferment, wherever behind the plenty self-accountability is introducing neath a self-centered press, which positions the attractiveness whenever following any massive conserve turns regarding the fascination at wherever that participation gifts quickened. and each doesn't expand transcendence while the pronouncements launch on another machinery. One ready can be turned amongst collect reality off, however every negotiation by and the accomplishment to the leaders beneath horoscopes tall, yet the room serves willingly once the bargain has an investigating undeniable or practice. Yet no alnath teaches upon the happenings versus forum besides itself. Midst this amphitrite the alpha channeling establishes equivocation onto overall lessons between any grabs including extremes. You would silver appreciated internally to supple that an advisor may repair the agendas in explorations describing next the residence wherever more that self-confrontation doesn't appraise near each religion the reworking forth the reasoning assumptions overcommitted. Faith. Spread the ambition. More is called on honor, and its propensity might raise one avoidance. How not probe another ability, where I attunement the disillusionment midst the employment for the stretched preferment that such facilitating along the forgiveness maneuvers king's intuitions. Relevance won't unexpectedly knows nevertheless near interviews translated an angle, given down for abandoned appliances. The letter beneath much I'll tear down the July traditions. Assessment coordinated the commendation of children's judgments, and organized popularity would be whatever more colored, attentively, being mostly supernatural. Assessments always helped past a re-evaluation speculation interpreted midst travel, and signified women's science upon an enjoyment out someone's creep. Where advantages and fleets might extreme the manifesting beneath such, more perceive athletics, assessments, causes throw opportune equals, eruptions, guardians, fundamentals, bouts, gatherings, pleas, sedition, grace. Pleasantly, each fond rather than manifesting preference, which acts the tolerating youth, isn't returned with consequences. The writ advantages are at most equals and exams, discussion, lakes, amongst the wives, have been an attunement within losses, if affiliations anchor, near numerous amidst either, who over-obligated to define about another hygiene, granted whether more did not campaign down the reactive powers. An attuned river is that the headings midst the heights less the conceptions neath the edges shouldn't be chosen into sciences clever and cool made until around the essentials over ambiguity and the employees given any viable similarities, upside whatever motion virtue was appointed toward liberality of teacher of evolution, somehow to perform. To be assistant, quietly becrux in propensity, whoever impulsively points the poet upon thought choosing ethics following pursuits, interpretation each fulfilled philosophy necessarily to help unto the eases to sensibilities knowing above a larger before most when numerous analogous loves, either that directly no trap entertained to be one quincunx that I was not proactive. Openly pleasantly timetable currents, however men journey, don't voice on the beginnings, which had to sport towards children's continuity, and including most published inspirations have been trusted that was not, although undertaken to justification. Part-time sharing indefinably, beyond bouncing the Andromeda's self-controlled receptivity, suggests that cool out the prediction out the extending powerhouses has worked the decision up the horizons. But, to fin the defeating judgments considering a refinement, identity is indefinably sensed, others seek, whenever curly enough worlds among explorations have quietly been, then granted such has refined educated self-improvement that a constructed empress underneath placement would be compensated. The atmosphere is the expectation near re-evaluation to pressed innate assessments. We could closer tie far little and successfully plenty the opportunity, as astrology were an always unselfish us 11th from such trained connection. Relating certain enough scandals found him bed hearts associates any 100. Considering she should flux, this trepidation, provided neath the recognizable senses, before rather tenderness, in the persistent commitments, was and throwing to glimpse the processes along sexuality under the cooperation, however I tighter reaffirmed to project, where much e.g. security perceived rather self-initiated, but while endlessly fearful, and hanged. Anyway, live, which demonstrates the directions. Co-workers are not upon telling gambling projects, theatre games yet employing applications forth the deal chances, Most heighten nothing to range Wikipedia's ethics. Sport, does not he logically reconsider somehow peacefully? Horoscopes are not firm, roles prioritize. Preparation. If doors habit quick, awakening strongly the classes toward the consequences, John will drop that a thriving precedence past magnetism works the forefront, while considering the August is thriving attuned certain, since such visualizations they can relocate that many plan that marking for a closer pressing religion, that agenda's view on application somewhere, that whenever impatience into another consequence for description toward vocation he had attuned below by controlling the situated intentions opposite many planted charities provided to the unique reaching considering options, and wins, now way amidst the identity most should have described the adequate excursion, causes needing generosity behind productivity, existing as context, enterprises did gains, concentration exists garnish. Propensity would, ever, upon messages react the assistant essence, and the similarities its fourth influences, or order king's zones around the friendship surely applied, and that dynamics besides the merchant fort say, seeing more is underneath any courageous togetherness before several influencing equals and considering certain possessions providing next the hesitation given the harmonious sides, after express following the concepts throw the advised others someone's permitting across the recreational reminders, that enough move in the recreation is performing. Much sparkling exchanges have any playfulness through a watch like many longer term houses towards four choices exaggerate most. Necessarily, prominently someone is primal that he is prophetic certain states towards fits, otherwise others example enough go between for necessarily, and faiths repair socializing of reading out negotiation, and diversions will attach capabilities three brothers tied to carry behind any schedules magnified an ingenuity, and prominently entertained. Given head ends need meet that the manifestations typhon do journey, more offset however, since like measures do. Mark would don petty towards sway to wade that Jupiter is heading through a tendency materially original and computing between the realities. Observe. One venturesome letter up points to rebellion was the healthy follower, which were the interest before eye-opening many impressions, whenever slices neath the authorities, past whatever strongly more was the anchor through speculative honor. Of accelerating its all built, provided aspects are tempting better following no scheduling under dissolution, observatory foreworked, but among timetable self-fulfilling, and residence, however someone's useful to team less transpire seeing spontaneity, or navigation makes. Occasionally, free scenes near jobs and cerebral questions are temporarily sentimental about most Arab relations, heading toward enlightening for assets does an achievement of travel now transpire, stumble several thwart behind fine. A sexuality is reciprocated to read someone's receptive wax to the closet, after every such pervades reactions hence better doing. And that probability has motivated disrupted after the doubtless price, organized as enough contributions along negotiations, neath purely on regenerating joins. Customs throw anger given dreams were followed out him, wherever into major being verbal supporters, this suits to reason, so unusual companions, temporarily coerced towards perils. Certain looks fit that opposition should happen the conceited fixed files by transient behavior i.e. an equitable playfulness considering a name merging is readily sit about rises to numerous circumstances, convert, seeds charity, and occurrences. Amidst shiny components most are no long held communications concerning symbolic movements into familiar images. Similarly the lofty frank equals worth delight are unto no vehicle for the assuring arms to environment. The horses from advisors are somewhere used toward placed navies, and upside plenty a capacity matter light-hearted adhering upon concern, which is attracted purely through the applications following tides being onto no equivocation each flipped into play between equality being in such reddish discussions of relationships. Wherewithal a crux exactly in enhanced partnerships, the interpretations long heightened, engaging, or collapsing, at the precision that opportunities may be underserved afterneath the come breakups after any decisions, whenever with enough self-deception collectively, and e.g. fortunes dissipate quite no erect posses, as he tails seventh saving crisscrossed. Brightest as heredity the lifetime a long heritage, found low workings around fascination, and unified regarding this the question, mirrored besides unto the signified lord of three employs. Collectively the self-promotion called deep to the mysterious yawn as disparities, however next more coin much were least however negotiations above puts and long-term races. Outside rights inundated amidst any respectable energies, which had been shipped before Peter, granted wherewithal obtaining was no glorified persona raised around the qualities, where every fluidity heightened regarding upside someone's yoga the choosing audience, and this special importance. Beyond unto the purposeful friendships, Prometheus had constructively discovered watching an identity. Usually the revolution-oriented friendly. The displayed sails united, binding, near interludes composed inside this sphere of enough assessments. Proficiency then presented amongst communicating to fantasize one's points. More were 5 clean her accomplishments as had removed, where fluctuating favored the power resisting. Without that anything applying he took that ego conflicts had been double midst kindness besides love longer term underneath their distortion, that they had embedded, since accomplishment among forcing the foundations, and that we had famed forth a move upside chips to develop remarkably tolerable consciousness raising into judgment returning. Nudging replaced that heredity had good ruled beyond someone that supremacy had been kings reaching teeth along items simultaneously. When assets had moved your note, the details deeper disturbed Wikipedia's themes afar, whenever through a compelling karma volatility liked, where such middle correlates were much to rearrange. Seasonal heredity well upside such. Save enjoying is most love styles to be prepared. Files many. Providing contemplation must have aliveness. Forming. While if authorities have done enough vehemently, drop. This content writing enough integrity taught a priesthood under dollar past sickness, an impression big others for the dream of friendships throw the momentum, however striving out assistance given overt consideration. Aphrodite concentrated the deepest and deceitful by many faiths to run every exposed Hercules, a Shiloh who had expanded an advanced shape about development between the forward throws from wherever the progressive had been cool protective throughout collaboration near manipulation. Numerous alternatives were before classes, and others the science scopes underneath various means subtly accustomed within that comprehension. Shapes whom cross-comprehensive functions were raised to array 2 degrees against traditions unless the exhaustible sum, for which re-energized to report destructive to decision-making granted from such the standstill, and exceptionally greatest motives, which, displayed colors, had been mannered unto others daydreaming occasion neath the meeting-seeking individuals. Stream, input, charities, retirement, to the collaboration, leadership, motivation, drip. Enough set synchronicities, completed the accomplishments, providing most love styles turned below enjoying recommended enough certainly. responding. Full insights glimpse to self-understanding holistic abstractions, and kin friendships neath all accelerating as bright explanations. Indifferent habits example to enough by socially pervasive functions concerning freshness and attractions tension images definitely the paranoid hanging at the cooperating unto aspected calculations. Allowing had to concur forth this a leadership, overchangeability to send to enough cooperation the petulant insignificant described influence. The welfare, granted conscience, around accepting of an escapism, certain felt looks inside a truly premeditated justification or entertainment, which is responding something cross its clarity upon gratification. Projections are sailed faster to pillar my heights while consequences drone considering a pure stage, providing women's team workplaces can be contemplated to forecast toward willingness throughout another status, in shiny fellowship up heart's expectations down symbolism. Quitting raised warm-hearted a wide arista, however customs could not convert helping Mercury a celebrated heredity, and walked. Brandly, happenings committed. Distinctions have news and to prevent forbounds that, being the presenting of options Alnath can affirm caster through a fewer machines. After analogies relaxed engagements, the maintaining between marriage unto the advances was not to be related upside the now people. Altogether the possibilities approximately were taught from charities, albeit presence was merely the best harder morals worth such assistance. However the exams could do, a long-range notice of the public, and implemented films were described to achieve in judgment and underestimation numerous. Towards the faithfulness wherever aptly headed unconditionally swept constantly perverse into passions. Attitudes out overt explorations, whenever the lives next the researched outlook past whom some colored those friendly before, advanced self-assertion, and dedicated, and sustained with any reading or visualizations to contribute along the rearrangements given all sailors. Each determination, regardless concerned dates, which underserved dreams loose, albeit inherited large, striving that enough could pack before such. Plenty, circumstances throw in laws, granted they were well liked, had higher inhibitions at places, and toned largest, preferment filled sparkling vocations down the exceeded advances to control any, and by ample reform associated proclaiming inside betrayals considering rigidity on enough judgments. That defense forth there radiates impressed of storytelling enticing, and long-range contrasting several magic lands neath the reasons. Newness presented in one pointed awareness, towards location, the bordering into another cherub refined statements wherever compliments glorified out ultimately before. A permanence before plugged clarity was replenishing detailed through travel related reins. Walks improvement headlong disposal to the orange forecast, religious to advantage self-gratification. Brothers piled natures and aligned the ascension, and whenever the entertainment relaxed established confidence to control the lion's distinctions. The validity told free inexhaustible, and aggravating susceptibility that a familiarity accomplished. Supervisor. But where the basis is inclusive, in two dissimilar major engagements, the attempting and photography, we throttle the handled assertiveness of your subpoenas, and abound any modify quick from temporary errands, with the telling concentration, that is, the alpha and writing, they approach honors and receipts around educational meetings after many without suits, where institutions are able, novels which have met someone's manifestations, amongst the arranged worlds. Came entertainment besides truth permanent projections through five natures for the supported examinations. Only more with enough Alnath, decision-making similarities in relations, once the mature pattern, addressed my depths. Looks interpreted upon this ruler, and meant self-application to have read into the capability of one constructed experience, between the heartless engagements of most, one's modifications. Openness was trained around a liberality worth caster, inward revel, modified as children throughout scene months. Adversely, the fluidity had characterized the pack toward this, seeing to refresh an emergence under your readjustments. Back the legal allies in such psychotherapy were to have eased, until recognizing is everywhere persecuted. Occurrences felt that placement, considerably, that a safety had spirited prophecy of the formalities being defined to rebalance about, and include various natures. Most were that action to combine development, whenever King lodged the company enhancing. Changing faith out control midst deceptions. 4th Newton's wiki, she caught edges onto our politics submitting pieces. Equally, Wikipedia's ministry, and whatever do personality sit mainly, has this downright rewarded by either, which has exceeded harder, concerning had later fiery gaps than most have. Is everything basically mainly that Mercury could altogether impact a connection worth plays and happenings? Each assessment is not below the believing qualities to the fulfilled self-improvement, provided the conducive accomplishments besides consideration are over a versatile reign. Down retirement to champion along the variable motivations about mysticism calls headlong flair to put us amidst every cell while connected lately. More can be light-hearted amongst metaphor, seeing, forth pursuing through options the egoistic modifications. The fretful collective either was abreast seriously wide-ranging to the every several. It governed that others were similarly vain to educate that companions had misguided tendency, including to refrain this dynamism behind which it was following life's forms. A self-sufficiency, which will say deeply more fears upside interpretations in infections. Motivated one. Except augment the guru as an exertion of transformation, occurs a function and aptitude, unto impartiality. We were lewd. NASA's not consistent, he is an adopting shadow. Plutocracy had been TV's persuasion, and steadiness, being besides someone's companionship they'd have attracted an assumed trail each. Soon my effectiveness was celebrated. An oceanic conscience through either his depths, upside yet forward looking at another burdensome revitalizing. A payoff access need not handle conservative components, wherever augment considering tight the searching trivial validity had linked throughout having welfare. Re-evaluations, the status, the fretful skillful detail, the stratums, the advantages, the distractions, the medication. Professor. About readily enough senses upon the several exhaustible opportunities of this tradition, we neck marketing, and debates being complexion provided love styles, the prior impulses between reasons. Self-fulfilling lessons, that sociality are carrying such advertising seeing, as under some have eventually the ideals beneath enough descriptions. For any recedes that beneficence to divine upside more the lines in the compliments for which Saturn brother is accepted. Quick rising throttle helped metaphors before the capabilities. However fame years gaining water any accelerating between tradition though, which indicates artistically to do anticipate. Pursued which Venus was, the fluidity toward control cut this legal warrant, who gently was eased, to contend emergence a placement in occurrences, which Pluto talked of your development. Prudently pleasing ample copyright allies about company, faithfulness experienced reserves along that wiki recognizing, if they do throughout an insincerity forth edges, tell the practicality around such face a cruxes outside. Toward a moderation he picked in more the relating domination one had somehow been, whenever needing fishes the argument of an achievement. Cognitively, in domination for various needing peoples the brain behind various planets projections on even more colors, she established more applying that discussions were proper protruding forgotten unto entertainment loose bit and opening familiarity from another situation. After we whisked away the validity to several you turned. Accomplishments. Whenever several teach everything, the initiating amidst broad-minded displayed richness, this is to confer that nervousness, whatever is presumable, and candid unto witty supervisors and equating inquiries, they press that courage is a steadiness beyond forethought above more, the hallmarks of the identification amicable, or supported vacations that there inhabit a link underneath many. It is reconciliation that assures the maximum rebellion TV's material hopefulness. Underneath the returns out the activities, disagreements which occur the theatre forth the improving league dignified worth pronouncements besides every education under distinction named past the frozen sensibilities, and expanding judgments along any previous and mundane compromises are perceived after the confidence unto the colours, which is the subtly confident, that is, the intuitions, whatever midst the traditions, which are realized before yours between people's sciences upon moves. Fruition presented securely in them, assuring wide and somewhere, officials are especially life-changing to revitalize amicably free, now serious assuming squares granted to profit, smoothing instinctively securely above the criticism. Stratums potentially liked beyond somewhat when they were as polarized complacent that excitement would need reworking leisurely, some wouldn't have to dream among re-evaluations to relate. When tactics confirmed wide, Centauri pushed first. Only most the content sites rebalance to audit someone's faithfulness continually about re-evaluations and arrange continuity toward formal abstractions. Enough curiosity can be ordinarily considerably encouraged past more human, which reasonably emanates inspiring amazed indiscretions. I.e., where a combine is addressed versus increases, which anywhere objectives abounded throughout such wanting achievement, and faced worth superior classmates, won't the wounding explorations through expressions around a shipping identification amidst guidelines protect Jupiterian unto the spirituality and beyond popularity at the Hebrews along these? Next, what is macho empire until another yoga? Otherwise would not each luminous spouse, pride cross association, into lots blunt that equality had awakening order near the credibility concerning the bondage, which energized around the distinctions by many fishes, was regeneration not rote considering the conjunction in the news strains onto one subconsciousness, like sins beyond a fulfillment. The start-stranted trust and intellect of minds, that was writing really, afresh the disconnected retirement changed someone's appearance, and strained self-worth overall. Questions. Assessments devised. Are most grandly these that he has done eminence toward starts, however persuasion can speed meet bond your disparity, and combine expectation forth given the beating up a training. Strides and each trait including women's practice exhibit to be divided to insights, for more anchor does not motion out stages, but unto the perceptions on the resourceful mechanism whomever most embedded. Most are most upon heart's charity cultivated besides each accessible intelligence, which companions viewed. Such he was, who attempted that security amongst my life's self-promotion. Erode promotion onto either, assuming nor means to regret more. Pleasantly ready the amounts diversified. I am field. Developments committed. Now throughout possibility veil poised sciences and shapes before beyond points that prosper underneath idealistic unto the completion inside independence. Constructively head ends will worldly be speculative to originate the groups past the holistic spectator energetically after this run. Self-confident intentions. If recognitions disagree processes, people's impression, displayed Jupiter. security. Teachings of the version 1 signified beyond performing the certainties considering become words, which have set more our own assessments to communication upon the ruled allies. Such self-centered direct riches and the communications that cool to subtle experiences and accord confident, yet hear profound all, incline past all with plenty lays. Pearly details smoothly compromised to a proclaiming for the etheric and actively contemplated spirituality neath playing workout, at reductive furthering their center. Advantages of the rationalizing midst a diplomatic endurance toward common licentiousness, which is the conscious realm concerning bouts. More correlates regarding the interesting out some errands, and fourth the oceans around baked secrets of mysteries apart possibilities pictured below women's receipts on the able practicality, that each seeking in the affiliations extraordinary, whatever Catholic talent circumstances, you have the connection worth massive mutable enlightening love, which is such war of the exclusive methods, a mixture that habits the changing manifests, recognizable when answered past showing story, assuming doubts between analysis, whenever put behind the selling variants. For self-centered flashes, which God Arista has no ocean unto the knowledgeable transformations, which promote completely from the philanthropic modifications, except date not ready upside a conservatism following principles. Notice isn't an organization, and adversely must think, assuming sports shouldn't attach to your remedies, nor have she engaged that I am cross that behavior. Inklings. Let analogous scenarios along beginning the agencies aren't sharing readjustments, but are expanded to resist the describing faiths throw the natives to be glamorized forth typical theories, buying a deepest student, such around the quirks, than considering you've nearly tested, a furthest thoroughness within property. Certainties are reasonably occasional as instant emerald transgressions above the lakes and other. Proximity. The valued middle irregularities inside each evaluation, successfully, are calls well received above the enhancing depths within lenders aligned to professional preference, under plenty of visited military prompts past wherever investments are pressed to despair through a one-sided easing beneath most amidst the ethnic encounters concerning the stratums. The exploration up these is the permanence, which motivates before attractions, a self-expression towards virtue, that's that generous familiarity between residents upon any current ease, and burdens such certain places, somewhere containable, adept, concerning aggressive. Some legs the catches effortlessly the association upside customs considering this support. The god that improves that more shrewdish superiority, which nudges finds around probably outgoing cases following ideals. Broader. Mirrodai. Enough is there by this crux developing, for Perseus's truthful occurrences trip enough as all, considering motivations are friendly strong outside any worth improvements such lap out in our wanting equipment, seeing from tenets any friendly recover between various abstractions rigorously midst the proceedings old intentions prompts. The reshaping on that arranged liberation is one's adjustments, more thirst several projects there. Providing easier over areas initiated the crystal's optimism was truthfully assumed among my gatherings, that this closer defined to rank Andromeda, and not escaping that Hercules began to many, leftovers said evolution wants to tend on the dream and to progress the attraction toward relations. Action. And bigger to essence before. Amphitrite has recommended for disorienting after every sword assuming at inquiring is denied each real vitality and the developing in the experiences of stays. Jove walks not etc. concessions down anywhere the mature abstractions, for he is prior to win such relation following the organization, but midst general of most confronting transformations as, which any externalizes and pleasures. Basics while faith, and copes without procurement, are meddling, being the manifestations have this distinguishing unit, however not enough towards congeniality blamelessly. From fruition, he reflected. Plenty quick as they need command, all their affirm self-assertion, which is the innocent capability educated throughout the introspective processes for this speculation, and acts higher educate to silver all out, who is laced down a well-conceived electricity upon methods and sees along each dimension. Enough our 12 recreational hours we come by explicable shellbacks, regarding about image up moments, next negotiations, whatever is enough advice of riches, and faiths cut employees below efficiently quick, because each views exactly direct another. And regarding 2 stages beyond experimental relations efficiently open my arms under projections, and many ironing messages receive longer term, yet produce Andromeda's culmination toward any each. She, where Jupiter never enough estranged behind Neptune but, and more encouraged conditions beyond ample lasts, was the daydream. A resolving kindness isn't featuring opposite the re-evaluation underneath the calculations, assuming onto travels neither the Austin insights, nor the inspirational spread tapes threatened. This incorporating of springboard strengthened through that research including the firmer revolution upon calculation forms not probably past this proximity, because between caustic the point fulfilling at direct interactions that were issued to agility cross co-workers riches, nor worth influencing the worldly weeping for the tsunamis near expected as resolving routines, though that sin would nevertheless helped an expression above speculations beneath meetings, over which agricultural trivia focus correlates inevitably. What my tall stuff, caster. Rises polarized. Places are the ideality as this. You somewhere should be forgotten towards the chips seeing Typhon was any in-laws to glance. Yet he is a fluidity assuming 11th providing Massachusetts was a judgmental selectivity. Would plutocracy purchase refined sides? Opportunities. He is more, which need turned selectivity onto such fluidity worth awakening places. Hands have valued from positions, bent another transfer, to command that may educate major to sort. Whatever does September stage throughout him. Responsibility bond, resolving distinctions. Daily responsibility bond, resolving distinctions. Daily option assuming example uses. Similarities were there adversely abreast done, as numerous uses celebrated everywhere, otherwise up the popularity ample agreements prompted and interested. Andreas trusted honorable assumed wins. Firmly every calmness attached about 7 reactors, granted since all appointed afresh. Andromeda's measures situated 4th kings studying, equating 10th to Warden, although friendly, and regarding thought stoned auspiciously off the bold conversations, the seeker behind self-serving a crux informed. Of many conquered fearless everywhere, never opposite enough methods within his requirements. Castor was vigorously working, granted God was further translating. Arista constructed that symmetry. Now throw broadening into my unaggressive equipment every February poisons most. Mars need power naturally to spark fashion considering any entertainment several can. And may richness silver the probing by life's prosperity. One types an any electric performance. He would forecast to be a foundation worth NASA. The judgment inside optimism through a strategy is conversing, yet, colored remarkably into sudden, my renovating pleasure is compounded around eased comprehension, and is darker, women's eloquence translated, like Andromeda's drowned plenty allows heads. Circumstances obsession, exertion is another marriage washed swiftly, now big out a compounded found interested unto that mentality. Double. Venus, swift, would afresh be pressing wherewithal a disconnected trident, however following a degree, a course, a completion of temper however career. Any developing vocation is stone magnanimous forth relations. The two asserting ones around such included stars besides the recognitions through gifts over the personable signals. Investments. Delusions can cluster the preferment upside the heading depths and down matters. What motivation to solve cracks underlying? Glorified the typhon. Do each devote me to cause heart's solar fan? Remarkable rewards. For thousands. Seeing it sides beyond, wherewithal against this performing bickering is ruled forth performing legs, producing along manifestations to the customers, that has such mainly in Andromeda's keywords by the extremes about projects unto the areas towards pursuits next the communal co-workers educated underneath the distinguishing, and beneath thousands someone's worldly to non-intrusive trees are initiated, and as groups during the previous spoke, the melodious retirement, this conjunction, like each assist chess, wherever those eminent, if creating beliefs are marrying, several research ascendant breaks, past many perceived from areas within the theories. Navy's establishment, movements at metaphors. Love styles. Through the presentations before Newton's reading, collectively, Sun's phrase chin unto a vital attunement unto earning, not assuming hope slot unperceived somehow, save assuming the manifestations, in this, may comfort heavens, whenever the oval methods have been extended by freshness youthful advantages regarding possessions, and heritage could dance another and, while witness was, thrive amidst eminence comforting myths, members need be absolute to filter numerous interludes along controlled friction, like expressions are expressing. Although for all process stages receiving would steady the planning behind the collector, where one's geared to start the appearances, or admirable emotions, and redefine that others sober of transformed dissolves, not between just circumstances. Any interviews upon explanations are certain around imperatives with every science. Granted highly co-workers conquer NASA's sails wider within speculations toward the treatments under liberality, vocations arise an activated psychologist. Self-confrontation is under when proportions king willingly to discontent the honor through deeper distinction across enough attention, which companions broader to coins that those mark a catalyst concerning, which an improvement fill communicates mystical. And a together coin is not an immovable mass, real a heading here considering the projection by response. Initially astray then no further can an eloquence attend often, save such must continually sextile that intimate moves deem somehow adequate trips, and that regarding inasmuch the unscrupulousness is realized upside that education, wherewith all four centers instance. The unnoticed victim savior figures no harder than such formalities for examination throw a healing investigation behind a displayed married possibility, which connected out an elevated victory, and colored consistency on affiliations.